I was born in the same hospital in which Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin. I apologize in advance that I have not been the same boon to mankind.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He's considered one of the greatest songwriters of all time. Spoken of in the same breath as Bob Dylan and Bruce Springsteen, he's a master wordsmith and storyteller with an effortless talent for melody and an insatiable eclecticism. Declan Patrick McManus, best known by the name Elvis Costello, rose to prominence during the British punk and new wave explosion of the late 70s and went on to stretch his range into everything from country, soul, jazz, classical, R&B, and even hip-hop. He hasn't stopped stretching since. Today, almost 50 years after his debut, he has one of the most impressive discographies in popular music, and I want to rank his albums from worst to best. My first album ranking video was of my favorite band, They Might Be Giants. It's 3 years old and I don't like it anymore. My YouTube career in a nutshell. But through TMBG, I eventually discovered Elvis Costello, who was a major influence of theirs. The band obviously took a few musical cues from his work, but more importantly, Elvis proved a decade before them that weird nerds with weird voices, clever lyrics, and eclectic influences had a place in pop music. By the latter half of my time in high school, Elvis solidified himself as my second favorite artist of all time, behind They Might Be Giants, and my number one favorite single musician. And after that first video, I want to do his work proper justice. Found it, by the way. I meant for this list to come out in August for Elvis's 70th birthday. Last year. But then my script ate itself and I had to start over. Luckily, the day this video goes public, October 13th, 2025, is the 10th anniversary of Elvis's memoir, and since it was a major source of research, that's equally fitting. Today also happens to be Margaret Thatcher's 100th birthday. Don't know if that was a coincidence. But more importantly, it's National No Bra Day. Fuck yeah, we're doing this! The TMBG video ran entirely on my own personal attachment to the band, with very little research beyond the fan wiki and whatever sources they linked. But shortly after I made it, lazy research and plagiarism had a burning hot light shined on them. A bomb, you might say. And that lit a fire under my ass to actually put in some serious research and reading this time to make this ranking worth a damn. I read almost every book about Costello I could get my hands on, from biographies to critical analyses to single album celebrations, and of course his memoir, plus several articles and interviews, if only to be sure I have as many perspectives and accurate details about these records as possible to properly flesh out these reviews. Coupled with the fact that They Might Be Giants have only 2/3 as many albums as Elvis at the time of filming, this is going to be a much denser video. But ultimately, the most important element is how I feel about each album, and with such a celebrated musician with such an acclaimed discography, it will deviate from how you feel. I am very curious to hear where fellow fans disagree with me, especially about the albums early on the list. Trust me, after a point, these placements get pretty damn arbitrary anyway. But that's the fun of an album ranking video like this. The actual ranking is the least important part. Let's lay down the ground rules for my list. I'm counting every full-length LP, but no EPs. It wouldn't be fair to judge them the same, and Elvis doesn't have very many to begin with. Some of them were effectively bonus tracks or outtakes from an LP's life cycle, in which case I've included them as basically part of those albums when they come up. This also includes expanded reissues, if I have anything to say about them. Sometimes I just don't. I'm not including live albums or compilations because those tend to be all or mostly existing album material, just in a separate package or with only a slightly different performance. However, there are 2 compilations and 1 live album that do not fit that description, and thus are exceptions to the rule and are included on the list. I'm also not counting his orchestral work or soundtrack collaborations because even though he scored them, generally he's not playing or singing on them. It'd be a very uneven and unfair comparison with the studio albums. I'm also not including his latest release at the time of filming, The Coward Brothers with T-Bone Burnett, because although it is a full studio album, it's a soundtrack album to the audio series, and I haven't had anywhere the time to absorb it and ruminate on it as everything else. I did that with TMBG's book in the last ranking. I don't want to repeat that here. I want to keep this fair. Aside from that, every studio album is on the list, be it Elvis solo with a backing band, a collaboration with another artist, and even his covers albums, totaling a hefty 33 records for me to rank and review. But before we start with number 33, I need to introduce you to his 2 primary backing bands, The Attractions, and The Imposters. The Attractions are keyboardist Steve Naive, bassist Bruce Thomas, and drummer Pete Thomas, obligatory no relation comment. They were formed to support Elvis's first album on tour in 1977, supposedly inspired by Bob Dylan's work with the Band, who were one of Elvis's favorite bands. And they stuck around with him off and on for 12 to 13 years total. These guys are frequently cited as one of the greatest backing bands of all time, because every single one of these men is a fantastic musician. When they formed, Pete was already a veteran of the British pub and touring scene, like Elvis. Bruce was a working musician since the mid-60s, and though Steve was fresh out of college, he was classically trained and highly versatile. These guys didn't just play the instruments behind Elvis, they elevated his music, and their cohesion as a group was key to why his albums with them are considered some of the greatest of all time, even though they were not very cohesive as people. The problem is they clashed hard and fell apart, especially Elvis and Bruce. More on that later. But in the early 2000s, Elvis regrouped with Steve and Pete, plus veteran bassist Davey Farragher, who brought his own additional talents as a vocalist and arranger. This group was named The Imposters, and they've been his backing band ever since, for even longer than The Attractions ever were. While I would say the former represents Elvis's golden age, but prepare yourselves for where it very much was not, I would also say that the latter represents a very strong and consistent silver age that's lasted for over 20 years now. I'm gonna have a lot of praise for both bands and their albums. So it's fitting that the first on the list has neither of them. Number 33, Kojak Variety. Perhaps the most contentious period of Costello's career was the 90s and the albums he released while signed to Warner Brothers Records. It's generally agreed to be his weakest output, but I'm actually going to spend a lot of this list standing up for this period. There are some very good records he put out in that decade. They just had to follow up one of the best decades of releases anyone's ever had. This isn't one of them. Kojak Variety is his second covers album after Almost Blue from 1981. The concept was to cover songs from some of his favorite musicians, but lesser known tracks, which is an idea with a surprising amount of personal weight behind it. Elvis recalls in his book that he'd listened to some of these exact songs as a child because his father, Ross McManus, worked in the British dance band tradition. Because of an agreement between the BBC and musicians' unions, all except for 5 hours of music a day played on the radio had to be performed live so that working musicians would have a steady job, meaning that radio would play old-school jazz big bands covering current hits live instead of just airing the original recordings. So Ross would bring home advanced singles of the newest hits for him to practice, and then he would later perform those songs on the radio with the Joe Loss Orchestra. If Declan liked the single, Ross let him have it. The album is composed of some of those old favorites of his, plus many songs that he was already covering live since the mid-80s, and random discoveries he'd make as he trawled through record stores and pawn shops over the years. It's a simple idea, but one I respect on paper. The album was delayed several years until 1995, when it was mostly recorded years before with many of the session musicians he was working with at the time, including The Attractions drummer Pete Thomas and session legends dubbed the Rude Five, guitarists Mark Rebo and James Burton, drummer Jim Keltner, bassist Jerry Sheff, and keyboardist Larry Knechtel. These guys worked with Tom Waits, Bob Dylan, several of the Beatles for their solo records, and Elvis Presley. This was Costello's chance to do one more album with them, no stress, rent a recording studio in Barbados, and have a good time. He even titled the album after a variety store near the studio, as if in tribute to the good time atmosphere provided by Barbados. Now, on the surface, this doesn't sound like an album that was ever going to rank high in Costello's career, but there's nothing to suggest it was going to be a disaster, at least in description. So it begs the question, why is Kojak Variety at the bottom of the list? Here's the thing. The trouble with doing a ranking video like this, where I've lined up all of these albums in a numerical order, is that numbers have so heavily colored every form of contemporary criticism. 1 to 5 stars, 5.7 out of 10. We've gotten it in our heads that these mean anything, numbers aggregated together into a nebulous idea of worth, superseding the actual content of a review in the eyes of the viewer, when in truth, these numbers mean completely different things for each critic and publication. I meant to get this video out for Elvis's 70th birthday, but then the script deleted itself, so I delayed it, and I was sad about that, like the number 70 mattered. It's too easy to see a video like this and assume all of these albums are placed in a rigid line of quality, like Number 32 will be exactly as much better than 33 as 31 is from 32. When really, we're grading on the weirdest curve where most of the albums I review today are over there in terms of quality. Bit of insider baseball, I do give these albums numerical scores as I review them to roughly order my thoughts. But guess what? Most of these albums share the exact same score with 60% of the others. It's not as useful as you'd think. An album ranking at the very bottom is not as severe as it looks unless the number is all you look at, which is why I don't put those scores in my music reviews. My words need to carry my thoughts, and they'll do that a lot better than a meaningless grade out of 10. Which is why it's with some trepidation that I have to admit to you all that the bottom 2 albums on this list are the only Elvis Costello albums that I think outright suck. Kojak Variety is way worse than it really should be. But its issues are more subtle than you'd think. The problem is not with Elvis. He's actually in great voice throughout the album. If you can say anything firmly positive about the Warner Brothers years, it's that it was arguably his most consistently strong work as a singer. He has a weird singing voice, amalgamated from the greats of soul, jazz, rhythm and blues, country and folk, filtered through a nerdy and snotty Irish Englishman. But during this decade, he had perhaps his best clarity of voice and technical ability, which is impressive because he had laryngitis early in the sessions, but this only really affected his Little Richard cover. Otherwise, he had a hell of a bounce back. And this was the 3rd time this happened since 1980. I tend to also think of the Warner Brothers years as the Kevin Killen years, because almost every album has him involved as co-producer or engineer, though he was involved in a few outside of this period too. Killen, in the right context, does a great job of bringing out an album's clarity, and he'll be all over the middle third of this list. But that clarity is Kojak Variety's fatal flaw, and what makes these performances sink without a trace. It has an anemic, toothless karaoke bar production. There's no muscle, bite, atmosphere, or grandness where there should be. The instrument tones are too clean and pristine. Their character and edge sound shaved off, even when the rock and roll energy and Elvis's roaring vocals call for some dirt. Their version of Little Richard's Bama Lama Bamaloo is borderline embarrassing.
Bama Lama, Bamaloo, Bama Lama, Bamaloo.
It's not the most dignified song to begin with, just a clone of Tutti Frutti that's somehow even dumber. Imagine that, but without grit. You know? Almost. There is so little bass on this album, and it needs more body than it has. Elvis sings every track with all of the gusto and spit he can muster, but the instrumentation sonically fails to match him. Or the band only seem to play the song like a practice vamp. Almost every track sounds wrong somehow. There's only one other Costello album that sounds this much like nobody was on the same page, and it's next on the list. Often it sounds like nobody's even playing the same song. I know Mark Ribot is celebrated for his jagged, avant-garde approach. He's a major building block of Tom Waits' sound, but it's like he's allergic to playing on key here. And again, these might not necessarily be problems if the production wasn't so sterile. You defanged Mark Ribot. Of course it sounds like shit. It's a shame Elvis was estranged from the Attractions during most of the recording, according to him due to legal issues and revived bad blood between them, because this album is crying out for Steve Naive and Bruce Thomas. The old session veterans just do not gel with him and enhance him like the Attractions did. And as we talk about the albums the Rude 5 worked on, we'll hear that it's a problem unique to Kojak Variety. Usually they're way more into it, but here, they sound like the hired session musicians that they are. Pete Thomas did stick around as one of Elvis's drummers during this period, and the mix at least respects him. He's right up front, and frankly, he's drowning out a lot of the other instruments. All that said, there are 4 covers here that I think work. Bob Dylan's I Threw It All Away and Cilla Black's I've Been Wrong Before are the 2 points where the production and performances actually line up to give the song some justice. The latter as good as Elvis's best work at the time.
The night we met, a night that I won't forget.
Also, Elvis, who is constantly compared to Bob Dylan, has never vocally sounded so much like him. Or Tom Petty, actually.
No matter what you think about it, just won't be able to do without it.
The opener, Screamin' Jay Hawkins' Strange, does fall victim to the flat production, and Elvis doesn't have an ounce of the manic energy of Hawkins. But it's the one time where the Rude Five's energy actually matches his, and they're clearly having fun. The very first thing that happens on the album is Elvis flubbing the opening because he starts laughing.
How many...
And fourth, the closer, The Kinks' Days, which is so psychedelically produced and arranged that it sounds like it's from a different album, in a good way.
Thank you for the days.
That's 4 songs out of 15. Thus, bottom of the list. It's worth mentioning the Rhino Records reissue, which includes a whole second album's worth of outtakes and compilation appearances, many of which are country and are very stripped down compared to the main album. But they have all the same issues as the album. These renditions should be good, especially the livelier tracks like Hoagie Carmichael's My Resistance Is Low, and definitely Graham Parsons' Still Feeling Blue, and Dave Bartholomew's That's How You Got Killed Before. Elvis will prove later in the list just how good he is at covering these 2 artists. But again, there's no body or presence to any instrument that isn't Elvis's voice or the drums. Everything is hidden behind them. They cover T-Bone Burnett here, who produced 2 of the albums before this, and frankly, if they wanted to strip it down, they should have brought him back. This album is begging for a producer that isn't Costello or Killen because their skills just don't translate. The exceptions are the Everly Brothers' Sleepless Nights and the Beatles' You've Gotta Hide Your Love Away, where finally the instruments are as present and audible as the vocals, and go figure, it makes the songs work. I also enjoyed his version of the Irish execution ballad, The Night Before Larry Was Stretched, which Elvis recorded for a compilation of Irish music, and the orchestrated rendition of But Not For Me by the Gershwins, which is a lovely sonic peek ahead to his work with Burt Bacharach. Again, only 4 songs I really liked. But out of 20 this time. Kojak Variety just refuses to be remembered. I don't hate it by any means, but aside from those few bright spots, I don't seek it out by choice. I'm gonna spend so much time gushing over the music higher up this list, so even if this isn't the worst album in the world, it sticks out in Costello's discography for how shockingly unimpressive it is. I'd go so far as to call it skippable. Now, for every album on the list, there's a very loose trifecta of elements that go into my opinions on it, and thereby its ranking on the list. The grand majority of albums have all 3 of these elements working well and synergizing with each other, but when one or more element doesn't work, it's probably on this back quarter of the list. 1, Elvis himself, both his performance and the material he's working with, be it his own songs or collaborations or covers. 2, his backing musicians, whether they're the Attractions, the Imposters, another backing band or collaborators, or session musicians. This is the element that I think is by far the most consistent. Rarely does he work with a musician who doesn't know what they're doing or is holding a song back. And if that does seem to happen, like we just talked about, the more likely culprit is number 3, the production. How the album sounds, whether the recording techniques or studio trickery service the music or not, or at worst, actively distract from it. Thing is, when the production is off on an album, it can be hard to tell if that was a decision by the producer or Elvis himself, as he often co-produces starting in the Warner Brothers period and takes as much creative control as he can. For the first album on the list, if it wasn't obvious, this entire trifecta failed. Same for the second. Number 32, Goodbye Cruel World. This album is known as the worst album by Elvis and the Attractions. And sometimes it's fun to talk about something that's exactly as bad as its reputation. I put the bra back on, deal with it. For the album prior to this, 1983's Punch the Clock, Elvis enlisted producers Clive Langer and Alan Winstanley, probably best known at the time for their flood of UK hits with Madness, to help him and the Attractions craft one of their own. Their records sold less and less since their commercial peak at the turn of the decade. While the results were sonically time-stamped to the pop, R&B, and soul of 1983 England, the move worked. It sold well, and it produced at least 2 of Elvis's best-known songs. We'll talk about it a little later. It didn't come without casualties. The already shaky working relationship of Elvis and the Attractions officially began its tailspin, as they were significantly sidelined compared to previous albums, especially virtuoso Steve Naive, who was pivotal to the construction of 1982's Imperial Bedroom. Elvis went on a solo acoustic tour across America, no Attractions for the first time since he formed them, where he met and befriended T-Bone Burnett, setting the stage for 1986's King of America. We won't talk about either of those until much later. Come 1984, the band all hated each other, especially Elvis and Bruce Thomas. Steve had a breakdown, shaved his head, and briefly went by Maurice Worm. Costello was separated from his first wife, Mary, for almost his entire recording career, and this was around the point where the marriage was officially unsalvageable. He was drinking heavily, and when the time came to record the next album, the material he brought in was very sad, bitter, tangibly self-loathing. After the bright, pop-ready Punch the Clock, it was a big swerve. But there's nothing to say that darkness couldn't work. Except two people very much did. Returning producers, Langer and Winstanley. They wanted to continue that bright, poppy sound, and they recalled balking at these new songs and fighting with Elvis about the direction and sound of the album. The producers seemingly got their way a lot more than he did, as the result is even more sonically time-stamped to the 80s. But unlike Punch the Clock, the band and the producers are no longer in sync and instead crash into each other. Now, if you pay attention to the songs, everything good about Elvis's work is in Goodbye Cruel World. He is noted as one of the very best songwriters of the last several decades, and his talents as a lyricist and crafter of melodies are present and noticeable. He even delivers a strong vocal performance throughout, though you can tell his early penchant for puns and wordplay is starting to strain.
It's tearing me up, it's tearing me down.
The Only Flame in Town opens the album with the classic love as fire metaphor, taken to its extreme. In much the same way as his previous hit, Every Day I Write the Book, used writing as its metaphor. It's songwriting 101, and it works. But for most of the album, the darkness is front and center. He delves into his failed marriage, his shame in himself and in romance, families being torn apart, and even leaning apocalyptic in his satire. More than any of his albums up to this point, it's seeped in a resigned bitterness. I mean, he titled it Goodbye Cruel World. It was meant sarcastically, but was it really? And again, there's no reason that can't work, especially from such a skilled songwriter. But it sounds like plastic ass. Synths and keyboards, drum machines, horns, and especially intrusive 80s saxophone solos. Every song is absolutely buried in dated production. Punch the Clock is dated too, but it manages to strike a balance with its band, the horns, and the backing singers. There's an economy of sound to that album. They didn't overdo it. This is them overdoing it. I would say half of the added instruments in every song, and especially the keyboards, do not need to be there. They don't contribute to the material or enhance it, only distract from it. Some of Imperial Bedroom's detractors at the time said the same thing about its production, but these two albums are worlds apart. In all of the Baroque, psychedelic pop excess that went into Imperial Bedroom, there was not a single wasted instrument or note, and they played so many notes. Everything in that album needs and deserves to be there. In comparison, Goodbye Cruel World got a kind response from contemporary critics, about on the level of Punch the Clock, but it's so clear in hindsight the creative failing happening here. There's a quote that I think covers it. Perfection is achieved not when there is nothing more to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. I wouldn't take anything out of Imperial Bedroom. I 100% would for this. There are two other albums that this reminds me of, released at around the same time, Pulling Rabbits Out of a Hat by Sparks, and Brighter Than a Thousand Suns by Killing Joke. Both of these bands were continuing their very of-the-time 80s synth-driven sound, but where their previous albums mostly worked and also managed an economy of sound, these albums were drowning in distracting synths and washed-out production, which harmed what was otherwise good material. Now, Sparks had actually self-produced their last album, In Outer Space, but Killing Joke had the same producer for A Thousand Suns as the last album, Nighttime, Chris Kimsey, which is the same situation as Goodbye Cruel World with Langer and Winstanley. Killing Joke Coke's record label requested that the album be remixed by an outside producer to make it more commercial, which is why it ended up so overproduced. But when the album was reissued in 2008, Chris Kimsey's original mixes were reinstated. The synths, the reverb, the 80s production, it's all still there, but they synergize with the material. That is what makes the problems with Goodbye Cruel World so clear. Keyboards, drum machines, saxophones, duetting with Daryl Hall, none of these things are necessarily bad. The problem is that the album was mixed so that all of this studio trickery distracts from the songs. Langer and Winstanley actively try to cover up Costello's drunken, divorcee ramblings in a desperate attempt to make this album marketable. Every keyboard that isn't the piano sounds like its tone was chosen to be distracting. Everything is too trebly, like in Pulling Rabbits. It's not just an organ, it needs to be a tooting pipe organ.
They took old Danny Boy for a ride from the arms of his bride to bed.
It's not just a bass tremolo keeping time. It needs to be up front in the listener's ear like a throbbing headache.
Meanwhile, there's lights over the ocean burning brighter than the sun.
Compare this with later albums that Costello co-produced, and it's so clear that he would have never chosen half of the sounds here if he'd had more control and been in the right headspace. Sadly, even he admitted in 2015 that he was in two minds making this album, trying to be an artist and trying to maintain the band's chart presence. Within 2 years, he gave up on the latter, and his output is all the better for it. The expanded reissue by Rhino Records includes several solo demos, early prototypes, and live versions, and these make it even clearer how we're hearing the worst versions of these songs. Stripped down to just Elvis and a guitar or piano, the actual content of the lyrics can be absorbed. Also, it's really obvious that The Comedians was never meant to be in 5/4. It has so much more impact in its original bolero style.
The social circle had these cardiac complaints. Their hearts are empty and their hands are full. All these newfound fond acquaintances turn out to be the red rag to my bull.
I would add that almost everything he released in this album cycle outside of the album is better than what's on the album. Turning the Town Red from the Scully TV series is as good as anything on Punch the Clock, and was also produced by Langer and Winstanley. There's some great covers of Sam Cooke's Get Yourself Another Fool, Richard and Linda Thompson's Withered and Died. He and his old friend and former producer Nick Lowe do a gorgeous duet cover of Baby It's You by Burt Bacharach and Hal David. Between these and I Want to Be Loved on the album, it's not a great sign when the best music put out by one of rock's greatest songwriters is mostly covers. By the way, don't worry about The Comedians. Elvis rewrote it a few years later and had it completely rescued by no less a talent than Roy fucking Orbison. All of that said, is there anything on this album that I like entirely as is? Yes, the singles, The Only Flame in Town and I Want to Be Loved, while still nauseatingly overproduced, I think succeed at rising above it to the level of charming 80s artifacts like Wang Chung's Everybody Have Fun Tonight or Starship's Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now. Home Truth, Room Without a Number, and Joe Porterhouse are almost good enough to escape the production, but still end up smothered. But more than all of those, I love the Deportees Club. One song that's not included on the expanded reissue, because it was actually recorded during the Imperial Bedroom sessions, is Little Goody Two Shoes. It's this ridiculous, over-the-top, Jerry Lee Lewis type rock and roller that I absolutely love. It is ridiculous. That song has an alternate, slower, slinkier, seductive jazz version that is not remotely as compelling, but Elvis rewrote that into this album's Inch by Inch. It, too, has never left an impact on me. It's a total downgrade. But the Deportees Club makes up for it. It is such a refreshing, goofy, screaming rager of a rocker, and I wouldn't change a thing about it. Elvis didn't agree with me, and he later stripped the song down and reworked it into Deportee during the King of America period, and it's so plodding and sickly. It sounds like one of those overdramatic slow covers that comically misses the point. It doesn't translate like he thinks it does. I'll always love the original. No irony, it's beautiful. The reason Elvis's famously worst album just misses the bottom of my list is because when I listen to it, I can dig out the good songs in there, in almost every track. They're struggling for air, but they're in there. Whereas when I listen to Kojak Variety, I know it came out how he wanted, and it's still crap. Thankfully, those are the only 2 albums on this list that I would call bad. Everything else after this point is not. But that doesn't mean they won't have significant flaws. On that note, back to the Warner Brothers years. I want to quickly discuss something that will come up again because it's inextricably linked to Elvis's music and career. Anger. From his first album and for much of his career, he was pegged as an angry songwriter. His music seemed to come from a jaded and frustrated young man's point of view, and he sang it like it. Elvis insists that a lot of that perception was due to his vocal style and his standoffish persona he put on for interviews. It's believed that this persona was encouraged and even a kind of punk rock marketing ploy by his then manager, Jake Riviera, a very standoffish person himself. At least one person who knew them in the 80s said that Elvis himself was actually quite nice. Quoting Joe Marshall at the time, "That piss on you attitude is all Jake." Though his old Flip City bandmate said that he could be rude to an inattentive audience all the way back in the mid-70s. In his memoir, Elvis says it only came from being shy and frequently drunk, and he laid off the bullshit after he faced real consequences for it. To his credit, Elvis takes full responsibility for his actions and never blames anyone else for them. Get ready for that iceberg.
I'll be in an interview now with a sort of like French journalist or something, and he's read Wikipedia, so he kind of goes, "So you are all about you are all about revenge and guilt." I go, "This is something I said for effect when I was 22. Are you seriously quoting that to me?"
If you pay attention to his records from day one, there are plenty more emotions and viewpoints on display, but I'd say there's still a strong sense that they come from the same place as a modern, angry, young, nerdy, cis-hetero boy, sneering and above it all. Elvis at least seems to know that he's playing the bad guy. He's a storyteller playing a character, and it's a reflection of how he saw the world and people around him. It's not until around the mid-90s, when he had effectively evolved into his destined final form of musical renaissance man, that his music didn't sound so angry anymore. From then on, even the darkest and meanest of his songs could feel like they were about characters and stories, not personal targets. However, he admits that one of his albums was very angry. And it doesn't feel like it. If anything, it should have been angrier than it was, and better targeted. Number 31, Mighty Like a Rose. I don't have the CD or vinyl for this one. Recorded in 1990, Elvis says the album was inspired by the Gulf War, or at least his anger when recording it was fueled by the war. Knowing this makes the album worse. Mighty Like a Rose is in many ways the more focused sequel to 1989's Spike, which was Elvis indulging in every idea he had with every session musician he wanted. Most of this album was recorded with a condensed band formed from those musicians, including Mark Ribot, Jim Keltner, Larry Knechtel. It's the Rude Five from Kojak Variety. And if that album taught me anything, it's that this one is not going to live on the strength of these musicians, seasoned vets that they are, but on their cohesion with Costello and the production around them. Thankfully, these are not quite the problems they are in Kojak. At least not the former. Where Spike was co-produced by T-Bone Burnett, Mitchell Froom takes his seat here. Mitchell played on both King of America and Spike, and he's a longtime producer and session musician himself. In fact, he's the original producer and session keyboardist for Crowded House, and eventually their official keyboardist, so he's legit. I also think he never quite got Elvis as a producer. We'll talk plenty about the many producers in Elvis's catalog, and for both of Froom's turns in the seat, there was always something off about the way those albums sound. We'll come back to that. This album does start off with one of its best tracks, though. The Other Side of Summer is a darkly ironic send-up of the Beach Boys, drawing on capitalism's decay of the environment, artistry, and celebrity. There's one couplet at the end of the final verse that aged like fine wine for us millennials.
Now you can't afford to fake all the tricks your parents used to take, because you made mistakes, you better be wide awake.
I think he meant the environment, but it also fits with the baby boomers being the last generation to have a better life than their parents. Though the song's production is so slick and sterile that it doesn't sound like the 60s or 70s Beach Boys that Elvis aimed for, but more like he's still stuck in the 80s. They employed a wall of sound approach to the mix. There's apparently 2 bass tracks and 14 keyboard tracks on this, but it doesn't sound as alive as they probably wanted. This is going to be a recurring issue with Froome's production. There's also a distinct air of sarcasm poisoning, which we'll get to in a bit, but otherwise it's a solid opener. Hurry Down Doomsday, The Bugs Are Taking Over, is built around cool and chaotic drum loops. Drummer Jim Keltner is credited as co-writer for assembling them. The rest of the song is actually pretty spare, especially compared to the first track. It's otherwise limited to Elvis's hollering over chugging and chiming clean guitars, plus a ripping and erratic guitar solo from TCB veteran James Burton. The lyrics are less specific with its attacks, more picking out a few individuals out of a whole world gone mad, one of whom we'll talk about later, and the general state of culture and entertainment and saying, fuck it, it's over, bring on the locusts. Most of what he picked doesn't match the severity of that idea. The first verse is about a trashy book author. The second's about a wife who's an obsessed fan of a dead country singer. The third is the closest, with one of the album's sharpest bites.
Any day now, a giant insect mutation will swoop down and devour the white man's burden, starting out with all of the sensitive ones.
Elvis describes the song in the reissue liner notes as written for the days when the mortal sins of the advertising world and the venal sins of the trash culture become unbearable. When the news fixates morbidly on the sentimental appeals of the parents of a missing child, only for it to be revealed that they are the ones who committed the crime. I think the actual song needed more of that, Elvis. That sense of misplaced priorities doesn't end here. The next track, How to Be Dumb, is perhaps Elvis's most direct, most outwardly hateful and spiteful attack on a person. He at least went after Margaret Thatcher in the context of empathy for the Tories' victims. This is just vomit and venom. If there's one unquestionably angry song on the record, it's this one. Ain't about the fucking Gulf War, though. Put a pin in that, not talking about it yet. Musically, it's the first sign of real cracks in the foundation, though. The production and structure are sloppy. The instruments don't blend. The wrong ones stick out of the mix, like Larry Knechtel's overly trebly piano, or the saxophone just dropped on top of the chorus. It's a fun song if you're in the right headspace and don't think about it at all. And he does get in a good shot or two.
You could have walked out anytime you wanted, but face it, you didn't have the courage.
But so soon after that solid introduction, it already feels like we've lost the plot.
Don't you know how to be done? Like a pruned and thrown up oven out in one of those reverse earthquakes.
What the fuck are you talking about? All Grown Up doesn't fix that perception. It's a better song structurally and sonically, beautifully orchestrated, predicting Elvis's work with the Brodsky Quartet or Burt Bacharach, though his voice doesn't sound up to the task just yet. It's reedy and nasally, and Elvis admits that he intentionally sang every song in this period with a violent and guttural attack, whether it served the song or not. But the main issue is the subject. Elvis wrote it about, quote, a practitioner of a jaded posture that I believed I had left behind in the late 80s. And that coupled with a good half of the lyrics, it sounds like it's about the same guy as the last song.
If all of this life has been such a big disappointment to you, why don't you stop blaming some guy and go give the next one a try?
But I don't think it is per se. The character in the song is a girl, but it is at least oddly judgy of young people in a peculiar and unflattering way.
But look at yourself, you'll see you're still so young. You haven't heard the weariness that sounds so jaded on your tongue.
We'll come back to this later too. It ties into my broader problem with the album, but if the last couple tracks were signs that his priorities were askew, this is a sign that he completely lost touch with the real world. And he actually might have. Elvis acknowledges in the reissue liner notes that he drank a lot at the time, and that affected his behavior. Not his appearance, apparently. He grew out his hair and beard during the winter and just stayed scraggly because it pissed people off. I think he would have done that if he wasn't drinking. Thing is, he was on various substances for most of the 80s into the early 90s. But aside from Goodbye Cruel World, he managed to not let it harm his music. If this album and its many questionable decisions so far are any indication, That was because he had the attractions and/or producer Nick Lowe to keep him steady. Without any of them, with only Guns for Hire backing him up, and with Elvis having more creative control since he signed with Warner Brothers, we're left with him unfiltered at a low point in his life. Wait for it. We at least get back on track with the next 3 songs, a mini-suite about the aftermath of the fall of the Berlin Wall. Elvis does clarify in the reissue that he already wrote the album when the Gulf War broke out, so though it fueled his anger, none of the songs were directly about it. This does not help it, to be clear. But the Berlin Wall and the Cold War do give the album connective tissue to the Gulf War. The war is directly connected to American and Soviet occupation of the Middle East, and once allies becoming convenient scapegoats. Republicans love that story. Invasion Hit Parade follows a revolutionary as he sees his newly liberated country, Elvis puts quotes around liberated in the liner notes, swamped with capitalism's trash culture.
Been mopping up all the stubborn ones who just refuse to be saved.
It notably features Elvis's father, Ross McManus, on the tasteful and dignified trumpet line. I like this song, though again, the production seems to sap some of the energy out of the chorus. It sounds hollow to me. It points forward to the issues with Kojak varieties. Some of the body is missing from the mix. I think Elvis made a way better version of this song many years later. Harpy's Bazaar follows a young, average woman uncorrupted by riches, as a wealthy playboy falls for her for that exact reason. The music is stately and elegant, with Larry Knechtel on harpsichord, Mitchell Froom on organ, and a woodwind section, giving the song a palatial setting that recalls 1982's Imperial Bedroom. It's nowhere as well produced, though. Again, there's a sterility to this album's sound that holds it back, even its good songs.
You're so hard to tell the truth to, so easy to corrupt.
But the third track in this suite is a huge bright spot. After the Fall is a stark, haunting acoustic folk tune where the production pulls back and just lets the resonance of the instruments carry its atmosphere. It's some of Mark Ribot's best work on a Costello record, his Spanish guitar fluttering alongside Elvis's hushed, almost villainous vocals. The song is a direct sequel to Harpy's Bazaar, where the unassuming young woman is now the wealthy, worldly man's dominatrix. But however consensual it may be, it doesn't sound safe nor sane, as both were long hollowed out by their experiences.
She seems brittle and small, it don't sound like her at all. Since she came back to him after the fall.
After that, the rest is just an okay pop album. Yeah, we're done with, relevant commentary or worldly observations. Judging from the liner notes, Elvis divided the album like that intentionally. This was the last he imagined as a two-sided vinyl, so each side is distinct from each other. And because of that, frankly, the album picks up a bit. Georgie and Her Rival is a cheerful track about, quote, long-distance seduction, disguise, and deception, where the titular 2 characters have an oddly spiteful long-distance relationship, and Georgie's worst behaviors and habits come out over the phone to him and even her own mother. Elvis properly flexes his melodic skills here. It's some of the best hooks on the album. It doesn't fix the record's sonic issues, but it manages to work with them.
Well, heaven knows what fills the heart and makes you feel so alive. It's impossible to tell apart Georgie and Rival.
The next track and the album's second single is the first of 2 here, co-written with Paul McCartney in the late 80s. I'll go into more detail on their short songwriting collaboration when we get to Spike, because it was right before that album. But it produced a handful of tracks that each of the guys picked at over the next decade. So Like Candy doesn't hide Paul's influence. It opens with a direct homage to the opening chord of A Hard Day's Night.
Here lies the powder and perfume.
Before Elvis sings a very McCartney vocal melody. It's a quietly heartbreaking track with its somber, shuffling music. The narrator fondly details all of the parts of his and his lover's bedroom that remind him of her unique characteristics, including a photo of them together. Then he and the song explode in grief. She left him without even saying goodbye, only leaving a cruel little note on a scratched record. It's one of the album's better songs, though Elvis's self-admitted over-singing does undermine some of its emotional weight.
I remember the day that picture was taken. We were so happy, but that's all I can
I get the feeling his drinking also affected his singing. He's always had a bit of a snotty slur to his voice, but it feels distinctly lubricated this time around. I guess it works here if you think of his singing as ugly crying. Sure, I'll allow it this time. We have a brief interlude, Couldn't Call It Unexpected #2, with the Dirty Dozen Brass Band, lending the album a quick shot of New Orleans marching band flair. Couldn't Call It Unexpected was a series of pieces Elvis wrote around this time, some of which were part of his score for the series GBH. Here, #2 just serves as the playful intro to the next track, which fades in from underneath. That one tries to be playful, but, to be fair and clear, this is kind of an intentional goof. It's the second track co-written with McCartney, and you can tell from the original demo that they planned it as one of Paul's early rock and roll send-ups, which are already a little silly. Graham Thompson went further and suspected that they didn't write it for longer than a lunch break, but Elvis decided he didn't want it to be a cliche, so when he recorded it for this album, he amped it up by putting on a voice like 50s novelty records. He thinks it keeps this section of ballads from dragging, and yeah, it's not boring. But he also acknowledges that you know how to skip it if you don't like it. The fact he hasn't played it live since '91 kind of gives the game away, though. I think even he knows this is just annoying. Okay, I do like the chorus, because Elvis drops the obnoxious voice and just hollers in his own, and it kind of rocks.
She's gonna make you suffer tonight. And when you're worthy of a dance tonight.
When he starts shrieking as the song goes on, he does undermine it. The song is trying to be goofy, but it's somehow still only funny on accident. Like he really thought he was doing something here and not just making an ass of himself. I only listen to this song to be astonished by it because I sure don't enjoy it. Luckily, the album has a pretty strong final 3 tracks. Sweet Pear is an achingly tender love ballad, inspired by Jimi Hendrix's ballads, believe it or not. Elvis doesn't play much standout guitar on the album, but he plugs in and plays a humble riff in one of his few solos. And the Dirty Dozen Brass Band help him take the chorus right into the stratosphere.
And bless whatever's in the sky above for bringing it to me.
Elvis does stretch the limits of his vocal range, and it doesn't quite work. He got much better at singing in a high register shortly after, though, and by the end of the 90s, he could belt to the rafters in his sleep. The penultimate track is hands down the most striking on the album, in a good way. Written solely by his wife, Cotto Reardon, it's a dark, soul-bearing plead for love over a soundscape of drones like hanging over a yawning abyss. Lyrically, it's a simple premise. No matter the sadness, struggles, and pain that life throws out, she can weather them and put a happy spin on them. Except for one.
But if you leave me, then I am broken.
It's up there with After the Fall and Approach, and how they're almost the antithesis to the rest of the album, which can border on desperate when it's not excessive. These two are so restrained, yet soul-shattering. And the album closes with another of its best tracks, though we're back to oddball experimentation. The fourth Couldn't Call It Unexpected. It's like a village folk parade based around several thin and small keyboards. It's a clattering racket at first, but the strong melodies bring everything together. It ends a cynical and pessimistic album on its one ray of hope in a world with an uncertain future and lives with uncertain ends.
So toll the bell, oh, rock the cradle. Please don't let me live anything I cannot explain.
Mighty Like a Rose is a messy, maybe misguided pop record with some dated, sterile production. But there's plenty of good songs here, 2 to 4 of them among his best. Despite its low points, it's hardly as bad as his worst albums. And yet, there's some X factor that makes this album so much less than the sum of its parts. In some ways, it's a little more focused than its predecessor, which flopped wildly between slick pop rock, jazz, and folk. Mighty Like a Rose feels on the surface like it should be even better. And yet, I'll have plenty to say about Spike when we get to it, because it's a weird album for Costello, but you can't say it doesn't have personality. It covers a lot of ground in its runtime, for better or worse, but there's an enthusiasm, liveliness, and sincerity that's palpable. I think he had a blast making the record he wanted to make without limits. Mighty Like a Rose doesn't feel enthusiastic or lively, however much he tried, and it's definitely not sincere. He claims the album is angry, and that anger was fueled by the Gulf War, and how real death suddenly became this morbid primetime event on television, but it stops feeling angry past the first few songs, and just sounds like a Costello pop record that's smugly self-satisfied. His strengths as a pop tunesmith don't elevate these songs to the level of any of his previous good pop records, not even the blandest songs on those, and certainly not to his ostensibly angriest songs up until now. To be honest, the only thing that really seems to rile him up is something else entirely. The first verse and chorus of Hurry Down Doomsday refer to a trashy book author, and the entirety of How to Be Dumb is a hate-fueled takedown, or as Elvis puts it in the reissue liner notes, an instruction pamphlet for the innocent, the indiscreet, the snide, and the deluded who confuse freedom of speech with necessity and license. He is preciously coy about whether these songs have any specific targets, but it's widely believed that at least one of them is a particular book, The Big Wheel by Bruce Thomas, the bassist of The Attractions. Elvis butted heads with Bruce the most, and following their breakup, he's the one attraction Elvis will never work with again. There's a reason The Imposters are just The Attractions with a different bassist. The Big Wheel was a novel inspired by Bruce's time touring with the band in the 70s and 80s, but with all the participants only named through synecdoche. Who was obvious anyway, and it was not flattering. Hurry Down Doomsday and How to Be Dumb are the only songs that sound and read really angry. They're the only times where Elvis clearly bites back against something. On the album, all his anger only really comes out over a petty beef. His usual famous talent for wit, lyricism, and wordplay, and even his bitterest, meanest songs, is reduced to sophomoric insults. I've joked a lot about Playboy to a Man, but no, How to Be Dumb is the worst song he ever wrote. It's like if instead of writing Pump It Up, he wrote Boom Boom Pow. That's the drop in wit that we're looking at here.
I'm sold 3008, you sold 2000 and late.
And this is a context where that anger could have and should have served a more meaningful purpose. On just the last album, he had a song directly opposing the death penalty, centered around a very specific real-life British case. A song about a flicker of humanity during the Troubles, and a song where he tells Margaret Thatcher that he hopes he lives long enough to see her die. There is nothing here with the intensity and genuine righteous anger of Tramp the Dirt Down. Instead, this is the shit he cares about only 2 years later. If the rest of the album wasn't mostly solid, that would have put it at the bottom of the list. Combine this with how smug he sings the whole first half of the album in these songs of the fakeness of celebrity, oncoming apocalypse, cynicism, and bitter score settling, and then top it off with the desperate flailing of Playboy to a Man, and there's just some fuckboy energy coming off this album. I don't get that from anything else he's released, not even his early records where he's playing a fuckboy. And if you want to make the case that it is independent of Bruce, I would direct you to every time the book comes up in his liner notes or memoir or contemporary interviews that directly address the song, and he tries to be inconspicuous with it, but you know you're reading some jealous bitch horseshit. And sure, there is a stronger case that Bruce's book was hurtful and like a stab in the back after years of working together, and that whether he was drinking at the time or not, Elvis had every right to be angry and to bite back. But I remind you, the Gulf War and the last album, they're both children, go sit in the corner. Elvis's Pulse interview with Michael Azerrad that year is something else. Azerrad puffs him and the album up and is 100% on his side about Bruce. They both shit on Bruce's writing abilities, but Elvis is such a little bitch. He's 37 and calls himself an old man and acts like he's figured it all out, and bro, I actually relate a lot to that. I'm in my 30s now, but I felt so old, jaded, and miserable when I was in my teens and 20s because I was dysphoric and depressed. that I felt like I was in my 50s. But now I feel way younger than I am, thanks to getting out of the closet and getting on the right hormones. Elvis seemed much more level-headed and relaxed a few years later in another Pulse interview, right after inadvertently reuniting with the Attractions. That album has a song partially inspired by alcoholism, so I expect that was around when he worked through the habit. I imagine a happier, less drunk Elvis would have probably focused his anger better than on Mighty Like a Rose. Minorest of side notes, an album does not have to sound like a particular point in time, nor fresh beyond its release date. You can release an album so specifically sonically 1991, and it can still sound great decades later. You can also buck all current trends and do what you want, and your album might still hold up long after those trends are stale. But 1991 was such a watershed for music, alternative music especially, which Elvis roughly fits under. Also the year I was born, so I'm quite attached to it. Some of his last album is pretty dated to 1989 in its production, but that's more forgivable in the scope of popular music's evolution. The late 80s was the dry well before 91 broke the dam. It was also loaded with great songs, so it largely rises above it. We'll get to it. Mighty Like a Rose is not, and combine that with its outdated, sterile production and cluelessness about life outside of Elvis's bubble, that only makes it even more irrelevant. It's notable that Elvis was a constant fixture in the top albums of the year for multiple UK music publications, right up until 91, and then they ignored him for almost the entire 90s. One of the books that I'll refer to throughout this video is God's Comic by David Goldstone, named after a track on Spike and released just before this album. In fact, he originally wrote it just before Spike. Its first title was A Man Out of Time, after the Imperial Bedroom track, before he expanded it after Spike's release and renamed it, because that song's title was kind of his thesis on Elvis as a musician. He didn't follow trends, he followed his own whims and inspirations as he saw fit, whether they were old hat or not. He's a man out of time. Generally, I agree, and I kind of see that as the timeless appeal of his music. But while this album is hardly his worst, it's not even a bad album. It is the one where Elvis no longer feels like a man out of time, but a man out of touch. The first sign that happens, when the next generations can happily drop your ass, is when you forget what it's like to be young. Again, the Warner Brothers years are so much better than their reputation. Just not these albums. While we're on the subject of not bad but significantly flawed, Jimmy Fallon. Elvis was invited to be a musical guest on Late Night with Jimmy Fallon while promoting his interview show, Spectacle. Fallon somehow convinced alternative hip-hop heroes, The Roots, to be his in-house band. They still are to this day, so he must be doing something right. Roots drummer and bandleader Questlove is at minimum as big a Costello fan as I am, and on their first show performing together, the band convinced Elvis to do some different versions of 2 of his old songs. This proved to be just step 1 on the way to them doing a whole album together, taking samples and lyrics from Elvis's catalog and creating something new and fresh out of them. I just wish Elvis turned up for it as much as the Roots did. Number 30. Wise Up Ghost with The Roots. This album was pretty well received when it came out. I remember liking it at the time, if not anywhere as much as Elvis's last album, but after a full listen or two, I never went back to it, not until writing for this video a good decade later. And in all that time, I realized I didn't remember anything past the first 3 tracks. That's for a pretty obvious reason in hindsight. Wise Up Ghost, if anything, makes a great first impression. We open with Walk Us Uptown, a strutting hip-hop jam that bites back at power taken through violence and lies. They give away how relaxed the recording process really was right at the beginning, when you hear someone turn down the volume on an Apple computer. Questlove almost owns the whole beat with his tight, crisp drumming, but there's so much going on around him and Elvis, the sharp, rock-steady horns and keyboards, and nothing gets drowned out. Elvis brings the swagger, but his vocals are a little too loose and relaxed. He sounds like he needs to clear his throat, but the music around him makes up for it.
Down that flag and dishonor that vow, 'cause we must not change its color now.
Sugar Won't Work has such a smooth, infectious groove that's almost perfectly suited to Elvis's old-school, Sinatra-esque attitude to music. The Brent Fisher Orchestra takes it to an angelic next level in the choruses, and even Elvis's dissonant harmonies can't ruin it.
Me and my stupid heart, we will never apart. But now sugar won't work.
But my favorite song on the album is Refuse to Be Saved, that reworking of Invasion Hit Parade I mentioned earlier. Instead of slightly awkward art pop, it's an even punchier, effortlessly cool hip-hop banger. Elvis recites the lyrics with this amused sneer, while the band just blows it up behind him. The song's themes of liberation buried in asterisks ages like wine when put in the hands of people of color.
I can tell the time by the color of my skin, and I know my neighbor, cause he's the one, yes, he's the one who always turns me in.
It's a killer 1, 2, 3 opening salvo. The whole album was almost entirely written and co-produced by Questlove, Elvis, and Stephen Mandel. And if Wise Up Ghost has anything, it's focus and cohesion. And after this point, it loses me. The next track, Wake Me Up, is hands down the most successful song from this record, just in terms of streaming numbers. And it should work. Tight beats, snappy horns, a killer jagged guitar bridge. The problem is Elvis's vocals. He sings in a low, almost mumbling drawl that does not flatter these lyrics, most of which are recycled from Bedlam from The Delivery Man and the title track from The River in Reverse. 2 songs and albums I love. But where the previous 3 tracks could rise above his iffy vocals, his performance here sucks the life right out of it. Whatever swagger he tries to put into it does not land.
I got this scared, decorated ghost strapped to the steel trunk of a Mustang. We move it down a Cypress Grove, where traders hang and stars still spangle.
The band built the music for Tripwire on top of a sample from Satellite from Spike. And when you put wheezy, off-key old Elvis on top of a song where younger Elvis sang great, it's just a bad idea.
Tripwire, 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 tripwire.
And Elvis brings down Viceroy's Row and the title track near the end. The former tries to be a blissed-out R&B song about wealth and power under a dictatorship, but Elvis just isn't up for it.
Watching the pipeline as it overflows, sitting pretty here on Viceroy's Road.
And the title track doesn't have the most interesting lyrics, but the Roots elevate a sample of the orchestral intro from the North track, Can You Be True, a song nowhere as dramatic as its intro, and make it even more intense for a fantastic and impressive 6 minutes. But Elvis does this.
Rise up, when you gonna rise up? Rise up, ghost. Give some size up. Wise up, ghost.
His singing is a core issue of the album. It's some of his worst, most dull, off-key vocals, though his very worst performance has the opposite problem somehow. Get ready for that. I get what he's going for, something more understated and atmospheric, rather than upfront and in your face, but it just doesn't work with his voice and what he usually does well as a singer. He's sometimes accused of being a bad singer, but I feel how Grail Marcus feels, just a bit kinder. He's actually a great singer, cursed with an ugly voice. If you're willing to sit with him and get used to him, you'll catch on to his talents and charm as a vocalist. But this is the only album I can think of where he sings this flatly and off-key so much that it brings everything down around him. There's only one other album where his vocals are a serious issue, and he doesn't harm that one anywhere as much as he harms this. Many of the beats are at a slower tempo too, and when Elvis doesn't put his all into it for most of the album, the good slow tracks like She Might Be a Grenade still feel boring in that context. And it highlights how these lyrics were clearly not written for these beats. The risk of recycling lyrics like this is it invites comparison to the original songs, and it's rare that I prefer the rework. On one hand, Refuse to Be Saved works great because there's no self-seriousness to it. I like it more than Invasion Hit Parade. On the other hand, Wake Me Up and Stick Out Your Tongue, which reworks Pills and Soap from Punch the Clock, don't work for me because they're overly self-serious, coming across like bored, plodding rambles. They're way worse versions. The Roots' beats and instrumentation are consistently great. Elvis just doesn't match them. To be fair to him, there are probably reasons for his performance. His previous album didn't sell great, and his band The Sugarcanes broke up the day it released. The subsequent tour revisited his old spinning songbook show format, essentially exploring all corners of his output, and he figured he should just focus on being a performing musician, a touring song and dance man. That was still his attitude in his 2015 memoir, all the way to 2017. Significantly, in November 2011, his father Ross passed away, and Elvis was no longer motivated to release new albums now that his dad wasn't around to hear them. Considering the quality of the music he put out before and after this, I think Wise Up Ghost suffered from that context and would have been better recorded earlier or later. There are still highlights, though. Come the Meantimes kicks things back into gear halfway through the album. Lyrically, it's a bleak corruption of Jesus' resurrection, where salvation amounts to nothing when people lose their lives to drugs and alcohol. The song's urgency and insistence make up for a lot on Elvis's part.
I used to be baby, you used to be praying to me from the meantime.
I mentioned She Might Be a Grenade, a rework of the Delivery Man bonus track She's Pulling Out the Pin. In its own context, divorced from the sleepy tracks around it, it's a great example of this band's control of dynamics, starting with just Questlove's bare, simple drum beat and Elvis's Wurlitzer, and then more instruments swell and build behind them throughout the track.
She's tearing at the seams, she's going to extremes. Nobody told her it was a sin, so she's pulling out the pin.
Cinco Minutos con Vos is a direct response to Elvis's song Shipbuilding, which he wrote in protest of the Falklands War, but from an English perspective. This song flips it to an Argentinian perspective and the people they lost. The music is dark and ominous, like seeing a battleship approach from the shoreline. Elvis's vocals are still weak, wheezy, and off-key, but guest vocalist La Marisol makes up for him like he isn't even there. Gorgeous.
Mi padre sabía y me lo susurró. Vete a Montevideo y espérame ahí.
There is an interesting detail in the credits. The vocal engineer is a one Sebastian Chris, who's a very big producer and engineer in Latin pop, but most relevantly for our purposes, he's Costello's go-to producer starting 5 years later. He's co-produced pretty much everything he's done since. And not to spoil the second half of the list, but that's for a damn good reason. The album closer, If I Could Believe, a piano ballad written solely by Elvis, is once again not his strongest or cleverest set of lyrics, but for once, he manages to bring out his usual intense passion in his singing. It's his best vocal performance after the first 3 tracks, and the only other time when Elvis of Eld and Future actually shines through on the record.
If I could believe you were from heaven sent, then just losing you would be my punishment.
The deluxe edition's bonus tracks are much the same as the rest of the album, killer beats that Elvis doesn't quite match, but The Puppet Has Cut His Strings is a noteworthy exception. Questlove sent him a gloomy, piano-based instrumental, and off the cuff, sitting at his kitchen counter, he wrote and sang a song into his laptop about his father's final days. That haunting quality, the obvious lower quality mic, and Elvis's distant, airy vocals actually make this song work great. It feels like you're drifting in limbo between life and the afterlife. Elvis even intended to re-record his vocals, and Questlove told him, that's it. That's the take. It's not a jam like Refuse to Be Saved, but it is striking and unsettling.
Canopy set and trim, slowly closing. The puppet has cut his strings.
I want to like Wise Up Ghost a lot more than I do, but it's not the equal collaboration it was supposed to be. It's more a great band carrying Elvis, who was just out of gas at the time. The album cover identifies the album as number 1, implying that they could do a second record down the line. And I would like to hear something new from this collaboration, especially since Elvis did get his creative spark back in a big way. That guy in the Roots could make a front-to-back banger. Next, we rewind to just 2 albums before Wise Up Ghost. In the spring of 2008, while his newest album, Momofuku, awaited release, Elvis entered a Nashville studio with T-Bone Burnett and a handful of country and bluegrass heavyweights, soon to be named the Sugarcanes. In just 3 days, they recorded a stripped-down acoustic album heavily centered around bluegrass and country folk, which was released the next year to a mostly positive response. Mostly positive is much how I feel. Number 29, Secret, Profane, and Sugarcane. If this album does anything right, it's the sound and clarity of the instruments. T-Bone Burnett is a celebrated country producer with a few collaborations with Elvis that will rank much higher on the list. His production style is no frills, capture the instruments as they are, and the result is they sound as good as possible. Jerry Douglas's dobro sings in this setting. You feel like you're right in the middle of the studio hearing the band play around you. Because there are no drums, the album has a relaxed, cozy feel, even when they rock a little or get rowdy. It's like a bunch of musician friends hanging out and playing at a bar.
And several drunk musicians ran amok.
The album's peaks for me are its very beginning, middle, and end. It opens with Down Among the Wines and Spirits, built around the classic country setup of a broken-hearted man drowning his sorrows. There's a phrase I like to use to describe the previous album that also applies to this song: breezy effortlessness. Costello and the band hit a comfortable stroll, and he sings the fluttering poetics of the lyrics with this cool confidence. It's a great opener.
Bubbles escaping from him from the rim of a glass of grape. She sails through his memory just like a ship of shapeless.
The album closes on a cover of the 50s pop hit Changing Partners. Elvis says he knows it from Bing Crosby's version. I prefer Patti Page's. Though honestly, this cover here might beat them all. It's a simple but almost tragic love song about falling instantly for someone and having them slip away just as quickly. Feminist media analysts could probably have a field day with it. That setup could go so wrong so many ways, but I think the song gets away with it by so clearly being for hopeless romantics. The song works at all because it's focused on the shock of this sudden attraction. I read it as tragic because there's no closure. The singer's heart is stolen out of nowhere, and the song ends with them longing and devastated. And consequently, this is the secret weapon that Elvis brings to his version. The bluegrass take on the music is very pretty, and this is a super nerdy criticism, but I actually prefer the cover's key to the original. It feels like it makes the lyrics and melody more impactful, so all of that certainly helps. But this cover is so powerful to me because Elvis's voice is so audibly aged. It makes that lack of closure so much more tragic and heartbreaking because now you can imagine an older man singing about a fleeting crush that he never reconnected with and never got over. A lifetime of wondering what if over something so small and sudden. That's how disrupting that moment and that person were.
Now my arms feel so empty as I gaze around the floor, and I'll keep on changing partners till I hold you once more.
I'm not gonna lie, this version makes me cry. Feels like an album that received such a compliment from me should be a lot higher on the list, doesn't it? Well, let's get to that middle track. The very middle of the album is I Dreamed of My Old Lover. Like Changing Partners, this song is so emotionally powerful to me because of that hopeless longing for something long gone. The narrator dreaming of her old lover is a married woman, and she does not tell her husband or anyone else. She enjoys the dream of her past love entirely in secret, and it's pretty clear to me that she latched onto it at all because it brought a spark to her life that she does not have in her current situation, and she wonders how things would be different if that old relationship never ended. Even more tragic somehow, I get the feeling she never thought about that lack of spark in her life until she had that dream. Like Changing Partners, that disquieting suddenness. Very hopeless romantic and very emotionally powerful.
I wonder how it feels, but then I rarely dream of anyone.
But this is where we hit my problems with the album. Despite my praise for T-Bone's production, there's one nagging issue that does more harm to the whole album than you'd expect. A big part of this band's setup is the vocal harmonies of Jim Lauderdale, who Elvis directly talked up in interviews and his memoir. So it's really frustrating that it consistently sounds off. The harmony vocal is panned far off center in the mix, away from Elvis's vocals, and because the mix is quite dry, it means their voices don't blend. The harmony never fully comes together, and their vocals end up clashing with each other instead, which does dull the impact of a song like this. This isn't a totally fair comparison because this example is very produced, But Elvis co-wrote a song with Amy Mann for her band Till Tuesday, The Other End of the Telescope. It will come up again later. He sings harmony vocals on it, and he's panned far off center from Amy as well. But the reverb in the mix allows their vocals to blend. Listen to just the vocals here.
At the other end, at the other end of the telescope.
Now compare that to some of this album's harmonies.
You're my all-time doll. I'm out of control. It's broken my mind. It's not all that you stole. She handed me a mirror that she had gazed upon. It's not very far from sulfur to sugar cane. I'm cutting up a pure white dress that I dyed red, that I dyed red.
Do you hear what I mean? Something's going wrong with the mix on these vocals. There's some mismatch with either the wide pan on Jim's vocals, the sound of everyone's voice, or just Elvis's inherently rough, unsteady singing style. They had 3 days. He probably wasn't very practiced. Either way, that does a surprising lot to hold back the momentum of the album, especially since Jim's such a core part of the structure of its music. Emmylou Harris, country legend Emmylou Harris, former guest vocalist on The Delivery Man who harmonized great with Elvis, Emmylou Harris, does not blend in her harmony vocals on The Crooked Line. Something's not working here.
How I hope I'll find you waiting at the very end of this crooked line.
But that's not the main reason the album is so low on the list. It's worth noting that much of the material here is new recordings of old songs, in multiple ways, like the Changing Partners cover. I Dreamed of My Old Lover was an outtake from The Delivery Man, his last country album. 4 of the songs come from his commissioned opera from the mid-2000s, The Secret Songs. It's where The Secret in the title comes from. Hidden Shame was one of 2 songs he wrote for Johnny Cash, and the only one of the 2 Johnny recorded. The other was Complicated Shadows, which Elvis previously recorded with The Attractions on All This Useless Beauty, and he redid it here with the Sugarcanes. I think the only time he re-recorded an album track for another album. Apparently this stripped-down country version was his original idea for it. So considering this is kind of a hodgepodge of material when you look at it on paper, one issue this album does not have is cohesion. These tracks all translate well to country folk, if they weren't written for it originally like the Johnny Cash songs. Red Cotton was written for the opera, but its theme of the horror of antebellum slavery resonates strongly in this setting, even boldly. The problem is how meandering and bland these songs get in the second half. The first half is the best. From between Wine and Spirits and Dreamed of My Old Lover, the 2 songs he wrote for Johnny Cash have good energy and outlaw bite to them.
They never got me for the thing I really did.
Though I prefer the earlier version of Complicated Shadows, it's much more dynamic and less obvious in a rock setting. You wouldn't have guessed it was written for Johnny. My All-Time Doll was the advanced track before release and was another good first impression. It's stomping and big in its heartbreak, and the accordion has a major presence, and we all know I like accordion.
My eyes were blinded by tears, but it's all my own fault. My lips taste the cruel words, my eyes sting with salt.
I Felt the Chill Before the Winter Came, co-written with the late great Loretta Lynn, is more in the vein of I Dreamed of My Old Lover. Sad and longing. It's beautifully somber. The album's at its best when it caters to heartbreak and hopeless romanticism.
Is there a difference in the way that he loves you? Is there still sadness in your eyes you can't deny?
But then we have She Handed Me a Mirror from the Secret Songs opera. This establishes the feel of much of the album past track 7 until Changing Partners. Plotting and drab. There aren't any hooks, especially not in the songs from the opera. Without the context of a narrative, they just read like long rambles. The emotions aim high, but are muted in the execution. Again, there are no drums, and the rhythm is driven entirely by Elvis's acoustic guitar and Dennis Crouch's double bass. And they play it so basic and identical through these songs that it gets very repetitive by the end. The Crooked Line has the benefit of accordion and fiddle leading the song to actually make it stand out. It's a refreshing diversion into Zydeco. But again, we have an Emmylou Harris cameo here that feels wasted. The main album is 50 minutes long, and its weakest material make it feel much longer. Sulphur to Sugarcane should be more fun than it is. It's a playful body trip through the cities of the South, like a group of musical lechers trawling for ass wherever they play. Elvis actually added lines to the song live depending on which city they played in, which is great for a crowd, but I think he just added all of them to the album version, and it makes for a redundant 6 minutes. There's also just something about the main melody that's really irritating. See if you can catch it.
The women in Poughkeepsie take their clothes off and they're tipsy, but in Albany, New York, they love the filthy way I talk.
Did you hear it? It's the same melody as this.
Don't tell my heart, my achy, breaking heart.
Yeah, this song is like hearing that line on repeat for 6 minutes. I hope you never unhear it. There are a few bonus tracks depending on which version you have, but they don't add anything to the album that isn't already there. Again, a musically redundant record. One of them is a very random cover of the Velvet Underground and Nico's Femme Fatale. It works better in this setting than you'd think because the original's music is so simple, but you can live without it. Same with Dirty Rotten Shame. It just blends in with the drab second half. The most interesting bonus track is What Lewis Did Last, Elvis's version of the Omi Wise murder ballad. He performed both songs with Kate and Anna McGarrigle in 2001, and before his song, he admits that it's basically fan fiction. He wanted to write a better ending to Naomi Weiss's murder than John Lewis gets away with it and only confesses on his deathbed. How I read this song is Elvis imagining Lewis about to be executed for military desertion. From what I could find, he was never military, he was a clerk, and despite once being infatuated with Naomi, killing her, and being haunted by his crime, he's long forgotten her face and voice. So his last act is to dig up Naomi's grave for a locket of her hair to take with him to death.
He broke through the glass for a lock of her hair. He dug up the grave, but the coffin was bare.
She escapes him in death, and he's left without personal closure for his crime, his true punishment. But because the song is mostly from his perspective, it ends up sounding more sympathetic to the murderer than to the victim. Despite Elvis's goal when writing it, it doesn't take Lewis to task. That's a consistent issue with Costello. Even when he tries to write about women supportively, or even from a woman's perspective, he can't get past his own male-dominated viewpoints. His women only exist in relation to men. Cis-hetero, to be clear. Despite that, I will say the song hits harder and is tighter than much of the second half of the main album, so it probably could have been swapped in and not harmed it. Secret, Profane, and Sugarcane is almost really good. All of its pieces are there, it works stylistically, and aside from the harmonies, it sounds great. It just goes on so much longer that its own momentum can actually carry it. I always reach a point when I listen through the whole thing of realizing, oh my god, it's still going. The very last album is only 3 minutes shorter and is a breeze to listen to. And the very next album is even longer. It's a full hour with 3 more tracks. And I never reached that point with it either. So it's fitting that the majority of this album's songs are old, because in hindsight, it's pretty obvious that Elvis saved his best material for the next one. Now, Costello's brushes with country go all the way back to his very first album, namely 2 of its outtakes. But by 1981, he was firmly considered part of the British new wave scene. And then right on the heels of the album Trust, which featured a bona fide country song on it, Costello and the Attractions flew to Nashville to record an entire album of authentic country covers. It stands out in his first run of records by not being beloved, but it is more appreciated and respected in hindsight. However, while I do like this album, I go back and forth on how much exactly, and I decided its flaws were significant enough that it had to rank fairly low. Number 28, Almost Blue. His country albums are not all at the bottom of the list. These are just flawed in ways later albums aren't. But let's start with the positives. For one, Almost Blue is a genuine artistic statement. The album wasn't strictly going to be country covers at first, just songs with a blue feel. True to that, the final track listing is primarily about 2 of country's biggest and best themes, which resonate strongly with Elvis's life at the time. Drinking and divorce. I mentioned his failed first marriage before, and this was about the final year or so where it remotely had a chance. And he was drinking. The track listing is mainly of songs 30 plus years old by that point, so there's the sense that Elvis picked songs that he didn't just enjoy, but connected with in some way personally. It's easy to hear him sing Loretta Lynn's Success and immediately think about how the breakdown of his marriage directly correlates to his career taking off and him indulging in some sex and drugs and rock and roll.
Success has made a failure of our home.
As early as his first album's outtakes, Stranger in the House, and all the way back to his Flip City days, it was clear Costello understood country, its use of a situational metaphor and wordplay, in a way that's almost tortured in its cheesiness, but is played achingly sincere. You can easily imagine George Jones's Brown to Blue, one of several Jones cuts covered here, as a blueprint for that.
They changed your name from Brown to Jones and mine from Brown to Blue.
Never mind that George recorded a version of Stranger in the House with Costello. It's a bonus track in the Rhino reissue. And it is so much worse, by the way. It does not work. It's up there with Michael Bublé's Santa Baby as comically no homo.
He gets the feeling that it should belong here.
But for this album, Elvis sings every song like he intimately understands its drunken heartbreak. Even he commented 2 years after its release, "I listen to that record now and think, God, I was never this depressed, was I?" He's always been an expressive vocalist, for better or worse, but this is a context where his strange but emotive singing voice works surprisingly well. Some of the original singers of these songs, while incredibly talented, were so showy and show business in their performances that they felt nowhere as sincere as Elvis does here. Just in the way he conveys the sheer heartbreak and hopelessness, I think he improves on Don Gibson's Sweet Dreams, Merle Haggard's The Bottle Let Me Down, and Charlie Rich's Sittin' and Thinkin'. He can't remotely touch Loretta Lynn or Emmylou Harris, but it's a good effort otherwise. So then why is Almost Blue so low on the list? Well, remember, this isn't just a country album. This is an 80s country album, so all of that customary schmaltz and cheese is drowning in gloss. Just the most sickeningly saccharine, sterile production. The pedal steel on this album is upfront and heinous in its relentless whining. John McPhee is a great guitarist who can rock a pedal steel, and he did great work on Elvis's first recordings, but here it's just pouring corn syrup all over these songs. Almost Blue was produced by Billy Sherrill, who was a massive name in popular country all the way until his death in 2015. He also wrote track 10, Too Far Gone. He was the progenitor of countrypolitan music, the much smoother, slicker, string-drenched branch of country that he helped build through the 70s. There are plenty of classics in this style that still hold up today. The first song named in PBS's article on countrypolitan is George Jones's He Stopped Loving Her Today, which is an incredible song and nowhere as oppressively produced as this album is. But 70s and 80s country has a reputation for being Nashville's glossy nadir, where that slickness turned into a slop of shiny grease. And even here in the early 80s, it dulls and distracts from the heartbreak and sincerity. That said, there are 3 songs where Sherrill's instincts were right on the mark. The second track, Sweet Dreams, and the album's one hit and another George Jones cover, Good Year for the Roses, both save the swell of strings and backing singers for the choruses and the final verse to heighten the intensity and make them crescendo nicely.
Sweet dreams of you as you turn to walk away.
The rest of the verses are understated in comparison, and the third track, Success, lets Steve Naive drive the song with his melodic piano rather than the pedal steel.
We used to go out walking hand in hand.
But almost every other song feels like the steel and keyboards were mixed to get in the way of the actual content of the song. Even ones which I know Elvis especially connected with, like I'm Your Toy, a deep cut co-written by one of his biggest influences, Graham Parsons.
And nobody knew, nobody saw. Do you remember the way you cried?
Even the album opener, Hank Williams' Why Don't You Love Me Like You Used to Do, is played at a blistering punk speed that makes for a really cool rendition and an exciting introduction, but the more you re-listen to it, the more you hear that over-polished, shrink-wrapped production holding the energy back.
The same old trouble that you always been through. Why don't you love me like you used to do?
If you can get past how the album sounds, I wouldn't say any of these are bad covers as far as what the band is doing. The songs do get old once you get past Good Year for the Roses, and they blend together into a characterless drone until we get to the one song I flatly don't like, Big Joe Turner's Honey Hush. It's a presumably tongue-in-cheek misogyny song that I've just never liked to begin with. But being an old rhythm and blues single, it's also just sonically out of place on the album. I assume it's a holdover from that original Blue concept, but it's the penultimate track after 9 weepy divorce ballads. It probably would have worked better if it was much closer to the opener, except that track has way more energy than this. Elvis's version of Honey Hush is so stiff and restrained by the production, it's crying out for some looseness. There's a live version on the expanded reissue that's a lot looser and livelier, and it sounds much better. John McPhee's guitar has such a good stank on it. But I still don't like the song at a baseline. All that said, the album closer is an incredibly bright spot. The second Graham Parsons cover, How Much I Lied. The pedal steel is gone, Steve's gorgeous piano is up front and center, and the performance and the production are in perfect synergy. I like it more than Parsons' original.
This fancy that I'm on, it's been going on too long. It's time to stop pretending things are real.
Despite how low its representatives have ranked so far, I'm going to gush about the first decade of Elvis's records. It's one of the most fruitful periods any artist has ever had, especially when the attractions are involved. Almost Blue was the first major misstep in his recording career, not because it was a random country album, he does country really well, but because it's the first of his albums that just sounds horribly dated decades later. And wouldn't be the last before he split from the attractions. It was also notably the first of several albums recorded without his original producer, Nick Lowe, who got Elvis perfectly, way more than most producers he ever worked with. Nick had plenty of country bones in his own body, and he was a no-fuss producer. I can't help but wish we lived in the universe where Nick also produced this album. I bet it would hold up remarkably well in comparison. But sadly, Nashville has the monopoly on popular country. It probably wasn't going to be recorded anywhere else with anyone else. Elvis's next album would be another heavily produced stylistic shift with another new producer, but in a way where everything works and nothing is wasted. It makes the dip that occurred right before it feel so much like a wasted opportunity. While we're on the subject, let's discuss an element of Elvis's records that's not going to come up much beyond this first handful on the list, because it tends to be consistently good. Their polish. Even though he was associated with early British punk and new wave, and even though his original producer was bash it out now, tart it up later Nick Lowe himself, Elvis was always a student of popular music. He rarely put out anything that did not have some good time or polish on it, sonically or lyrically or compositionally. There were times where there was way too much polish, and that's why they're down here on the list. But even his first album, £1,000, 16-hour recording on cheap 8-track equipment in a dingy studio, the songs themselves, and even to an extent the performances, were not unpolished. Whether by talent, road testing, or luck, those songs from front to back were ready for recording. Now, I'm not one to inherently call a lack of polish a negative. I love punk rock, it'd be dumb if I did. Some of my favorite albums sound like driving through a dentist's office. But Costello has one album in his catalog that I would describe as unpolished in a negative way, because it clashes with what his music does well. The funny thing is, it's only an issue on the songs where he should have known better. Number 27, When I Was Cruel. This came out in 2002, after 4 years without an album of wholly new material, already a recurring theme in this video, and it was his first in 6 years that wasn't a collaboration. This period seemed to be something of a creative trough for him, and I'll go into more detail on that when we get to the follow-up from the year after, because if I understand the situation correctly, it's most relevant there. But he returned to recording his own music with 3 major building blocks. 1, songs built around simple loops and programmed drums akin to hip-hop, the influence of which we touched on with Wise Up Ghost from the following decade. But relevantly, his final single with Warner Brothers from 5 years earlier was very hip-hop, The Bridge I Burned, a kiss-off piss take to Warner Brothers to get out of his contract, and probably also to Bruce Thomas. This is the attitude he brought to the album. Too, although it's credited to Costello solo, this is actually his first album with what would become his second backing band. Steve Naive and Pete Thomas returned from the Attractions, and supposedly they tried to convince Elvis to bring Bruce back, but he outright refused and instead brought in session and band veteran Davey Farragher on bass. Elvis was so pleased with the group that he's kept them around ever since, dubbing them the Imposters. And 3, he's working with multiple producers at once: Kieran Cahill, Kieran Lynch, both spelled differently, and Leo Pearson, plus Elvis himself. They're credited collectively under his recurring pseudonym, The Imposter, which he used for the similarly hip-hop influenced single Pills and Soap in 1983. Nice bit of connection there. It looks like all 4 mixed and produced the album at the same time, which might explain a few things. The album has a strong start. We open with the lead single, 45, a garage rocker Elvis wrote in 1999 when he turned 45. It connects his age to the end of World War II in 1945, records played at 45 RPM, and 45 caliber guns. It finds an unlikely connection between cycles of life and death, the passage of time, and the comfort of his lifelong love of music. It's a song by a man keenly aware of his age.
Here is his song to sing. To do the measuring. What do you lose? What do you gain? What do you win?
Then we get to one of Elvis's great character songs about a total douchebag, Spooky Girlfriend. Narrated by a showbiz slimeball about his protege, it's more broadly about cis-hetero male fantasies of women, not just subservient to their selfish desires, but enthused by them. Yeah, for the record, fellas, this ain't your spooky girlfriend, ladies only. Sonically, it's an example of what this album does best, when it leans into the hip-hop influences and builds itself around tight loops and atmospheric instrumentation to create a, well, spooky tone.
I wanna paint you with glitter and with dirt. Picture you with innocence unheard. A shutter closes, exposes the shard. She says, are you looking at my skirt? When you say no, she says, why not?
Then we get to the second single, Tear Off Your Own Head, It's a Doll Revolution, named after a gloriously mistranslated bit of Japanese text Elvis saw once. It's an explosive bit of garage power pop, and the song where Elvis sounds like he's having the most fun, though nobody in the band is doing a whole lot. It's all energy, built around what sounds like forced feminization, but is probably just a remark about masculinity. If the last verse is any indication, he doesn't necessarily disapprove.
Make somebody a pretty little wife, but don't let anybody tell you how to live your life.
And the fourth track is a personal favorite, the title track. Technically one of 2. Number 1 is a B-side, and you can hear it on the companion compilation, Cruel Smile. Number 2 is built off a sample of the first 2 measures of Un bacio e troppo poco by Mina, with spy movie guitars and brief skitters of Steve's piano dotting the soundscape, while Elvis describes an industry show and airs all these stuck-up rich people's petty cattiness. Judging by the title drop, he seems to miss the days when he was a little punk asshole biting back against everyone. Maybe then he could shut these people up and get them out of his face.
Things haven't really changed that much. One of us is still getting paid too much.
Notably, When I Was Cruel number 1 is much more specific. It seems it's either directed inward, a scathing self-criticism of his past infidelities, or a laser-targeted teardown of someone in his life. Judging by the stories in his memoir, either is possible, which we'll discuss when we get to the follow-up.
Why did you leave your happy home? Why did you travel far abroad? So you could sleep with strangers.
Not many Costello albums open with such good and distinctive 1, 2, 3, 4 punches like this. But if you pay attention, flaws have already revealed themselves, and the record's a bit spotty from here. Soul for Hire is one of the more compelling songs in its subject and sound. It's narrated by a lawyer who hates himself for all the pain his career has led him to perform. Us on YouTube might have kinder views of lawyers these days, but as a celebrity and a divorcee, Elvis probably hasn't had great experiences with them. This was notably one of 2 songs written for the film Prison Song, and built off the same low-pulsing, scratching beat. And I think the songs built off of electronics are what the album was most supposed to sound like.
I hear every evil man do and desire God to be more than just a soul for hire.
But for me, the cracks become obvious with Tart, another slower track built around the imposters, with Steve introducing each verse with an elegant piano hook. It combines fruit metaphors with the British slang for a sexy and assumed promiscuous woman, following one such lady through a judgy and unfeeling world. The issue isn't the main verses or choruses, which continue the more somber, atmospheric tone that I think this album does well.
Is there something you crave? Cause you say that you only feel bitterness. Would it kill you to show us a little sweetness?
It's the bridge and outro when Elvis and the band kick things into gear and... It somehow has no more energy than the rest of the song. Put a pin in that. We then have a pair of tracks called Dust, featuring all of the imposters in a dark, grooving protest in favor of humanity, or anti-oppression, as I've always read it. The whole band essentially develops their own beats, putting it in the context of the album. Realistically, these should be highlights, and they almost are.
Why do they taste the sugar? But when they made money, here come the Lamb of God and the butcher's voice, son, yeah. You kept your mouth well shut, appeared to turn your coat. Now there's a name for you, but it's stuck in my throat.
But they're a bit blown out, and I never understood why they're in two separate halves like this. As soon as the year of the album's release, Elvis combined and condensed them into one unified track live, and it sounds like a complete song. Going back to the two halves, they sound incomplete in comparison, like two overlong ideas for a song, and he hadn't edited them down yet. Another track, Alibi, has this same issue. It's the second longest after the title track, but where that developed a setting over the repetition of its sample, this is more repetitive in its lyrics. It doesn't change much over its 6.5 minutes, and I got the sense it was another song that he recorded without editing himself. That said, it's saved by the imposter's dark groove and, keyword, atmosphere, and being one of Elvis's most sincerely bitter and betrayed tracks. There's an unobscured edge to it that even his earliest, ostensibly angriest material doesn't have. And unlike How to Be Dumb, he sounds like he knows what he's doing this time. I came around on this song eventually. When I Was Cruel is probably Elvis's biggest grower album to me, and Alibi is the biggest grower of its individual tracks.
You deserve it because you're special. Alibi, alibi. Maybe Jesus wants you for a sunbeam. Alibi, alibi.
Going back to my issues with Tart and Dust, Alibi is one of the few tracks that doesn't sound blown out. The sound of many of the heavier, louder tracks is over-compressed, and Elvis's voice is pushed all the way to the front. This brings me to another song that should be a highlight, the Latin-tinged penultimate track, Episode of Blonde. In the same vein as the title track, Elvis plays the boisterous anti-hero, cackling to himself about the follies of celebrity, with some of the album's most colorful lyrics and imagery. But once again, everything sounds restricted. Nothing in the mix or the instrumentation has the energy he's asking for, and that folds back into his performance. He sounds like he's trying to be as loud as he can without waking the neighbors.
Can you still hear me? Am I coming through just fine? Your memory was buried in this simple box of pine.
What really holds this album back is the subject of a debate that stretches back to the 90s. It's a tiresome debate that only music nerds really care about, but bear with me, I promise it's important. The loudness war. That's right, it's time for English major Miki to sit back while former music production major Miki wakes the fuck up. With the advent of digital workstations, digital mixing and mastering, and digital formats like CDs and MP3s, musicians and engineers started mixing their music to be as loud as possible. Compressors and limiters are standard audio tools, but when you push them, you can make every instrument in a song as loud as each other, and thus, theoretically, equally present when played back on, say, radio or streaming. Most of Elvis's records avoid this, though. He's an old-school musician who doesn't generally overcompress his music. This is one of the few albums of his that sounds dominated by compressors. What does that matter, though? Well, keep in mind, every sound in an audio file, vocals, instruments, effects, reverb, everything takes up space in a mix. When you overcompress the mix, you force them all to fight for the same space, and you start losing information. Crucially, you lose dynamics. Your quiet parts are at the same volume as your loud, and that, ironically, can sap the energy out of a song. If everything is loud, nothing is loud. I looked up this album on the Dynamic Range database, and it averages a really low 5 decibel range. Even the vinyl version, which will inherently have more dynamic range being analog, averages a below par 9. Nothing necessarily sounds clipped, but the record definitely induces headaches in me. Elvis is not the kind of musician who benefits from loudness war type production. I would argue nobody does, but here it restrains the energy of these songs rather than enhances it. To make it worse, like Kojak variety, the instruments sound sterilized and flat, and it emphasizes how Pete and Steve barely have anything to play. They're almost sleepwalking through this album. Only Davey's bass has any real body and oomph. The other guys might as well not even be here. There is novelty in how loud and present the electric guitar is. That actually wasn't the case for most of Elvis's music up until now. Usually he's a rhythm player pulled back in the mix, and the other musicians have more of the focus. But here the guitar is loud, sharp, and right up front. But it's also very thin, and it makes the rock half of the album sound like there are whole frequencies missing from the mix. I like Dissolve, My Little Blue Window, and Daddy Can I Turn This, 3 more garagey rockers, and almost highlights of the album for me, but they sound like the home cassette demo versions of themselves, and not in a good way.
The precious little words that I could say. Your stupid tears will have to wash away. Well, I was a gloomy soul. Never thought I'd see a brighter day. The dark and cheery blows those silver clouds away. Earrings are jangled before Lucy. She slaps your face like a tambourine.
There are more standout tracks past the first 4, though. One song that completely breaks through the album's production issues is 15 Petals. Ostensibly written in tribute to the 15 years he spent with his wife at the time, it's one of the few songs that has exactly as much energy as it asks for. Nervy acoustic guitars, blaring relentless horns, and Elvis hollering over all of it. This song is a blast.
I love you twisted and I love you straight. I'd write it down, but I can't concentrate.
Europe and Japan also got an extra track, Oh Well, the second song written for Prison Song and co-written with Q-Tip. It feels like a direct sequel to Soul for Hire, using the same beat, but slowed down to intensify its bass pulse, and distilling the narrator's self-loathing into a lament for a life wasted. It's a shame it's excluded from the North American version, because I don't think the album's complete without it. It is included on Cruel Smile, though.
Life is just passing us by. Oh well, oh well.
And when you pair that song with the main album's closing track, Radio Silence, you can detect some commentary on Elvis's career at the time. It's another loop-based lament, where Elvis is trapped in interviews, radio performances, growing piles of incomplete songs, the homogeneous repetition of a professional musician's life. And he's over it. The verses end with maintaining radio silence from now on. He sounds like he's ready to retire completely. And as we'll discuss further down the list with albums before and after this, his career and personal life would have justified it. It's a sober ending to the album.
This better be worth all of the breath I'm wasted. Maintaining radio silence from now on.
Though the Japanese version ends on a much lighter note, an orchestral cover of Smile from the Charlie Chaplin film Modern Times. It's also included on Cruel Smile. He recorded it shortly after the September 11 attacks as one of a few affirmations of life and hope, whereas most of the album was recorded earlier in the year. It's a good rendition, and Elvis is in strong voice, but it's some sonic whiplash after such a dirty digital record. It sounds so clean that it makes the album's production issues stick out even more. And that's why this album doesn't rank very high for me. Whereas Goodbye Cruel World and Almost Blue are obviously overproduced, I can't tell if this is over or under in comparison, but it's definitely underserved by its production. Elvis and his co-producers started with simple, hip-hop inspired ideas, and most of everything else feels like an afterthought. As far as the rock half of the album, I don't think his co-producers were up to the task. There are a few highlights there, and good ideas that I think Elvis fleshed out better live. More on that later. But the electronic tracks, smoke 'em. Considering what was just around the corner in his personal life, and his creative winning streak immediately after, I get the sense that When I Was Cruel was Elvis shaking off the cobwebs of the last few years. He just needed to get an album done and out there so he could make his own music on his own terms again. I know I've been there. All of that said, I can easily see this album ranking much higher on other people's lists. This has big fan favorite vibes. Just a year ago, it ranked even lower on the list, but it kept climbing as it grew on me. It's probably Elvis's sloppiest record overall, but it's also his biggest grower for me. Even if I didn't rank it especially high, but it sounds like it could be your bag, I say go for it. I mean, this is one of the 2 albums that made music writer George Purvis into a fan. No reason not to give it a shot. It's a credit to Elvis's output that we're only 7 albums deep, and we're now past the point of most major criticisms. I'm not going to have a whole lot bad to say about anything from here on out. So to make this interesting, let's discuss the first exception to my criteria, and the first of 2 compilations. Which is actually 2 compilations. Number 26, Taking Liberties, and 10 Bloody Marys and 10 How's Your Fathers. I've combined these 2 into the same spot because they're basically the same album. They collect non-album A-sides, B-sides, and outtakes from Elvis's first 4 records, and their track listings are almost identical with only a few key changes. It's important to remember, at the start of his career, Elvis was signed to different labels in the UK and in North America. He accompanied his first 3 albums with a few non-album singles in the UK, and then when the albums were sold in the States, his label Columbia added those singles to them. Except, this year's Model and Armed Forces had 3 album tracks total removed to make space for them. Thus, Taking Liberties is the American compilation with those missing UK album tracks, while 10 Bloody Marys is the UK compilation with the non-album A-sides. Outside of those switch tracks, they're the same compilation. Now, it is worth noting that the modern releases of these albums include all original tracks, plus those A-sides, as essentially de facto album tracks. Radio feels like it belongs on this year's Model to me. Most available expanded reissues also include every other track in these compilations as bonuses, to the point that I also think of Big Tears and Crawling to the USA the same way. But for the sake of the video, let's look at Taking Liberties and 10 Bloody Marys as time capsules of Elvis's early years, through the lens of the songs that didn't make the album. It's basically how I justify putting them on the list. On that note, one of the fun aspects of these compilations is hearing early or alternate versions of songs that did make the album. Sometimes Elvis cannibalized an older B-side or demo for an album track, or he and the Attractions tried songs in different styles or tempos to see what worked best. We saw that multiple times with Goodbye Cruel World, and we see it a lot here with 1980's Get Happy, which had so much material to work with, and the band recorded so much of it. The compilations open with Clean Money, a B-side originally planned to open Armed Forces, and a tribute to their one-time tour mates and childhood favorites of mine, Cheap Trick. It's a blast of punky energy that Elvis reworked into Get Happy's opener, Love for Tender, which is the better song, but I'll always love this gleefully furious early version. Notably, it features rock and roll revivalist and Nick Lowe's bandmate in Rockpile, Dave Edmunds, on backing vocals. Keep him in mind for later. When I compare most of Elvis's alt takes and early versions for their final albums, I tend to be of the mind that they made it to the album in that form because they worked it out into its best form. The biggest exceptions are when overproduction saps their character, like Goodbye Cruel World. But we have 2 alt takes here that I don't like as much: the Black and White World demo and Clown Time Is Over version 2, for the simple reason that Get Happy has an energy and bounce that these versions don't.
I was looking at the black and white world. It seems so exciting, while others just talk and talk. Somebody's watching where the others don't walk.
The Rhino Records reissue of Get Happy, a 20-track album, has a 30-track bonus disc. That's how much they recorded. And most of it is alternate takes and demos like these. I think that's where these belong, as documents of the creative process. It's interesting to hear Black and White World with a country twang, or Clown Time in a slow ballad form, and then compare those to the final album and see how those lyrics and melodies worked better or worse. But I don't think they hold up as well when placed outside that context. Luckily, Get Happy was such a fruitful period anyway. We have 6 other tracks recorded during that time, some of them old songs Elvis hadn't recorded yet. Girls Talk has the distinction of being one of Elvis's first songs specifically written for someone else, in this case, Dave Edmunds, and it was one of his bigger hits in the UK. His version is much more upbeat and bouncy, it has brighter production, and is played in a higher key. But Elvis's has a darker atmosphere that better sells how the narrator is probably supposed to be a loser or a creep, and he has the eternal secret weapon of Steve Naive on piano. We'll talk more about Get Happy's background when we get there, but the general conceit was to sound like the soul pop of the 60s. Soul found a big audience in Northern England in the 70s, what they called Northern Soul, and especially obscurities and B-sides. Get Happy's biggest single is a cover of one of these, as is Getting Mighty Crowded, featured here. And I assumed that Just a Memory was too, but it's actually an Elvis original. With just his voice and Steve Naive's keyboards, he perfectly captures that longing, romantic late-night regret. High-tension vocal strain and all.
Losing you, it's just a memory, don't mean that much to me.
Whereas Getting Mighty Crowded was written by behind-the-scenes legend Van McCoy for Betty Everett in the 60s. Elvis can't touch the original. Betty has an incredible voice.
And so you see, it's getting mighty crowded. It's too crowded for me.
But he gives it the gusto it deserves. He and the Attractions at least make it their own. Hoover Factory and Ghost Train are notable for, 1, being recorded entirely by Elvis, and 2, being some of his earliest written songs, dating back to his early bands Rusty and Flip City, though he didn't record these final versions until after Get Happy for B-sides. Hoover Factory is a surprisingly unsarcastic tribute to the real Hoover building in London, his attempt to preserve a mundane piece of the city in the same vein as the Beatles' Penny Lane or the Modern Lovers' Roadrunner.
Green for gold, green for action, from Park Rock to Northampton.
While Ghost Train is a sharply sarcastic snapshot of the mercenary world of unsigned, underappreciated working musicians. Both tracks are interesting glimpses into his years as a working-class, semi-professional band member and the culture around him, which was only a small part of his first album compared to Relationships.
Roll up to the Ghost Train, non-stop through the city. Step right up and show your face when you only want the pretty ones.
Dr. Luther's Assistant is another very old track recorded by Elvis around this time, plus Pete Thomas on drums. Despite its cheery, psychedelic tone and lyrics that suggest the titular assistant's sexual misadventures aren't necessarily unwelcome, Elvis sings them with such unhinged glee that it's hard to believe there's nothing untoward happening. It's a lurid picture behind the scenes of polite society. He'd delve even deeper into that pool over the next 2 years.
Dr. Luther's assistant, he'll get on top of you when you lie resistance.
In comparison to Get Happy, 1979's Armed Forces doesn't have as overwhelming a showing here, but it has some of my favorites. Right after Girls Talk, we have Talking in the Dark, probably sequenced together as a joke. It's an unlikely sincere love song about missing someone because you can talk with them for hours and hours about nothing, though Elvis still approaches it with bite. My favorite part is Steve's grandiose monophonic synth solo, which makes the song sound like an indiscreet era Sparks track. Amusingly, Elvis later wondered what the hell he was thinking to leave it off the album. I like the song that took its place plenty. I think it suits that album's flow, and I wouldn't have swapped them, but Talking in the Dark is worth highlighting here. A big favorite of mine comes near the end of the compilations, Wednesday Week, a high-energy, high-speed rocker about passions just as wild that are over just as fast. The third verse slows down dramatically for the humbled morning after, which Elvis says was inspired by Wings' Band on the Run. This one I would have been happy to see on an LP.
You start acting like a zombie. Someone wants to be some dick. You think you wanna jump and find me, but you won't give a damn about Wednesday week. Oh, what a letdown when the battle is finally won.
It's followed immediately by Elvis's cover of Roger and Hart's My Funny Valentine, his first ever recorded cover as Elvis Costello, and famously covered before by Frank Sinatra, Miles Davis, and I think most relevantly to Elvis, Chet Baker, who will come up again later. Elvis's version is a haunting take on Chet's understated version. It's him solo again, just his hushed voice and the lowest strings on his guitar, recorded one day while waiting for the attractions to arrive. It's a short version, only a minute and a half, but its dark, stark atmosphere predicts at least one of his most terrifying depictions of obsession in the following decade.
Stay, little Valentine, stay.
Backing up a bit to directly after Talking in the Dark in the track listing, we have one of my favorites on these compilations and of all of Elvis's B-sides, Radio Sweetheart. It and Stranger in the House were two country outtakes from My Aim is True. Almost Blue was treated as an oddity when it came out, but Elvis was influenced by country since the beginning, especially the work of Graham Parsons. Like I briefly talked about earlier, Stranger in the House showed that he understood country's cheesy but sincere use of metaphor for heartbreak, and I think he pulled it off, thanks in part to his high-tension but highly emotive singing, and of course John McPhee slobbering his pedal steel all over it.
There's a stranger in the house no one will ever see, but everybody says he looks like me.
I do like the song, but John Steele works better as an addition, not the focus, which I think is what elevates Radio Sweetheart into a real hidden gem. More acoustic-led country rock, it has an infectious rockabilly swagger and sing-along chorus. It was one of the very first songs Elvis recorded with Nick Lowe and members of Clover when he first signed to Stiff Records, which makes it one of our earliest peeks back through time to his previous band Flip City. They were a country rock rhythm and blues outfit that were apparently not very well liked and didn't go anywhere, but My Aim is True is very much an evolution from their sound. Until their demos were found and bootlegged, and Elvis included his early demos as bonus tracks on My Aim is True reissues, this song was our first glimpse at that band for those of us who never saw them live.
Play one more for my radio sweetheart. Hide your love. No, we are so far apart. You got to hide your love.
Interestingly, this is a remix with fewer backing vocals and effects on Elvis's voice. The original mix wasn't re-released until the Rhino reissue of My Aim is True. I think I prefer the original. The remix keeps Elvis's vocals panned to the left, which was a weird choice, but they're ultimately equal. It's too good a song either way. So that means these compilations start with Clean Money, Girls Talk, Talking in the Dark, and Radio Sweetheart. That's almost as good a 1, 2, 3, 4 punch as some of the LPs higher up this list. 10 Bloody Marys gets the leg up because it then continues into two of my favorite extras from this year's Models album cycle, Big Tears and Crawling to the USA. Tiny Steps isn't long after. Big Tears and Tiny Steps were B-sides, though Elvis wanted the former on the album and regretted that it didn't make it. It's the most lyrically brutal of this period, about the misery of city life and as close to "You're a bunch of sheeple" as he ever gets, if he wasn't a clever songwriter. It features the Clash's Mick Jones on lead guitar, playing what Elvis likened to a police siren.
You wouldn't even like me if you'd never had a drink. You wouldn't even like me if you'd never stopped to think.
Crawling to the USA was made for the Americathon film soundtrack, but was otherwise part of this album's cycle. And while it's not as crisply produced, it is everything good about this era. A garage pop jam, great guitar and organ, and hooky and melodic as hell. Another favorite of mine.
Started late one night on a secret channel. It's farther on along the tunnel.
And Tiny Steps continues the album's themes of men's commodification of women and their bodies, with Elvis sneering at a man who uses a girl like a doll. What it lacks in the hooks of Big Tears, it makes up for with similar lyrical bite. On that note, Tiny Steps was an important transition to Armed Forces from this year's model, because it just sounded like this year's model. After Elvis heard All Mod Cons by The Jam and appreciated how much of a creative step forward it was for them after their first two albums, he decided he didn't want his next to sound like the last, and he's largely kept to that for the rest of his career, even when he probably should have. As much as I love all the material from this album cycle, I think it's fair that Big Tears didn't make this year's model, despite Elvis's regrets. It's not because it's not a good song, but because I am generally a proponent of consistency and cohesion within an album. Not as a hard rule. We'll talk later about at least one where the lack of both is the fun part, and anyone who heard my music knows I could never hold to it myself. But when a really good album maintains that distinct but consistent sound and tone all the way through, that can be what elevates it from a collection of good songs into a unified artistic statement. This year's model is crisp, punchy, gritty in all the right places. It has some of my favorite production of any record ever. And Big Tears has just too much reverb. It's very washy. I honestly don't know where I would put it if I tried to resequence the album to include it. Radio already sounded like it belonged on the album before it was added to it, but Big Tears would feel like a sonic non sequitur. There's also something to be said about the limitations of vinyl, chiefly the track listing. You could only fit under an hour's worth of sound onto an LP, and that required musicians to keep their records tight. Get Happy may be 20 tracks, but it's 20 tracks of bangers. It did not need to be 25. Elvis may wish that Big Tears wasn't left off this year's model, but I think there was space enough for Radio, and that's it. I'm of a similar mind with Crawling to the USA and Tiny Steps. All good songs worth hearing, but they never needed to be more than extras when the complete albums are so good as they are. But that's the benefit of these compilations. They let tracks like these stand more on their own merits. By grouping them together by album cycle, I did not showcase that here. Sorry. If I had to pick the better compilation between the two, I have to give the edge to 10 Bloody Marys. Of the songs shared between them, it has the slightly more compelling track sequencing, for whatever that's worth to non-turbo nerds. But of the swap tracks, Night Rally, I Don't Want to Go to Chelsea, and Sunday's Best are all good songs. But Watching the Detectives, Radio, and What's So Funny About Peace, Love, and Understanding are all-timer great songs. It's not a fair contest. Either version has 3 tracks you've already heard, and they, and many of the songs not quite reaching the quality of the main tracks, are why these two records only reached number 26 on the list. But if you're a newer fan who's already absorbed the first 4 records, and they weren't the expanded reissues, either of these is still worth your time for a more complete image of Elvis's early years. And if you want a more complete image of the rest of his first decade, for that we jump ahead to 1987 with the second exception to my criteria and the second compilation. Number 25, Out of Our Idiot. Elvis's labels stopped switching tracks around between regions with Get Happy, so this one compilation was released everywhere to serve as the latter period companion to the last two. Several covers, pseudonyms, B-sides, and extras gathered together into a collection I find just a hair more compelling. You get an idea for the weird ride you're about to take with the first track, 7-Day Weekend, made for the Club Paradise film soundtrack in collaboration with reggae legend Jimmy Cliff. That's not reggae. It's inexplicably a loud rock and roller. Even Elvis wondered why they did that. But I really enjoy the song because, 1, putting Jimmy on a rock track isn't an obvious choice, and he works really well. And 2, the song's a damn jam.
Is this point of no return? When you swung it, all you man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weekend.
From there, we get Turning the Town Red, which I briefly discussed as one of the extras from the Goodbye Cruel World album cycle. One of its best tracks, not on the album. The theme for the show Scully that completely avoided the overproduction and is hooky as hell. This compilation is where you'll find all the best extras from that album cycle I mentioned earlier. The covers of Get Yourself Another Fool, Withered and Died, Baby It's You, and the original version of Inch by Inch, Little Goody Two Shoes, in all of its Jerry Lee lunacy. Some of the best songs from that period and on the compilation.
I can't help myself, 'cause baby, it's you.
Punch the Clock also has 2 B-sides here. Heathen Town paints a party town like Las Vegas like it's the gateway to hell, which would feel more sarcastic if Elvis's showbiz temptations didn't destroy his first marriage. It's sonically very bright yet dour, and I think it's more overproduced than the actual album. I like the song, but it feels like a harbinger of doom itself.
With one eye on a place in Texas prison and the other on a girl dressed as a rabbit.
A much better track is further in the compilation, The Flirting Kind, as good as any song recorded during this cycle. Steve's gorgeous piano dances around Elvis's story of unattainable love like the best songs on Imperial Bedroom. There's also a lot of production on this track, a lot of extra instruments and effects, but they don't get in the way. They enhance the song like they're supposed to. This one should have been on the album.
Make love like a punishment, so they call her the flirting kind. The flirting kind.
The People's Limousine was a collaboration with T-Bone Burnett under the pseudonyms The Coward Brothers, Henry and Howard, a group they resurrected recently. The project effectively heralded King of America, Elvis's first album since his debut, primarily recorded without the attractions. And after Goodbye Cruel World, I can only imagine this song was a big breath of fresh air for him. It's a driving country rock track about sex, crime, and trigger-happy cops in Florentine, Italy. Infectiously hooky and melodic, it's always been one of my favorites on the compilation. T-Bone may outclass Elvis as a singer, but the two blend really well.
She looked like someone's girlfriend. She looked like a dream. She looked as unlikely as the people never seen.
Shoes Without Heels and Baby's Got a Brand New Hairdo were also from the King of America period, likely planned for the album but kept as B-sides. They're both interesting insights into that album's creation because of how they contrast the material that did make it. The album was recorded in the wake of Elvis's first marriage, but there's not as much bitterness as there is regrets and hope for the future. He saved the bitter stuff for after. But we hear some of it in Shoes Without Heels, where Elvis plays the abandoned patsy who convinces himself that the girl who broke his heart will walk straight back once she's done breaking some other prick's heart. Its tone has more in common with Almost Blue than King of America, which says a lot about how he and T-Bone redirected that album's path.
Watch you walk away from him while he gets down and deals. Oh, he'll watch you walk away without heels.
On the other hand, Baby's Got a Brand New Hairdo is just a fun rock and roller in the vein of 7 Day Weekend, about a pretty girl. But it's notable for being one of the songs recorded for King of America with the Attractions, who otherwise only appeared on one track on the final album. The original plan was for it to be half acoustic with T-Bone's session musicians, half electric with the Attractions, but ultimately the session crew stole the Costello show. The Attractions were already fracturing from Elvis after the last 2 albums, and this did not help. When he and the group reconvened for Blood and Chocolate, much of which was the darker leftovers from King of America, they recorded it, according to Elvis in his memoir, in spite of each other, or even to spite each other. This song is a glimpse into the album that could have been before the blood started flowing.
The baby's got a brand new hairdo. But doesn't she look so good? She looks like Billy Barnum. Said I wish you would, I wish you would.
Most peculiarly, there's also a sequel of sorts to American Without Tears from King of America, but recorded in the gap between Blood and Chocolate and Elvis leaving his labels to sign to Warner Brothers. The original is a wonderful song about English immigration to America in World War II, placed against Elvis's guilt towards his first failed marriage and his mixed feelings towards America. I'll have a lot to say about it when we get to that album. This sequel detaches itself from Elvis and instead tells a specific narrative of a former soldier with PTSD marrying an English woman, taking her to the US, and the both of them suffering internally. I don't like it as much as the original, which I find far more emotionally resonant, including its use of accordion. Really, never has an accordion been so devastating. The music here is instead brighter, faster, and in a higher key, and Elvis seems to be doing a Bob Dylan impression. It's more a semi-humorous addendum than an equal to its predecessor, but it's an intriguing glimpse into his creative mindset in the lead-up to Spike in 1989. And credit to him, Elvis recorded the entire song himself, and when he describes the traumas that both characters brought with them to America, it hits.
The war wound that he carried home wasn't really visible. When the bullets were forgotten, she looked down and miserable.
But a big highlight of the compilation comes right after People's Limousine, recorded back in 1979 between Armed Forces and Get Happy, but went inexplicably unreleased until 1987, So Young. It's a cover of a song by Australian rock band Jojo Zepp and the Falcons from '78, kind of swaggering pub rock by way of ska, about being young and hot and on everyone's radar. The Attractions version isn't hugely different, it's slower and with fewer time signature changes, but Elvis emphasizes the song's ska and reggae influence with some excellent bass work by Bruce Thomas, Pete Thomas holding down the groove with plenty of hi-hat, and Steve Naive playing an organ that the Specials would be proud of. I'm shocked it wasn't released as a single. It would have easily been a hit in the two-tone ska scene. It's possible it was never intended to be released, judging by the fact that Nick Lowe was credited with producing it, quote, at gunpoint. Somebody didn't want to be there.
So young, so young. So young, so young.
Another surprising highlight comes near the end of the compilation, Black Sails in the Sunset, an outtake from Trust that was saved as a B-side for Blood and Chocolate. It's as pretty as anything on Trust, perfectly crisp production by Nick Lowe and Roger Bashirian, Steve Naive dancing all over the piano, and Elvis's hoarse, froggy voice, an issue I'll discuss more when we get to that album, isn't as strained as a lot of the tracks that did make it. I'll admit, the song's subject does seem muddled, outside of the theme of death far from home, but I'm surprised it didn't make the album.
You tell the truth sometimes, but you wouldn't know it if it hit you.
Another good cover here is of Smokey Robinson's adorable love song, From Head to Toe, recorded during the Imperial Bedroom era. It's largely a note-for-note cover, and Elvis isn't usually so directly cute in his love songs, but I like it a lot either way.
I got two lips that long to kiss you, and when they speak, they say they wish you were mine.
Imperial Bedroom had some of Elvis's better pseudonyms. The album's title track was left off and used as a B-side, recorded entirely by Elvis with a piano, bass, and drum machine, and credited to Napoleon Dynamite and the Royal Guard. Elvis reused the name for Blood and Chocolate too, and no, the film does not take its name from this. I'm surprised too. It feels like a movie made by people who listen to Elvis Costello, but there you go. The song contrasts its stately elegance with the debauchery of wealthy, upper-class cheaters on their wedding day. Basically the mission statement for the album, despite not appearing on it.
The bridal suite, the imperial bedroom, the regal boudoir. This casual acquaintance led to an intimate bonsoir.
And the compilation closes on one of its weaker tracks, the B-side The Stamping Ground. Another Elvis solo track. It's a folky song about a woman's favorite pub where everyone knows her and nobody likes her. Imperial Bedroom itself draws more from Elvis's own infidelities that ruined his first marriage. In that context, this song feels like him airing some of his grievances towards his ex, Mary Burgoyne. And it's credited to the emotional toothpaste. Maybe he knew.
Big fella on the front door knows your face. The barman pretends that he saved you a place. But when your back is turned, they say she's older than she tells.
There are a few other tracks I'm not big on. The cover of Yoko Ono's Walking on Thin Ice for a tribute compilation is more novel than it is interesting on its own merits. It is noteworthy for being the first time that Elvis worked with New Orleans music legend Alan Toussaint, who produced it, but they'd record much better collaborations in later years.
Walking on thin ice, I'm paying the price.
Also, same situation as the previous compilations, I've never been a fan of the alternate versions of two songs here. This take of Blue Chair was recorded during King of America and released as a single, but the final take was recorded with the Attractions for Blood and Chocolate, and this first version sounds like he hadn't nailed down the tone or the melody. It feels like he's still feeling it out as he's recording it.
Now it's just you and me.
same with Big Sister, an early version of Big Sister's Clothes from Trust. Elvis was down on the slow, gloomy reggae style of the final version, but this early up-tempo rock cut sounds like he's making it up as it goes along, and I don't think it's as memorable. Slowing it down and making it atmospheric makes it more unique. It stands out a lot more on Trust. I'll explain why when we get to that album.
Ship to the slaughter. Oh, this must be love. Are your sons and daughters that'll strangle over the kid club?
But there's only one track here that I just flat don't like, and it's the Ennio Morricone-styled spaghetti western send-up, Town Called Big Nothing, recorded for a western film, Straight to Hell. I love the acoustic guitar-only intro, but once the story kicks in, it's nowhere as grand as it wants to be. But that's still 3 to 4 weak tracks out of 21 that showcase Elvis's eclecticism, as well as his consistency over several years and styles. Out of Our Idiot was re-released on iTunes in the late 2000s, right as I became a lifelong fan in high school, and it's always held a special place in my heart on the same level as one of his LPs. Like Taking Liberties and 10 Bloody Marys, it might not hold a candle to the best albums of this period, but the best of its inclusions do. We move from a compilation to another collaboration, one that's also, at least primarily, another covers album. There will be even better collaborations down the line, and certainly more celebrated, but I imagine this one flew under a lot of radars. Hopefully I can convince you to give it a chance. Number 24, For the Stars, with Anne-Sophie von Otter. I don't have the CD for this one either, so here's some relevant albums instead. Von Otter is a Swedish mezzo-soprano opera singer with the kind of talent that makes you go, what the hell am I doing? Elvis was a fan of hers and previously wrote the 3-part suite, Three Distracted Women, for her and the Brodsky Quartet in 1996. One of those songs and the Brodskys will both come up again later. She's the primary vocalist of the album, and Elvis only duets with her or backs her up on about a third of it, but he was producer and arranger, wrote or co-wrote the majority of the songs, and plays instruments throughout. Also, Steve Naive is here, so I say it qualifies for the list. Only 3 of Costello's songs appeared on one of his albums before this, so you can argue it's not a cover album in the strictest sense, but that is the bulk of the album. Outside of his own material, they tackle a wide swath of very songwriterly tracks, from the Beach Boys, ABBA, Tom Waits, Ron Sexsmith, Paul McCartney. The same holds true here as for the previous covers albums. Critical as I was of them, they felt like they were made out of genuine love for those particular songs. Elvis didn't just ride the same broken bicycles as everyone else. And in that same way, For the Stars is not an exercise in cheap and easy cover choices, or what I call the social media cover. You know, I did a pop song but made it opera, watch it go viral. This is as much a celebration of songwriting and songcraft as it is of Von Otter's vocal skills. I have to give major credit to her as a vocalist, and not just for the obvious. Something that can easily get lost in a cover is how much that original vocal performance defines the song. I listened to several artists cover Costello's music for this video, and it stuck out to me how much character he brings that the cover often lacks. His vocals may not be pretty, often his undoing when duetting with or covering other artists, but he makes up for it by inhabiting a song's characters and emotions. For a relevant example, someone could easily sing Baby Plays Around prettier than him, but they could miss the fragility and resignation that makes that song work so well. Not Von Otter. She is a more practiced, disciplined, and richer vocalist, but remember, she comes from opera. In opera, whatever language you're singing in, and whether you understand that language or not, you need to understand the lyrics and the intended emotion. Luckily, Von Otter is also a good actor. She brings that emotional conveyance to this. She sings Baby Plays Around just as hopelessly as Elvis did, and every breakup song that follows. If this album has a unifying tone, it's Lonely Rainy Nights. Much of the album is very spare, Baroque backing, piano and strings primarily, performed by a collection of incredibly talented, mostly Swedish musicians, underneath Von Otter's deeply emotive vocals. She eschews operatic power for a heartbreaking gentleness, though she gets to really show her vocal range in Green Song and her version of Costello's I Wanna Vanish. The The album was noticeably mixed to push the vocals up in front of the instruments, when it probably would have benefited that lonely nighttime atmosphere to pull her back more into the mix, and especially Elvis when he joins in on vocals. The exceptions are ABBA's Like an Angel and Tom Waits' Take It With Me. Sophie sounds just right in those. The big highlights for me are the Costello penned opener, No Wonder, which showcases Von Otter's voice in an almost psychedelic folk context, which makes for a striking introduction.
There is a secret no one knows. I set my face, I changed my clothes.
The original track Rope is shuffling and mournful with such a cool, haunting atmosphere. Fellow goth types, check that one out. It gives me 4AD vibes.
Look beneath the waves, the seabirds diving down into black water.
I love both Tom Waits covers here. They interpolate Broken Bicycles, sung by Von Otter, with Paul McCartney's Junk, sung by Elvis, and they sound like they belong together. Plus, ABBA's Benny Andersson plays accordion, and you know I like some accordion.
Like all broken bicycles out in the rain.
Motor cars, handlebars, bicycles for two.
Take It With Me does abandon Waits' distinct, bleary, drunk atmosphere, but they replace it with utter beauty. If you're going to top Tom Waits, that's one way to do it.
The ocean is blue as your eyes. I'm going to take it with me when I go.
On the other hand, their version of Nina Simone's The Other Woman may be the best example of the strength of Von Otter's restraint. Over-singing a song that doesn't need it is, ironically, a great way to ruin its power, and she doesn't over-sing in the slightest. It's perfectly understated like Nina's original, and devastating because of it.
He'll find her waiting like a lonesome queen.
In contrast, I love the richer, baroque, almost celebratory makeover they give Ron Sexsmith's April After All. It brings the bittersweet optimism of the original more to the forefront, and I think it's a great interpretation.
And rain will start to fall. It's April after all.
But the album's highest peak is right in the middle. Their version of ABBA's Like an Angel, with Benny Andersson on piano, wipes away the studio gloss of the original to reveal the gorgeous melodies underneath. To me, it's the definitive version of the song.
Oh, too soon, like an angel passing through my room.
It's followed by the absolutely heartbreaking Green Song, built around a solo by cellist Svante Henriksson. Von Otter's vocals are shatteringly tender. Costello almost keeps up with her in his guest verse, and the imagery is so longing and sad. I cry every time I listen to both of these songs.
But there's someone that I long for. Oh, where have you been? As the red earth lies under a covering of green.
That said, the album's weakest moments are probably obvious. There are some songs you just can't expect a cover to match. And despite giving it their all, they don't reach the heights of Pet Sounds or Revolver. I am biased. They're two of my all-time favorites. It's probably not fair to put that on them. But where Von Otter perfectly sold the understatement of The Other Woman, I think her more practiced, elegant singing style undercuts the emotions of these covers. She gets real close to matching Don't Talk, Put Your Head on My Shoulder, but nowhere close with You Still Believe in Me. Peak Brian Wilson was the master of that tender fragility. R.I.P. In that same way, weirdly enough, despite my compliments earlier, I don't think Bon Otter quite matches the devastation of Elvis and Burt Bacharach's This House is Empty Now. Painted from memory is no Revolver or Pet Sounds, but it was its own heartbreaking lightning in a bottle. Get ready for it. Really, once we pass April After All, as beautifully crafted as the album is, it lacks for tracks as standout and powerful as the first half. Nothing sticks until we reach Take It With Me near the end. If the album were cut down to that in the first 10 tracks, it'd be a contender for my top 10, top 15 at the least. You get a lot of points if you make me cry, okay? Spoiler alert. That said, the album closer, the Costello Pen title track, isn't as strong as the opener, no wonder, but it makes for a charming end as Elvis tries to match Von Otter and just can't do it. But it wraps around to kind of working because, at least in this case, being an almost Broadway-ish pop song, she's firmly in his house now. He also makes some cheeky references to his father and grandfather being trumpet players. It's more than the sum of its parts, which is probably what I'd say about the album overall.
The morning comes, the days are just the time between until the dusk when we can be together.
For the Stars is the soundtrack to a rainy night by the fire, be it romantic or woefully unromantic, and there will be albums later on the list that fit even better into that context. But I wrote this part of the script while listening to the album during a chilly winter morning in my heart print pajama bottoms with a hot cup of coffee, in a moment I can only describe as synergy. The music and Von Otter's vocals are gorgeous and emotionally affecting, and the album comes together into a cohesive whole. It deserves more appreciation than I imagine it's gotten. Like I said, it made me cry. Next, we return to 1983. Despite the stellar accomplishment of 1982's Imperial Bedroom, the band's album sales had steadily declined since the turn of the 80s. To combat this, Elvis enlisted the help of Clive Langer and Alan Winstanley, fresh off making Madness into UK superstars for the last 4 years, to help him and the Attractions craft an album made to sell. Not only did they succeed, it was also a pretty good album. And really fucking weird despite itself. Number 23, Punch the Clock. It's easy to call this the sellout on paper, bright, accessible pop tunes produced by hitmakers, augmented by the duo Aphrodisiac's soulful vocals just dropped on top of the mix, and the TKO horns, fresh off quitting Dexy's Midnight Runners, turning every appearance into a rolling cheese wheel. But in execution, this group's stab at chart success feels so enthusiastic and even sincere, and it's just as often tight and controlled as it is reckless and bizarre. I mentioned when we talked about this album's ill-fated follow-up that Punch the Clock has an economy of sound. The key is that there aren't a whole lot of layers put on top of Elvis and the Attractions, aside from Aphrodisiac and TKO. At least not anywhere enough to be distracting like it would the year after. Those two groups only show up on a handful of tracks, otherwise it's just the main band with the treble turned up. They also don't aim for chart success in the most obvious way for 1983. At least from my perspective as someone pretty switched on to 80s British music, but still separated by time and space, Elvis followed Dexy's path to the charts by delving into his soul and R&B influences, and getting Clive and Alan to make it sound good on radio. Madness's success probably had a lot to do with that too. This wasn't the first time they drew on those influences either. 1980's excellent Get Happy is basically their attempt to replicate the output of Stax Records. Punch the Clock is obviously a much slicker, poppier, calculated version of that idea, but I don't think it's unfair to call this, like Almost Blue before it, a sincere expression of Elvis's interests and influences. It doesn't come across as cynical as it might. It helps that a lot of the time, they get really silly with it. The album opens with what could be its tonal mission statement: let them all talk. The TKO horns blast open the record, and it's just a roller coaster from there. At least one of the critics I read was confused and put off by whatever Steve is doing on piano, but I kind of love the chaos. The tone is completely different from where it would end up the year after. There's such a playfulness and abandon that runs through this record that makes it a lot of fun to listen to. It sounds like it was fun to record, even if it probably wasn't. Then we get the hit, Every day I write the book, a smooth R&B groover using the time-worn whole song metaphor for love, in this case writing, and it resulted in Elvis's first single in the US Top 40. In the reissued liner notes, he admits that he wrote this and one other track in a feckless frame of mind early in production, a couple of bright pop tunes dashed off without much to them, but leaving it there does a disservice to his skills as a pop tunesmith. Charm goes a long way, and this song is too playful, bashful, and endearing to write off as nothing more than a reach for the charts. I genuinely like it a lot.
All your compliments and your cutting remarks are captured here in my quotation marks.
In that same vein, the next track, The Greatest Thing, shows that Elvis didn't sacrifice his lyrical skills and knack for wordplay. Mostly. Initially, much of the material he brought to the album continued the behind-closed-doors infidelity of Imperial Bedroom, reflecting his failing first marriage, but the producers encouraged him to brighten things up. Sounds familiar, but it makes sense when you see that it worked the first time. The Greatest Thing is instead a celebration of young love, of old oppressive ideas of man-dominated marriage fading away, and of women deciding their lives and loves for themselves. And he does it at increasing speed until he sounds like Bus Driver rapping Imaginary Places. It's an underappreciated gem in his discography.
Since eyes were long and days were rolling, woman, the manners of the old. Lessons and times haven't changed. Seasons like a tribute of a rose and says the sweet is better suited to the nose. All of the things.
That said, there is one track where he very much half-assed it, The Element Within Her, which has the immortal chorus of la 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 la. This is the other empty song he, quote, dashed off early in production. But I'd argue it's saved by this album's relentless devotion to melody. It still manages to be hooky, and I usually don't skip it. It also has at least one clever verse at the end.
Back in the bedroom with her electric guitar. He says, are you cold? She says, no, but you are la 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 la.
Elvis is also down on Love Went Mad, which he called a slight and lyrically labored song about life at a nuclear shelter. I kind of love this song. Yeah, its lyrics are nonsense, but it's a microcosm of this album's unlikely goofy charm. In trying to make accessible pop tunes, they get so silly sometimes, and Love Went Mad is gleefully abstract, funny, and weird, in a way his fans, They Might Be Giants, would just a few years later.
These focus fractions of the treble clef. I wish you luck with a capital F.
Elvis wanted to switch this one out for one of the B-sides I mentioned in Out of Our Idiot. I disagree. I think you need this song to fully sell the appeal of this album, even if it's at odds with Elvis's pride. But it's not all goofy nonsense. There are two tracks here that are way up there with Elvis's most sincere pleads for humanity, dressed in his outrage toward the fascists in power. Shipbuilding was largely the predecessor for Punch the Clock. Clive Langer asked Elvis to write lyrics for an instrumental he wrote for Robert Wyatt, so Elvis drew on the recent Falklands War and the anticipation of senseless deaths. It's a story about a portside town reopening its shipyard and thriving as industry booms thanks to the war, only for those same families to send their children to die in it. Robert's version was a minor hit, but has gone on to be beloved and is considered the better version, but Elvis's take has a lot going for it. He does try to mimic Robert's softer vowels, which is audibly awkward. You know when you hear it that he doesn't usually sound like that, but compared to Robert's more detached vocal take, Elvis's signature knack for emotional fragility is by far my preference. You can visualize him overlooking this town from a rooftop, dreading the excitement in these working-class families' lives, and lamenting what's about to happen to their young soldiers. Elvis even drew on his own family history for the song, or at least narrowly avoided history. During World War II, Britain sent boats of children to other countries to dodge the Blitz. Elvis's mother and uncle were nearly sent to Canada on one of those boats, but their father changed his mind at the last minute. The Nazis torpedoed one of those boats, ultimately killing half of the passengers, including 90 children, through drowning or from exposure on the lifeboats. Both the combatants of the Falklands War and those children were on Elvis's mind when he wrote these lines.
With all the will in the world, diving for dear life, and we could be diving for pearl.
Steve Naive performs brilliantly on piano as always, but it's jazz legend Chet Baker, there he is, who brings the secret sauce with a pair of beautiful trumpet solos. If Robert Wyatt's version is your favorite, I won't tell you you're wrong, but I don't think anything compares to this. Near the end of the album, we get one of Elvis's first songs inspired by hip-hop, namely The Message by Grandmaster Flash and Mel Mel, and one of his most vicious, biting songs that he directed at a worthwhile target. Don't let Steve's chintzy piano and the clap track fool you. This is a dark song about England's moral decay with the rise of Thatcherism, media's sensationalizing of human misery, blind royalism, and jingoism. It was inspired by man's abuses of farm and domestic animals. Basically, Elvis learning how the sausage is made and saying, yeah, that's life under capitalism. This is notably the first appearance of the Imposter pseudonym, which he used to sneak the track to number 16 on the British charts.
Give us our daily bread in individual slices and something in the daily rack to cancel any crisis.
For that matter, the second half of the album overall does not try so hard to be cheerful, at least not lyrically. Charm School, Mouth Almighty, and King of Thieves are the songs where Elvis's true mental state slips through, aching in light of his marriage's collapse. They lean much more on the love gone sour and unsympathetic partners of previous albums, though the music maintains its upbeat tone, drive, and earworm melodicism. These songs are good examples of the album's economy of sound compared to its successor. The production doesn't cover up their darkness or distract from it, instead providing them an immediacy, and in turn, the lyrics and subjects give these bright, approachable pop tunes a surprise edge.
Love is when nothing but a farce, trying to make us silvers out of the thousands. But I used to shoot my mouth up till you had enough of me once or twice nightly. The vocals once a human sacrifice. And look at that girl, young, hungry, and
As if to drive this home, the album closes with The World and His Wife, a soul pop party about a drunk, incestuous family gathering that is just gleefully debauched. Elvis originally wrote it as a, quote, solemn folk song, but rearranged it for the album as a bilious knees up, which is such a fun phrase to say. And that's what makes this album special. Even when catering to the charts, Elvis and crew had a knack for the unexpected and unobvious.
Kissing's the bad side to cuddle and confess. Nothing at all is much more of a mess.
But probably my favorite song on the whole album is The Invisible Man, such a cheerful song about escapism into film and distractions against the fear of fascism. Evergreen damn song. But really, I love it for a very obvious reason. It sounds like They Might Be Giants.
I wanna get out while I still can. The statue got me high. The statue got me high.
2 years before they even put out their demo tape. If there's a way to sell out with style, it's right here. Just a great pop song.
There's the stars around me painted on the ceiling above. And who can you turn to? And who do you love? I wanna get out while I still can.
However, the only time the album's playfulness really fails is the one song I've never liked. The centerpiece of the album, TKO Boxing Day. Named in tribute to the horn section, Elvis wrote a ham-fisted, macho chest pounder, and boy does it not work. He started his career making fun of himself for being the opposite of the rock stars who write songs like this. And that's ignoring that it's got some of his laziest lyrics.
Put the numbing to number, the cotton to guilty, put the storming to slumber, and the Putin to future.
Goldstone went further and balked at him going from protesting domestic abuse 2 years earlier to seemingly celebrating it here. And you can certainly read the lyrics that way, but that's probably giving it too much credit. We can at least call it the most vapid song he ever wrote. And this is the same album where half of a song is la 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 la. And that points to why, even though I like Punch the Clock a lot, it isn't higher on the list. It's an entertaining, energized pop record that I think has more going for it than its mixed to positive reputation, but it's still a backstep in a chart chasing after an absolute stunner of a record, which capped off one of the best winning streaks any new artist has ever had. Not to spoil it to absolutely no one, but these three we've already talked about are the only albums from Elvis's first decade that we'll see in the bottom half of the list. That said, switch out TKO for the flirting kind and it goes in the top half, just putting that out there. But either way, out of the non-masterpieces that Elvis put out at this time, Punch the Clock is easily the best and totally worth diving into. You might need to be in the right mood for it, though. Let's go back to the collaborations with an album that confused a lot of people when it came out. The first time Costello went classical. In 1989, while promoting his new album Spike, Elvis became a fan of the Brodsky Quartet, a British classical string quartet performing around London. Come 1999, to his surprise, he learned they were fans of his. And after forming a friendship with the group, they began collaborating that November. The project eventually took form after Sybil read about a professor in Verona answering letters addressed to Shakespeare's Juliet. And he was inspired by a letter he received himself from a young soldier in the Gulf War. Before long, they had an entire song cycle based around letters. Number 22, The Juliet Letters with the Brodsky Quartet. The core strength of this album is how it's a genuine collaboration. Despite the assumptions of the rock and classical music press at the time, this is not simply Elvis singing on top of a string section to be taken seriously. All 5 musicians had a hand in the music and lyrics. One member of the group would bring in an idea or phrase to the table, and the rest would build on it into a complete piece. Elvis even protests the idea that this is a crossover. To him, quote, "All we were doing was writing some songs together." With the help of Kevin Killen producing and engineering, told you he'd show up around here, the group produced an astonishingly rich and full record, considering how few people are involved at any one time. The Brodskys are also uncannily good at following Elvis's strengths of melody, storytelling, and songcraft. To his credit, he took the chance to learn musical notation for the record, which changed his music and its scope from here on out forever. And as we'll hear throughout the record, he also dramatically expanded his vocal skills. After the somber instrumental intro, Deliver Us, the first lyrical track, For Other Eyes, is a confession letter by a woman who let her distrust and paranoia get the better of her and destroyed her relationship. Right away, it shows the group's knack for melody and building an intense atmosphere, and how well the quartet blends with Elvis's voice.
Found a number that I somehow dialed, and a woman answered, a woman smiled, and she hung up on the silence, unperplexed.
Though the album's concept is letters, the band gave themselves some freedom with what qualified as such, and what the letter would say. As track 3, Swine prompts the listener to expect the unusual, as it's an unhinged piece of political graffiti sliced into a wall.
You're a swine, and I'm saying that's an insult to the pig.
The sharp stabs of the strings and Elvis's sneering shout replicate the writer's fervor as they cut into the wall. Elvis tended to oversing on the previous album, Mighty Like a Rose, to rapidly diminishing returns. But his theatrics actually work in this setting, not just because it's inherently theatrical, but because he's playing characters, and he saves the excess for the ones who ask for it.
Now that you've finished your life, this riddle is the work of my little penknife.
Expert Writes brings us back to the album's inspiration, a character like the professor who answers letters to Juliet, herself directly named within the text for the first time. The Brodskys set the scene like a low-lit study stuffed with bookshelves, where the, quote, compassionate and romantic soul sits at his desk writing by candlelight. Elvis belts a shirt-rending wail of heartbreak, as if to inhabit both the professor's and the writer's grief together.
I once loved someone the way that you do, but I had to let her go. I lived with my regret.
The song then leads into Paul Cassidy's somber instrumental, Dead Letter, which Elvis says in the reissue notes, darkens the already melancholy mood into one of sadness and loss. And I specifically read that as implying the worst outcome for either or both the woman or the professor. We're gonna get a lot of that bleakness in this record. Not so much the next track. It's one of my favorites, though. I Almost Had a Weakness, a letter from a crazy old aunt to her nephew refusing to share the inheritance. Elvis lets loose as the character while the Brodskis amplify the woman's erratic behavior. I see this song as the album's turning point because this is when the group really start having fun, both with the concept and just in action.
Thank you for the flowers. I threw them on the fire.
The strength of the album's concept is not just the flexibility of what counts as a letter, but its content. Obviously, the group generally wrote them within a song structure, but the words can be beautiful, poetic, and earnest, or direct and stark. And if there's anyone who doesn't gussy up their words, it's a child. Why is both heartbreaking and even terrifying. A child writes to their feuding parents, unable to understand what's happening around them. The music and Elvis's voice are so tender and tense, you feel as small as this kid. Think back to your childhood. I know, I'm sorry, me too, but bear with me. Think back to your old room and how everything around you was so big, too big. The soundscape for this track is that old, too big bedroom, when the lights are out and something's gone wrong but you don't know what, and everything's quiet now but you just feel so small.
Why is Daddy not here? Are you crying?
Ian Belton did a great job not just capturing the simplicity of a child's viewpoint, but its inherent selfishness, centering everything happening around them on themselves. Does Daddy still love me? Will you take care of me? If you both love me so, why don't you love each other? And then Elvis took it a step further as the child witnesses, again, the worst outcome for this feud.
Mama's gone missing. Daddy's on fire.
Even if it's not one of my favorites as a listenable song, it is as a piece of art. It's great songwriting. But the next track, Who Do You Think You Are, is another favorite musically. A jilted lover sits at a cafe writing a vent letter to his partner about all their faults, before finally admitting that he still misses them. Michael Thomas's swaying waltz beautifully captures the seaside setting and the writer's burbling internal thoughts. This is a good example of Elvis's vocal skills during this period, outside of sheer vocal range, how tight and disciplined he was.
1,000 or so tuneless violins thrilling your cheap little heart. Who do you think you are?
Which is not to discount the strength of his vocal range. Taking My Life in Your Hands sees a poor, deluded obsessive writing countless histrionic letters, threatening self-harm if he doesn't receive a reply. But the inherent darkness of that idea is both tempered and saddened by the fact that he never has the courage to send any of them. He's in a bubble of his own torture. Elvis reaches his very vocal peak on this record, and I'm not sure he ever hits a note this high again. One of my very favorites on the album, problematic concept and all.
I can always pretend words I don't have the courage to say with you.
This Offer Is Unrepeatable is up there with I Almost Had a Weakness, both as a favorite of mine and in taking the concept in a sillier direction. It's an artifact of a bygone time when chain letter scams were a thing, like the African billionaire spam emails that succeeded them, and then porn bots. This is an especially devilish letter, promising power and riches beyond human means with some unsettling fine print. Elvis goes full circus ringleader in his performance. He has so much fun that I think he laughs on the very last word.
Would I lie to you? Would I sell you a dud? Just sign on the line. Could you possibly write it in blood?
Death is a recurring theme, and I won't speculate an outside reason, but internally, it is an effective way for estranged individuals to reconnect, or in the case of the next song, for the departed to say one last goodbye. Dear Sweet Filthy World is the saddest of death letters, but probably the one you'd think of first. The suicide note, left behind by someone with nothing but disappointment. The music is as oppressive as their hopelessness, though pockets of comforting melodies punctuate the Brodskis' heavy dirge.
I don't know how he chose the pills or the stupid revolver.
The letter home is one of the few tracks to put the formalities of letters into the text, opening with a melodic and rhyming recitation of the address and date. This puts the listener into a false sense of security because the letter proper dives straight into the estranged author's bitterness at their sibling. The kicker is, similar to Taking My Life in Your Hands, the writer doesn't know if the addressee still lives at that house, and they have no intention of writing again anyway, revealing the letter as only a cathartic goodbye for themselves.
And it seems so strange now that he's gone to recall all these games. Though the years have divided us, friendships have strained and broken.
Jackson's Monk and Rose sees the Brodskys dip the most into the well of pop music, written primarily by siblings Michael and Jacqueline Thomas, and inspired by a law firm they knew from their childhoods. I don't know if I would call the music groovy, but it sets an effective, almost nostalgic stroll through the traumas of childhood into the sad realities of adulthood, from brothers hurting their sisters and destroying their toys, to a couple's divorce. Stephen Thomas Erlewine cited this song as a highlight while unfairly dismissing the album at large, but I do agree that this song shows that the Brodskys were a good match for Elvis's pop talents.
Have you got enough strength to carry it off Jackson's monkey?
Elvis gets close to slipping outside the concept and just writing one of his usual protest songs on This Sad Burlesque, a lament for the state of England in 1992, with a hopeful eye towards the future. That was easier in the 90s. Paul Cassidy's composition keeps the tone warm and optimistic, but it's one of the songs that doesn't stick out compared to what's around it.
If it's not a contradiction, please have faith in human nature and have mercy on the creatures in this sad burlesque.
Especially compared to Romeo's Seance, the most striking composition on the album and strong contender for my very favorite track. The letter is a dead lover's words appearing along the walls as his Juliet tries to contact him from beyond the grave. After a gentle, longing intro setting the scene in this quiet, lonely house, they play the driving, percussive rhythm on what sounds like palm-muted strings, which I don't think I'd ever heard on anything other than guitars. It has the effect of this Romeo scratching out the words while the cheerful, relentlessly melodic music is like the reunited couple dancing together in the spirit world. It also has, I think, the only vocal harmony on the album, and just once with Paul Cassidy, and it's gorgeous. I wish they did that more. It's a standout track.
Though you're gone, I don't feel like crying. Romeo is calling you.
I Thought I'd Write to Juliet is one of the few songs written primarily by Elvis, likely because it concerns him directly. It's based on the letter he received from a female soldier in the Gulf War named Constance, who only enlisted to pay for college. And judging by his memoir, that was her actual name and her actual reason for enlisting, and he never said if he got permission to put that in his song. I would have gotten permission first. The song is actually composed of two separate letters. The first is from a fictional receiver of Constance's letter, a snide, cynical writer who only expects this poor soldier to die at war. So they wrote to Juliet to sort out their sordid feelings. Then it plays Constance's letter, depicting her life on the battlefield. The cynical writer's discomfort makes sense when Constance tells them that their words have comforted her in her bleak circumstance. Elvis and the Brodskys sell both the frustrated sneer of the writer and Constance's humble dignity in danger.
Your words are comfort, they're the best things that I have. Apart from family pictures and of course my gas mask.
The song ends on the Brodskys replicating an air raid siren, but then they transition into the album's final instrumental, the soft but discordant Last Post, as if to depict Constance's ravaged battlefield at sunrise. Peaceful, but if she's still alive, the night before will be every night for as long as she's there. The first to leave returns to the well of death with a letter from the departed who believed in an afterlife to their atheist lover. I originally read the lyrics as a similar melodrama to Taking My Life in Your Hands, but about a cheated lover contemplating suicide. Either way, the song is tense and steeped in uncertainty, especially its sharp instrumental coda, like the music follows the internal grip of the living reader's heart as they scan down the page of their dead partner's letter.
Perhaps you'll never know this purgatory. We never could agree.
But before the final track, which has a very similar concept to the last, we get one last note of humor with Damnation's Cellar, a comic song about a time machine and its potential moral and immoral uses, right up until the anticlimactic end of the project. The music has a Gilbert and Sullivan bounce, where it sounds like everyone's having fun, and it's hard not to enjoy yourself listening to it.
They'll never please mankind, so lie back and enjoy it. Stop press, they've just decided to destroy it.
And the album ends on one of Elvis's greatest tearjerkers, The Birds Will Still Be Singing. The writer, whether beyond the grave or just before it, urges their lover to live and enjoy life after them, the music as hopeful as it is mournful. It's such a beautiful song that Elvis's father Ross requested it be played at his funeral. And they did.
If I'm lost or I'm forgiven, the birds will still be singing.
The Juliet Letters is, and was, guaranteed to receive unfair, surface-level reactions. Its actual content stands strong beyond those impressions, and unlike Erlewine, I think it holds up great over multiple listens. I did several for this video over 3 years. Even if there are 21 other albums I ultimately like more, the group's wide-reaching talents and a career-high performance for Elvis on the mic make this an album absolutely worth your time, once you know what you're getting into. Next, let's continue right from here. After the Juliet Letters and the 2 big-budget pop records before it, Elvis and his then-wife Caught O'Riordan wrote the whole solo debut album for punk singer Wendy James. The result, Now Ain't the Time for Your Tears, is fine. Funny note, it was produced by Chris Kimsey, who produced the Killing Joke albums I mentioned earlier, but most relevantly, it featured Pete Thomas on drums. Remember, during Costello's estrangement from the Attractions, Pete was the one member who still played on his records. Writing for Wendy went so well that Elvis decided to just keep making music. He hired Pete and frequent producer/engineer Kevin Killen and rented the tiny Pathway Studios, the same place where he made his debut. But there were a lot of false starts. The studio wasn't right for what they wanted to do, so they moved somewhere else, and did so at least twice. Elvis couldn't play the piano parts for a song, so he hired back Steve Naive. Eventually, Kevin decided he wasn't right for the material and bowed out. Elvis mentions alternating between excitement and despair within the same sessions. The project didn't come together until Elvis bought a Gibson 160E, the same model played by John Lennon, after which he wrote just over a third of the whole album in one night. The Gibson also helped dictate a more stripped-down rock sound for the record. Eventually, they moved to the famous Olympic Studios, where Elvis previously recorded Blood and Chocolate with the Attractions. Along the way, they brought in friend and former producer Nick Lowe to fill in on bass, but Nick didn't like to play anything too complex, so he's only on about half of the album. Luckily, new producer Mitchell Froome, who just co-produced Mighty Like a Rose, worked with a session bassist who could handle the hard parts. Former Attraction, Bruce Thomas. Warner Brothers jumped at the chance to market the album as a reunion with the Attractions, but that's not strictly true. It is, however, the beginning of the band's end for good. Number 21, Brutal Youth. Though the Attractions don't play on the entire album, Brutal Youth often feels like a return to the scrappy rock of Elvis's first 2 albums, though he doesn't abandon the lessons he learned from the Brodsky Quartet and turns the light down just as often. The first 3 tracks betray the album's messy recording, as each one has a different bassist. Nick Lowe plays on the opener, Pony Street, where his fluid bass and Steve Naive's glittering piano set the stage for the album's recurring themes of fraught domestic nostalgia. Then Pete and Elvis come in to kick the doors down on a humorous glimpse at intergenerational conflict, starring a lazy mother and her exasperated daughter.
You used to adore me, but now my life flashes before me for you to view.
Elvis plays bass himself on Kinder Murder, a slower, less frenetic track and one of the album's bleakest, about men's sexual abuses of women, victim blaming, and rape culture at large. The chorus is one of Elvis's most painful. She could have kept her knees together, could have kept her mouth shut.
The officer said it had to be tonight. There's a tear-stained would-be teenage bride. All the family pride in the little Ram Rider.
13 Steps Lead Down is nowhere as dark, but draws on Elvis's years-long battle with alcohol, the title referencing 12-step alcoholism programs. The entire Attractions lineup plays together for the first time here, and for reasons we'll discuss in a bit, it's one of the few tracks that matches their peak years. One of my favorites on the album and of all of the Warner Brothers years.
Cheers and fails, old-fashioned fruit bills. The lovers have a walking round on instruments to torture, and one of them is poisonous.
But around this point in the album, my enthusiasm starts to waver, and it's hard to pinpoint why at first. It took me a while, but I came around to liking the next two tracks, the much softer and more understated This Is Hell and Clown Strike. The former is one of a series of songs reimagining the afterlife as miserably mundane. Hell isn't fire and brimstone, but just a life you get sick of, filled with prats you don't like.
The failed Don Juan in the big bow tie is very sorry that he spoke. He's mislaid his punchline more than halfway through a very tasteless joke.
And Clown Strike imagines an unequal relationship as a circus, looking back on it, as Elvis describes in the reissue liner notes, with affection and amusement, emphasized by his playful backing vocals.
You don't have to go so far, 'cause I love you as you are.
Both tracks have a more hushed, compressed, understated production, where the instruments don't get in the way of each other and the energy is restrained. The problem, I eventually realized, is that the loud tracks sound like that too. On every track, everyone sounds like they're in a box, and the instruments are struggling against a compressor. Yep, we have another When I Was Cruel situation. Brutal Youth is also held back by its production, not as much, hence its much higher placement on the list. But once you notice the issues, they're hard to ignore. Stephen Thomas Erlewine directly blamed Mitchell Froom, saying his, quote, self-conscious production undercuts the effectiveness of the music and lacks guts. While I largely agree with that assessment, and Elvis does note that Froom and his partner Chad Blake brought in a lot of weird shit that didn't need to be there, I remind you that Elvis co-produced and shares some of the blame. And also, I think the production issues are more subtle than you'd think. When I went to college for music recording, my professors emphasized the importance of cohesion in a mix. You need something to glue all the pieces together. It can be as simple as just a little bit of reverb you used on one instrument added to the entire mix. A light compressor on the whole mix can do it. Recording a tape will basically do it for you. Those little details can bring a mix together and make it feel even more musical. Whatever they did on Brutal Youth seems to be the opposite. Every instrument sounds like it was put in Tupperware and shoved in a corner. Nothing has any space to breathe, and nothing coheres with anything else. The only instruments not stifled by the mix are Elvis's vocals and Pete's distracting, untuned snare. Steve gets it the worst. Except for the first few tracks, especially Pony Street and 13 Steps, his keyboards are hard pan to the left. Hard pan to the left, and have barely any presence or air, which hurts some of the best songs on the record. You Tripped at Every Step is musically gentle and emotionally hard-hitting, about a relationship that should have ended long ago, a sad reflection and anticipation of both of Elvis's first two marriages. Steve's piano drives the song, and the mix stuffed him in a corner.
Your despairing tread was angry and unstable. You never suspected, just as that cartoon mouse went undetected.
Same with London's Brilliant Parade, a beautiful recollection of Elvis's childhood in London with several specific references. It's a nostalgia trip that doesn't merely drown in the past, but looks towards the future from that position in the past. It's one of the songs born from Elvis's time working with the Brodsky Quartet, and you can hear that in its elegance. Steve elevates the song in the way that he often did on the classic Attractions records, and sometimes they pan him towards the middle, but not nearly enough.
Now the bankrupt souls in the city are finally tasting defeat.
Sulky Girl was even made the lead single, which feels bizarre to me because it sounds like an unfinished demo. It's in a similar vein to Kinder Murder. It takes the lead woman character's side in subjects of sex and men's piggishness. I read it like a protest of slut-shaming.
Just some stupid little know-it-all. chill it easy. He's not that astute.
I generally like the song, but like some of When I Was Cruel, there's not anywhere enough energy in the stuffy production to make up for a pretty muted performance by the Attractions. Just About Glad has the same issue, a louder power pop, disappointed romance track that nearly recalls This Year's Model in its slobbering sneer. The band feels more into it, but all of its energy is dampened by the sterile mix. It honestly makes it the weakest track on the album for me.
The greatest lover that you ever had. I'm just a bad man.
For that matter, the Rhino reissue has a few early versions recorded in Pete Thomas's basement between studios. Just him, Elvis, and Nick, no Steve yet. Those sound fuller and clearer than the final album. Something went very wrong somewhere. Erlewine insisted that Nick Lowe should have produced and not just subbed in on bass. But keep in mind, excellent producer that he was, Nick had basically retired from production at the turn of the decade. There was certainly a better choice out there for what Elvis wanted to do, though. That said, a few tracks aren't really harmed by the production. The first 3 opening tracks feel like the 90s alternative rock that Elvis inspired. The production manages to make them feel contemporary. They even remind me of a personal favorite album that we won't talk about for a while. Clown Strike is one of the few tracks that feels tailored to this production, so I give it a pass too. But after hearing the 2006 live performance with Alan Toussaint and the Crescent City Horns blowing it out of the water, I may never go back. And aside from pushing Steve's piano out of the way, the sound suits the depiction of a mundane afterlife in This Is Hell. 20% Amnesia and My Science Fiction Twin appeal to me especially because they turn up the distorted bass and lean into Elvis's wry sense of humor. The former's a goofy mockery of easily swayed voters, his frustration paired with the most appropriately inappropriate keyboards from Steve. He sounds like he's going mad trying to understand other people.
From rage to anesthesia, 20% amnesia.
And the latter draws on Elvis's career-long alter ego, who's inherently more famous and successful than Declan McManus ever was, though he says in the liner notes that it's just a satire about a man who does 5 things at once. He at least approaches it with a relaxed laugh at himself.
They ask how in the world he does all these things. He answered superbly.
And the penultimate track, the hazy breakup doo-wop waltz, All the Rage, seems to intentionally go for a retro feel, so it's not harmed by the mix either.
Although I'll never be unhappy as you want me to be, still it's all right.
I'd even argue that 3 of these songs are actually enhanced by the production. On the surface, Still Too Soon to Know feels like a less emotionally gratifying rewrite of Baby Plays Around from Spike, a masterpiece of resignation and romance. We'll get to it. Still Too Soon to Know is a less powerful cheating song in comparison, but what it has that Baby Plays Around doesn't is the oppressive atmosphere of the mix. You feel like you're Elvis sitting in the dark in the corner of a room, wondering for hours about your relationship and your partner after you caught them cheating, and never finding answers.
I wonder was this ignorance or bliss? It's still too soon to know.
And the album closes on Favorite Hour, the only song recorded solely by Elvis, with just his voice and simple piano accompaniment. It's his most heartfelt protest of the death penalty, one he's especially proud of, and the production only enhances the heartbreaking reality of death. The Rhino reissue has an early take with Pete and Steve filling out the mix with drums and organ, but the final version is a near pitch-perfect example of less is more.
Now there's a tragic waste of brutal youth.
But one of the album's deep cuts, Rocking Horse Road, might be the secret highlight. Its boxy production helps it feel like the musical version of an old faded Polaroid. Elvis explores this quiet suburban street and recalls a life long past. It's the sound of walking down your old childhood street after you moved away, seeing all the ways it's changed over the years, and knowing that the formative image you see when you think of that place is gone forever.
I know I must not look back, 'cause part of me is waiting still. There on Rockin' Horse Road for you.
Elvis never intended Brutal Youth to be a concept album. He emphasizes in the liner notes how erratic and abrupt it all came together, but he does admit that it's backwards looking in its subject matter. There are strong recurring themes of the past, nostalgia, childhood homes, family dysfunction, and failed relationships. You could frame it as a concept album set in a fictional London suburb, on a pony street or a rocking horse road, capturing the sordid lives of normal people from decades past, including their later years or their untimely ends. And that's why, for all of my criticism of his production, I'm very fond of this album. Elvis was in the second decade of his career as a musician, exactly 2 decades if you count his bands as a teenager. And Brutal Youth feels like him taking an hour for himself to remember where he came from. I admit, nostalgia plays a part in my appreciation for this album, too. Here in Sacramento, we used to have a chain of stores called Dimple Records, and my local store was my favorite place to visit for years. The grand majority of every CD I own came from Dimple Records over the course of my teens and 20s. It was where I truly became a Costello fan, and not just for the big, obvious albums, but for the hidden gems like Brutal Youth. For whatever goddamn reason, the same handful of albums were always available at Dimple used, several copies, and super cheap. And I never understood why, because they weren't huge sellers that you expect to find returned or used. But they were also good albums. Who traded all these in? But it was these albums, alongside his first 3, that were my main introductions to his music. And they made me a fan. Dimple Records sadly shut down in 2019 after the owners decided to retire. My favorite store, gone forever. So when I listen to Brutal Youth, an album I bought there, and I hear his sad remembrance of a lifelong past, I get it. Not about anything else that happened in 2019, but I get it. This actually takes us directly to the next spot on the list. I bought this next album with Brutal Youth at Dimple Records, and that combined with them being recorded and released close together inextricably links them in my mind. Kojak Variety was released in between these two, but this next album will always be the real follow-up to Brutal Youth for me. And fittingly, we go straight from the Surprise Attractions reunion to their unsurprising permanent breakup. Number 20, All This Useless Beauty. It's a credit to the band and the production that this album is as good as it is, because this is the final result of a heavily compromised idea. Elvis had unprecedented support from Warner Brothers when he signed in the 80s, but come 1996, a change in leadership left him with barely any. He originally envisioned this project as a star-studded double album, with the self-deprecating title, A Case for Song, as in, music locked in a case, never to be heard by anyone. He knew it wouldn't sell. Ultimately, it was reduced to 1 disc and mainly recorded with the Attractions, and they only showed up for a paycheck. But with the help of some excellent production by former Beatles engineer Jeff Emerick, and not for the first time, the resulting album, All This Useless Beauty, turned out pretty damn good. While the Case for Song idea fell through, much of the music here began as collaborations or were written with or for other musicians. The opener was co-written with Amy Mann for her band Till Tuesday, a song I briefly mentioned before, The Other End of the Telescope, one of Elvis's many great breakup songs. Till Tuesday's version is a much more heavily produced, country-tinged affair set in a higher key. I think it's ultimately the better version. Elvis on his own can't match Amy's vocal talents, let alone with Elvis harmonizing with her. And while this new take does feel like the 90s adult contemporary version, it has some extra lyrical bite, as Elvis rewrote some of the verses to lean into the regret of the relationship. Plus, what Till Tuesday didn't have was Steve Naive doing what he does best on piano. See, Brutal Youth, this is why you don't waste him.
You see me off in the distance, I hope, at the other end, at the other end of the telescope.
It's followed by a personal favorite of mine, Little Adams. An interesting recurring theme on the album is Elvis drawing on his Catholic upbringing and, agnostic as he is, finding some sideways beauty in it. Little Adams is a dramatization of Judas's betrayal of Jesus, dripping with gorgeous poetry and Steve's piano, and it's driven by a rarity in Elvis's music, a synth arpeggio. It's a standout track.
In the particle of me that cares for this, I betrayed those little atoms with a kiss.
Distorted Angel is even more directly about his upbringing. It was inspired by an angel statue that his parents set up in his room as a child. Catholic guilt may be a thing, but I don't think they intended the angel to scare Elvis as much as it did. And now he can't get that omnipresent gaze out of his head. The song is a steady drift through his thoughts and memories, punctuated by more of Steve's glittering piano, which is what really makes it special.
I was taught to believe you were looking down on everyone.
The title track is another favorite of mine, originally written for June Tabor and primarily based around Elvis's voice and Steve's piano. It's a somber, disappointed look at a young woman's hopes and expectations of romance compared to her reality, a prince who's less than charming.
I wrote it in Italy, and I saw a woman in a picture gallery looking at all these beautiful pictures of classical antiquity, and then her eyes left the wall and came down to her late 20th century lover, and she had this look in her eyes like, where did we go wrong, you know?
Despite the funny anecdote, there's one line that breaks my heart every time.
She held his head like a baby and said, "It's okay if you cry."
Later on the album is a track that feels like its lesser sibling, Poor Fractured Atlas, this time about a man. Based around a more direct, Moonlight Sonata-ish piano, it's a sympathetic look at a writer who lets his impotence, literal or otherwise, leave him angry and alone. It's not as musically or emotionally strong as the title track, but it has some power if you imagine Elvis is looking in the mirror.
Now you can't be sure of that 10 of his years since he punched a hole in the fabric.
I talked about Complicated Shadows earlier. It was originally written for Johnny Cash, who declined to record it, and Elvis wouldn't record his original country idea until 2009. But I've always preferred this version. Making an outlaw country song into a rock song is less obvious, and it helps it to stand out. It's also a much more dynamic version, as they intercut the studio take with a live performance that brings the house down. One song that tries to rock that hard and doesn't quite manage it, but makes for a fun swerve, is Shallow Graves. It's another one of the handful of songs that Elvis wrote with Paul McCartney that either had yet to record. And you can kind of tell, Paul has an approach to rock and roll and rockabilly that leans goofy. Even this song, about the grand equalizer that is death. It's not the strongest song on the record, but the attractions at least give it some muscle.
There's the parkers like the rich, they all end up in a ditch. In this world of fools and knaves, even good children got shallow graves.
There are two tracks that never totally clicked with me. Why Can't a Man Stand Alone is an impassioned plea against toxic masculinity and its harm on men and women. Elvis wrote it for Sam Moore, but Sam declined. Elvis thinks it was because it had too many words for Sam's style. I think it's just the most undercooked song on the record. It doesn't have as much passion as Elvis managed on R&B songs before and after this. It also ends just very awkwardly.
Why can't a man stand up?
And Starting to Come to Me is an attempt at a jovial bubblegum rock and roll style that doesn't land. It's one case of lyrical dissonance, something Elvis does all the time, that doesn't enhance such a vicious song of double faces and gold diggers. It's a shame because I like the melodies, I just wish the music had as much teeth as the vocals and lyrics.
And with the sweet smoking, send out the martyr when it's starting to come to me. Come to me, come to me.
On the plus side, the album has a standout ending stretch. Its last 3 tracks are some of the best of the Warner Brothers years and beyond. You Bowed Down is a brilliant pop song, written for Roger McGuinn of the Byrds, and it makes great use of a 12-string guitar. Where Starting to Come to Me doesn't connect to its own music, You Bowed Down syncs just right, the jangle and psychedelia complementing a song about selling out one's morals and artistry for industry brown-nosing. It's something Elvis eternally battles against. The only downside? Steve Naive gets shoved in the corner again. You were doing so well, Jeff!
But all the applause is fading like yours. You bowed down.
Its Time is a shattering R&B-tinged wail of regret in the aftermath of either a one-night stand or a relationship with about as much love that should have lasted about as long. The song builds off a hip-hop style looping drum sample, apparently discovered by Elvis's son Matt, and Steve's angelic keyboards launch the song into the stratosphere.
Mercy, it's time that you went. Mercy, it's time that you went.
And the album ends on one of Elvis's most heartbreaking confessions on the level of Favorite Hour, I Want to Vanish. It's a spare piano and string composition featuring the Brodsky Quartet, also written for June Tabor, but strongly resonant with Elvis's own state at the time, as I'll discuss in a minute. It's tender and beautiful and always chokes me up.
I've given you the awful truth. Now give me my rest.
Despite several excellent tracks, this album was never going to rank higher than the very tip of the top 20 for me, because even compared to Brutal Youth in some ways, it's one of those band reunions where the magic is gone. There is an incomparable cohesion between Elvis and the Attractions in their first decade together. His good songs elevated to great by their talents, but All This Useless Beauty is just that band as workhorses. They showed up for a paycheck and didn't fuck it up. There's a reason that Elvis toured the album as just a duo with Steve Naive, because his piano is the only instrument that stands out and lifts the material into something exceptional. Elvis describes their tour together as them saving these songs. I suspect he's not proud of this album. George Purvis's book about Elvis and the Attractions for On Track, quote, every song, every album, deliberately excludes the 90s albums. He says it's because there's enough in that story for a second book, but the subtext is that they're not really Attractions albums. Elvis himself felt the same way. He wrote in his memoir that, in hindsight, the Attractions truly ended with 1986's Blood and Chocolate. Quote, we put our names on a couple of other record jackets in the 90s, but despite containing many good songs and some vivid performances, those records really could have been made by anyone, and sometimes they were. They reused the album's original title, A Case for Song, for a televised live show and video that serves as a solid wide-lens look at Elvis's work with and without the Attractions at the time. There are great sections with just him and Steve, or short sets with the Brodsky Quartet. The Attractions overall are in good form. You wouldn't get the sense that Elvis is ready to drop them as soon as cameras are off. But it's hard to watch the show when you know how he felt behind the scenes. Remember I Want to Vanish, and how the album was largely material written for or with other musicians? That's because around this time, according to Elvis, he preferred to hear his own music through other voices. This turned out to be something of a low period for him, one where he constantly questioned his own career, and he wouldn't really climb out of it until some drastic life changes in the early 2000s. It didn't help that he and Bruce Thomas fell out all over again. According to Elvis, Bruce began sabotaging live shows, while from Bruce's recollection, he simply hit the wrong note for the first time, and Elvis took it to mean the worst. Either way, Elvis chewed him out backstage one day, and Bruce just checked out from there. At the end of the tour, they both knew they'd never work together again. In the end, All This Useless Beauty didn't sell, and that seemed to be the final straw for Elvis's time at Warner's. To complete his contract, he recorded the hip-hop-influenced The Bridge I Burned as a promotional single for Extreme Honey, the best of the Warner Brothers years. The song was originally planned as a cover of Prince's Pop Life until Prince refused, and the final result feels like a massive piss take to Warner's, The Attractions, and his career at the time. It takes its name from an ad-lib Elvis did while performing You Bowed Down with the Attractions in '96, giving away how much he regretted reforming the band. Once the song and compilation were out, he walked away from them and Warner's with his middle finger held high. The real kick in the pants about the Warner Brothers years and their undignified end is that they began so optimistically. Following Blood and Chocolate in 1986, Elvis parted from both his British and American record labels and spent the first of multiple 3-year gaps without releasing anything new. However, lifelong Beatles fan that he is, he was hired by Paul McCartney to help him co-write a new album, Flowers in the Dirt. Only a handful of their songs ever made it to record, and I think only one with both men singing together, but their demos are now available in the archival version of Flowers. If you like the interplay that Paul had with John Lennon, the demos do capture a similar magic. They're also largely better than than the overproduced album versions. Put a pin in that. Accounts differ on how well Costello and McCartney got along, but after their collaboration, both men had a fistful of songs for them to use, just in time for Elvis to sign to Warner Brothers internationally. He approached the label with 5 different ideas for an album, and even the willingness to hire a hit producer to make it sell. Elvis recounts in hindsight, "They told me to make whatever record I wanted. I seem to have elected to make all 5 albums at once." Thus, he entered 4 separate studios around the world, with a handful of session musicians in each. They produced pop-ready singles in London and Hollywood, Irish folk tales of tragedy in Dublin, jazz workouts and heart-bearing soul in New Orleans. With Elvis sharing co-production for the first time, alongside T-Bone Burnett and Kevin Killen, the resulting album is one of Elvis's biggest pop successes. And it's aged interestingly. Number 19, Spike. Spike was actually the first Costello album I ever knew. My dad was a child of the 70s and 80s, especially tuned into new wave and alternative, and he played CDs and cassettes around the house all the time. They Might Be Giants are my favorite band because of him. He was a fan of Elvis, but this was the only CD he had. That's his actual CD from back in the day. So I grew up hearing Veronica. Co-written with Paul McCartney, the song was a US hit in 1989, with an unlikely subject that only grew more relatable as time went on. Elvis wrote it about his grandmother as she succumbed to Alzheimer's, and he and Paul tried to put her story in a more positive, hopeful light. They imagine her brief moments of terrifying lucidity as her true self persevering. The song was on all of our minds as my great-grandmother suffered a stroke in the mid-2000s, and more recently when my grandmother's dementia violently progressed to Alzheimer's in 2020. It's a song that's very near and dear to my heart for all of those reasons, and because it's just a gleaming pop gem. But only a fraction of Spike sounds like Veronica. Out of everything we'll cover on this list, this album has probably the biggest swerves between style and tone from track to track. The pop, jazz, and folk all weave between each other. Nothing has its own designated section. It's also his longest record up to this point, the first to pass a full hour, and the first to have tracks removed from the vinyl because of it. Nothing to do with record label shenanigans like his early records, it was just too long for that format. Elvis never confirmed this, but I imagine the length is due to CDs just starting to overtake vinyl as the dominant music format, which meant you could fit more onto one album. Bands in the 90s overloaded theirs, sometimes to their detriment. It took discipline to pare down an album to its best tracks, and Elvis had carte blanche to eschew discipline if he wanted. Luckily, Spike is so loaded with good material that length is not an issue. It's other things. The album opens with This Town, one of its brightest pop singles, and it's just like Elvis to make it about the bullshit of wealth and industry. But like the off-putting album cover, he observes these many deluded characters, their minds and perspectives hollowed out by success, with a big amused grin on his face. To give you an idea of just how much freedom Elvis had over this production, this track features Roger McGuinn on 12-string and Paul McCartney on bass. And for all intents and purposes, they're just session musicians like everyone else. I have issues with this song's overproduction, same with Veronica. They're washed out and trebly to the detriment of the music. We'll come back to that.
He's so proud of the kick, my heart signed with it, hung on his back and
Then things turn serious. Let Him Dangle is Elvis's first big protest of capital punishment, based around the real trial and execution of Derek Bentley in 1953. Derek led an armed burglary with teenager Chris Craig, and when they were arrested and told to drop their weapons, Derek told Chris, "Let them have it." Whether it's what he meant or not, Chris shot one of the cops dead, and because he was too young for the death penalty, they hanged Derek instead. Elvis tells the story in all of its inexplicability and confusion, raising every question he can about the death penalty's lack of logic, pointlessness, and what it reveals about the people who support it and respond to death by calling for more of it. A couple lyrics were awkwardly phrased to fit the meter, but he treats the subject with all of the seriousness and righteousness it deserves, especially in the face of the people who didn't treat it seriously.
killing anybody is a terrible crime. Why does this bloodthirsty chorus come round from time to time?
The track is immediately followed by the beautiful, effortless glide of Alan Toussaint's fingers across the piano in Deep, Dark, Truthful Mirror. The Dirty Dozen brass band elevate Costello's croon in a grand bearing of the soul, blending surreal imagery inspired by nature documentaries with the grounded realities of alcoholism and self-reflection. The lyrics become increasingly bizarre with each verse, drawing disjointed images of decay that escalate from fingers bleeding on a fiberglass tumbleweed to a butterfly eating a dead monkey's hand. But Elvis insists in his memoir that the opening lyrics explain the song's intentions.
One day you're gonna have to face the deep dark truth from mirror, and it's gonna tell you things that I still love you too much to say.
It is hard to live with someone who repeatedly hurls himself into the oblivion of alcohol and anger. It's harder still when that person is you or someone you are pretending to love. Such was much of his first marriage when his career took off, when he indulged in vice for creative inspiration while his wife was unawares. He sounds sincerely sorry. It's a shame it took another 16 years and a tragedy before Elvis and Alan worked together again, because they collaborated beautifully. This goes straight back into bright jangle pop with Veronica, and the album only swerves wider from there. We get a relaxed folk stroll with God's Comic, Elvis's first picture of a mundane, unspectacular afterlife. It's steeped in religious satire, from the initial character being an unscrupulous priest dying and meeting God, to the big guy's disappointed fascination with trash culture, and up to him deciding to leave humanity on their own. It's an understated highlight of the album, with Mark Rebo's Spanish guitar and Michael Blair's marimba giving it a Tom Waits feel.
I've been wading through all of this unbelievable junk and wondering if I should have given the world to the monkeys.
Speaking of Tom Waits' feel, Chewing Gum feels like Elvis aiming straight at Tom Waits' style. Mark playing sharp guitar, Michael Blair hitting a metal pipe, and lyrical themes of Orientalism all centered around swordfish trombones or rain dogs. The Dirty Dozen return, and Kirk Joseph handles all of the low end with his sousaphone, giving the song a lot of swing. The lyrics of a Chinese mail-order bride's sexual misadventures with a racist, fetishizing pig haven't aged well. They're a little too self-amused to be satire so much as outright laughing at her situation, but the song is so fucking absurd and stupid, it's hard to take it that seriously.
Now he gives her a picture of marathoner and child. She wants to roll rock as he spills his beer over her, bumps and he grinds as he repeats man car.
This is the album's biggest tonal whiplash, but it's not its last. It goes from Chewing Gum to Tramp the Dirt Down, an angry, heartbroken protest of the Tories' policies and the lives they cost, with Margaret Thatcher at the center of the target. It's like a folk funeral procession, the instrumentation and lyrics dripping with grief but lost for action. Elvis just hopes he lives long enough to see her die. It's a bleak expression, and he got a lot of pushback for it, but it's aged a lot better than the last track. In present day, with old, rotting conservatives grasping desperately for the control that slips more and more through their fingers by scapegoating, demagoguery, legislating thousands of lives out of existence, people of color, trans and non-binary, and otherwise, it's more important than ever to outlive these bastards. I've always loved this song, and it only grows more important to me with every passing year.
Can you imagine all that greed and avarice coming down on that child's lips?
The very middle of the album, or the start of side 2 on the vinyl, is an instrumental, Stalin Maloney. The Dirty Dozen handle a bobbing jazz interlude that did actually have lyrics at first, but they opted to have the instrumental on the album. The Rhino reissue includes the vocal version, a free associative spoken word reading. I like both versions, but compared to everything around it, I feel like this was always just going to be a curious interlude. And again, it's placed very bizarrely between the musically softer but emotionally intense tracks.
They can't tell a cuckoo clock from the squeals of saxophone. That's when they'll feel like.
For the most part, side 2 has the majority of the album's strongest tracks. Elvis took inspiration from both Burt Bacharach and the Pretenders for Satellite, and Chrissie Hynde herself provides the harmony in the chorus. It's a deceptively dreamy song about a voyeuristic future of empty pleasures at others' expenses. It almost predicts the internet and campsites especially, Though by the time those came around, and especially these days, people are more aware of consent and also kink. Some people are just into this on all sides. It's the one track with similar washy production to This Town in Veronica that actually makes it work with the song. It enhances that dreamy, drifting atmosphere, like you're up in the sky with a satellite watching these people, indifferent to their sadness. This goes straight into another goofy song, and I'm going to save that one for last, because it ties into my overall problems with Spike. That then jumps into the tender acoustic lament, Baby Plays Around, one of the album's finest tracks. It was co-written with Elvis's wife, Caught O'Riordan, and performed almost entirely by Elvis himself, plus Mitchell Froom on a very quiet organ, and it is heartbreaking. The narrator's partner is either a cheater or a partier, or anything that takes her far away from him for her own pleasures. But she's all he has, so he chooses to accept love's leftovers rather than lose her entirely. Considering Elvis's own history of playing around, you can read this as him putting himself in his ex-wife's shoes. It makes me cry every time.
She's all I have, worth waiting for, but baby plays around.
Miss Macbeth is outwardly silly, but subtly tragic. It was inspired by a dreadful, noisy, and misanthropic set of downstairs neighbors from Elvis's childhood. The song offers some sympathy to those people from a more mature man's perspective. It imagines one of them as the village outcast, a lonely old woman accused of evil when she's just misunderstood, though before long she rises to their bait. The lyrics suggest that the narrator thinks she deserves her derision, but the folk instrumentation, the Dirty Dozen brass band, and the dramatic theatrical tone make the song feel more like mummers parading in celebration of her dishing out the closed-minded villagers' comeuppance.
And every day she lives out another love song. It's a development of somebody done wrong.
I'm starting to think Elvis broke up the tearjerkers like this because putting them all together would kill someone, because Any King Shilling destroys me. It was partially inspired by Elvis's grandfather and his time as an Irishman in the British military. It's a picture of humanity in war, a situation inherently indifferent to human life. If this album has one overarching theme, it's the actual humans who have to live through that cosmic indifference. Elvis's voice and the instrumentation make this song soar. If you've never thought Julian pipes could make you cry, listen to this song.
What will become of you? Just isn't worth any king shilling.
Coltrane Robberies almost has the grit and bite of an Attraction song, a driving rocker protesting the wealthy and hateful stomping down the working class. Benmont Tench plays the most toothsome Vox Continental this side of Steve Naive, though he doesn't have anywhere Steve's presence and flexibility, at least not with what he was told to play.
So you go to the movies, smash it up. You wanna feel your heart pumping that makes you feel good.
It's another strong track, but it does draw attention to how much the Attractions and their strength as a unit elevated Elvis's music. Each musician was to their respective instrument what Elvis is to songwriting. They made his music more than the sum of its parts. We haven't really seen that on this list because it's all his best records. The only times they didn't elevate his music, it was either because of overproduction or amounting to little more than session musicians, all of which also hold back their replacements here on Spike. The standout performances on the album are by the other musicians, the Dirty Dozen brass band and the Irish folk musicians. Benmont is a fantastic keyboardist, but he shines best with Tom Petty, not sitting in Steve Naive's seat. Luckily, the album ends on another acoustic heartbreaker, Last Boat Leaving, about a family on the eve of being torn apart when the father is shipped away to war. All the parents can do is comfort their son while hiding their tears, grief, and regrets. It's up there as one of Elvis's most devastating songs.
And it feels like punishment, but I don't know what for. Take care of your mother, son. It's you that she adores.
There's honestly only one track that I don't like very much, and it's one of the two co-written with Paul McCartney, Pads, Paws, and Claws. It's a playful look at a troubled couple through the lens of animal metaphors in a swinging rockabilly style. The problem is their joint approach to early rock and roll and rockabilly is less Little Richard or Buddy Holly and more,
The Tinker, the Tailor, the Fabulous Five. No change jangling.
Bubba Gump Shrimp Co. It at least works better in a context like this that's intentionally amusing.
While he's drinking hairspray, she knows that he never would dare. She could be in pictures, but she wasn't all covered in fur.
But putting it right before Baby Plays Around draws attention to my biggest issue with the album on the whole. David Goldstone, writing contemporaneously of the album in his book, took the risk of ranking it among Elvis's very best records. Quote, "It's notoriously difficult assessing a recent work of art. In the past, there are many examples of extravagant praise of works that have later proved to be of little merit, and conversely of critics damning works that have come to be seen as masterpieces. As I write this in the autumn of 1989, I've been familiar with Spike for 9 short months, not long on which to base a judgment which will achieve some kind of immortality in print." Goldstone was also lukewarm on some of Elvis's most beloved albums, so take him with a grain of salt. At the time of filming, I have the benefit of a good 430 more months of hindsight, and while Spike isn't disliked significantly, it is clear how poorly the pop songs have aged. Like Goodbye Cruel World 5 years earlier, these songs are horribly overproduced, buried in thick layers of studio gloss and excess instruments that don't enhance the music, only distract from it. Plus, we have some lovely new late 80s reverb to drown it all out and take away the definition and character from the instruments. It's distracting how much the snare sounds like paper.
Let him dangle, let him.
It's not just me, right? It's hard to tell if this production was a choice by Elvis himself or his co-producers, because sitting right next to the pop songs are folk and jazz that haven't aged a day. T-Bone's and Kevin's skills are both on full display, perfectly clear and rich. Any extra instruments are not excessive or wasted. The Rhino reissue includes Elvis's solo demos, and a lot of those tracks sound better without the excess. Even Pads, Paws, and Claws has a little more grit, and Elvis himself picked Veronica's acoustic demo over the studio version for multiple compilations. Stephen Thomas Erlewine felt that the album is held back by its tonal whiplash, darting rapidly between silly 80s pop songs and serious folk and jazz, and I only agree with him because this undercuts the album's biggest emotional highs. Having Pads, Paws, and Claws next to Baby Plays Around, having Chewing Gum next to Tramp the Dirt Down. But my biggest issue is how much this weird tone problem highlights that the folk and jazz are kicking pop's ass. Spike is at least partially a successor to King of America, both in the personnel and the sound of the folk tracks. And I think in the long run, it should have been that entirely. Obviously, Spike is good enough to get into my top 20 as is, but if Elvis only recorded 1 or 2 of those 5 albums he planned, it could make it to my top 10. At the very least, Elvis himself has a positive outlook on the album. He closes out the reissue liner notes by saying, "I performed most of the songs on Spike many times in concert. I may have played some of them better than on this disc, but there are all sorts of unusual holes in these recordings that I like. I really wouldn't change a note." Like I mentioned, Spike is notable for having one of 2 early collaborations between Elvis and Allen Toussaint. Allen was considered by some to be New Orleans music, a celebrated musician, songwriter, composer, and producer in New Orleans jazz, soul, and R&B, all the way until his death in November 2015. So you can imagine how he felt in August 2005. Hurricane Katrina hit the region, and despite minimal damage at first, soon the levee broke, and flooding devastated the city. Allen was out of town waiting out the storm, like he had many hurricanes before, but was ultimately stranded in New York City during the disaster. It just so happened that Elvis and his wife Diana lived there as well, and they crossed paths with Allen many times at benefits for hurricane relief. Elvis, a longtime fan of New Orleans music and hater of fascists, was furious at the Bush administration's terrible crisis response. He presented the idea to Allen of doing a Toussaint songbook to help with the relief efforts, but the idea expanded from there. They mostly recorded in Hollywood until they could finally return to New Orleans, where they were the first to record in the city since the disaster. Elvis recalls in his memoir,
Allen Toussaint and I were walking across the lobby of a fine but nearly deserted hotel, located just across Canal Street from the French Quarter. An older gentleman had just entered the rear door and was coming towards us when he recognized Alan and stopped in his tracks. His grim expression lit up. He became elated and emotional, grasping and shaking Alan's hand vigorously, as if his very presence were a sign that all was not lost in the shattered city. He didn't speak at first, but his expression said, "If you are back, then we are all back."
Number 18, The River in Reverse with Alan Toussaint. This album is half covers of old Alan tracks, half new tracks co-written with Elvis, except for the title track written just by Elvis. But it's a tight package thanks to the no-frills approach of Alan's then-producer, Joe Henry, and the talents of their many cohorts backing them up, the Imposters, the Crescent City Horns, and guitarist Anthony Brown. While Alan plays the most piano and is absurdly dexterous on the keys, Steve Naive is right there complimenting him on both piano and organ, and they and the horns shine throughout. I imagine they chose half of these covers for their resonance with recent events, though I think Elvis only directly confirmed one. The opener, On Your Way Down, does serve as a loose thesis for the album, a warning about greed, respect, and karma set over a smooth R&B groove. It's unfortunately Elvis's sloppiest vocal take on the album, which does hamper the otherwise strong first impression.
The same people you misuse on your way up, you might meet up on your way down.
But then we dip straight into the songs chosen just because they're great. Elvis's rougher singing is perfectly suited to the soul-rending, lovesick, hopeless romanticism of Nearer to You, originally written for Betty Harris. Steve rocks the organ throughout, and I love how he, Alan, and Anthony dance around each other. One of my favorites.
Every little thing I do, I'm trying to get closer to you.
But perhaps even better than that is Tears, Tears, and More Tears, one of several songs originally for Lee Dorsey. It's everything true about the last song, aching, longing romanticism and all, except it's a party. The only downside is the horns are so spread out in the mix that they sound a little anemic. It dulls their power. They probably could have been pushed forward, but everything else makes up for it.
Tears, tears, and more tears. I can't help but to keep on crying. Oh, tears, tears, and more tears. I can't get you off of my mind.
Freedom for the Stallion, also originally for Lee Dorsey, might be the most resonant and powerful of the covers. It's a heartbreaking plea for dignity that approaches spirituality from a deeply human-oriented point of view. Elvis notes in the bonus DVD documentary, Putting the River in Reverse, that he wanted to sing it because of its resonance to the tragedy, both the hurricane and otherwise, and it's one of his two best vocal performances on the album.
Because it's a song about dignity, something that seems to be taken away from people in a most alarming way, not just by the natural disasters, but by the man-made disasters that followed on from the natural disaster.
They got men building fences to keep other men out, ignore him if he whispers and kill him if he shouts. Oh Lord, you got to help us find a way.
My other favorite performance of his is All These Things, written for Art Neville, but expanded in the years since, and also a heart-bearing, classic soul love ballad. Elvis actually covered this song for over 2 decades by that point. There's a solo cover on the Rhino reissue of Blood and Chocolate, and here he sounds like he knows it intimately. It's a great use of his weathered but emotive voice, and he puts his all into it. This is a good album for hopeless romantics like me. I'm a sucker for this.
All of my love, all of my love.
And the final cover on the main album is Wonder Woman, another written for Lee Dorsey that turns love into a big celebration. Instead of missing someone, it's shouting how great she is from across town and everyone joining in the parade for this awesome girl. There is one couplet at the start that hadn't aged well, and weirdly it's another song where the horns feel like they could have been brought forward more in the mix, but nothing can stop the song's infectious energy.
She's my Wonder Woman, Wonder Woman. What she can do, it can be.
That's the charm and effectiveness of these covers that have nothing to do with the hurricane or human mistreatment. They emphasize how good it feels to be alive, and sometimes you need that to get you through a tragedy. Though you'll likely notice that I skipped a cover, and that's for a particular reason that we'll get to near the end. Put a pin in that. After all, Alan's songs and Elvis's voice are known quantities at this point. The hanging question is how they do as collaborators and co-writers. This brings us to The Sharpest Thorn, the first song on the album co-written by both, about a prideful, sharp-dressed man who goes out on parade and comes home humbled. While musically it's almost all Alan, a horn-led waltz that recalls New Orleans marching band tradition, there's no mistaking Elvis's sense of humor and wry approach to religious imagery. The narrator invokes archangels Michael and Gabriel, but gets pickpocketed.
Although we know we must repent, we hit the scene and look for sins that haven't even been invented.
The title track is the only one written solely by Elvis, and you can tell sonically and lyrically. The music is a bluesy vamp, an aching trudge through the flooded streets of New Orleans, howling to the sky in anger and grief about the destruction and the horrible government response. Elvis rejects the angry songwriter label, but this is an example of how good he can be at using anger. It's rooted in unflinching humanity and pointed in the right direction.
So count your blessings when they ask permission to govern with money and superstition. They tell you it's all for your own protection till you feel your own reflection.
Broken Promised Land continues that righteous anger, pointed directly at the nominally Christian grifters and bigots who called New Orleans a place of sin and the hurricane God's punishment. They love that lie, don't they? Elvis turns that inhuman horseshit right back in scathing sarcasm while the band just jams behind him.
Coming in under the cover of darkness, how high shall we build this wall?
Alan mentions in the documentary that his music is steeped in New Orleans, the city and the culture, even the food, and especially the influence of Professor Longhair, who he calls his Bach of Rock. So it tracks when the only song on the album that is just Alan on piano and Elvis on vocals, Ascension Day, was developed out of a piece by Professor Longhair, Tipitina, which Alan recently adapted on his last album as Tipitina and Me. In their interview in No Depression, Elvis says that they were, quote, almost too polite when trying to write new music. Nobody would take the lead. But he was so inspired by Tipitina and Me that he went home and wrote lyrics for it in one night. And that broke open the collaboration to include new music. You can hear that in how the song directly faces the grim aftermath of the hurricane and struggles for hope and feeling when tragedy begets numbness. It's a showcase for Alan's talents on piano. He flutters across the keys like a dancer, while Elvis pours his soul out.
Thought I heard somebody pleading, thought I heard someone apologize. Some fell down weeping, others pulled their face up at the sky, and those who were left seemed to be wearing disguises.
But like the covers, the originals are not all doom and gloom. International Echo is essentially Elvis giving it up to New Orleans music by recounting how it traveled across the ocean to the UK and inspired him in his youth. It's his chance to give some love back to that music. The tone is celebratory and humorous, and it's just a blast.
Down in the basement, used to fade spot. 3 bars open to make them mark international echo.
And the album ends with Six-Fingered Man, a funky takedown of probably Bush or Cheney, but generally a greedy, prideful egotist, like the protagonist of The Sharpest Thorn, exaggerated to be immune to humility. The song's ageless, basically. It is an odd choice for a closer, though, because there's nothing really conclusive about its tone or subject. Put a pin in that, too. But it's another jam, and Elvis definitely has fun on vocals.
Is it cheap and slow to apply? Maybe half of them seem to be lies. Always helps to advertise. Oh, it's never enough.
For what it's worth, I don't think this album is Elvis's strongest showing as a singer overall, aside from the 2 I pointed out. This is that point in his career when he stopped trying so hard to hit the notes, but he's far from sleepwalking. We've heard what that sounds like. He's putting all of his soul and jazz roots to good use and singing each song with all the passion and love for this music that he has. Rough and tumble Joe Cocker vibes. He just probably could have stood to warm up more before recording. That might be why, for me, the album's highest peak is the one time when Alan takes over on lead vocals. Unpin that. Who's Gonna Help Brother Get Further was another written for Lee Dorsey, but this is easily my favorite version. Alan's voice is silky smooth and effortlessly cool. I love how how he and Elvis share a call and response in the chorus, and Big Sam Williams does a ripping trombone solo.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
It's such a good rendition that the documentary plays the entire recording for a scene, and then they added that whole scene as a bonus to the concert DVD from that same year. So nice they did it twice. The lack of Alan's voice on the album is a big missed opportunity, and not just because he's a great singer, but because of something I noticed in the documentary. He and Elvis duet on a version of What Do You Want the Girl to Do, which did not make the final album. At first, it's a case of their different vocal approaches clashing. It's the risk you take when you duet with Elvis.
So you think the woman's crazy, 'cause she eats up your lies like it's good to her. Eat up your lies like apple pies, and she don't want you to eat them cry.
But then they harmonize on the chorus, and their voices blend great.
What do you want the girl to do? Don't you know you're breaking the child in two?
Alan does sing backup with Davey Farragher throughout the album, but they missed a chance to bring more of that to it. It's a shame. But there is one missing piece that actively annoys me about this album, and it's probably not even its own fault. I talked before about Columbia switching out tracks on Elvis's early albums when bringing them over to the States. Well, in the digital age, you can fuck your audience within the same country. The main album ends with Six-Fingered Man, a song I like, but is just not an album closer, while the iTunes and streaming version ends with Where Is the Love as a bonus track. And it is so clearly the album closer. It's written by Elvis and Alan, it's one of the response songs to Katrina, and it ends the album on a somber note that brings the energy down while lyrically hitting hard. It sends the album out by bringing it back to Bush's tragic farce of a rescue that inspired it in the first place.
At best you are a cruel coward. At worst you are a worthless hypocrite.
It's the proper culmination of the album to me. And if you buy the physical disc, you don't get it. The Japanese version also has its own bonus track, another song written for Lee Dorsey, The Greatest Love. As an impassioned heartbreak song, it also works nicely as a closer, if not in a way that feels as completing.
But I found out that you were lying when you said that you'd be mine. All that talk about break up, never leave me, never.
But if the worst thing I can say about an album is that it deserved at least one more track, it's probably a pretty fucking good album. These guys defied the pain of tragedy with joy as much as anger, in a way only they can. We're really at the point where these rankings are arbitrary, because even though this album just misses the top half of the list, there's no reason for fans to skip it. It holds up and continues to resonate decades after the tragedy that inspired it. Unfortunately. With that, we reach the very middle of the list, the meaningless dividing line between the bottom and the top halves of Elvis's output. And considering we're long past the point of massive criticisms, it's pretty much just going to be praise from now on. So it's fitting that we cross this line and really get into the weeds of Elvis's silver and golden ages with The Imposters' first formal studio album. Number 17, The Delivery Man. I told you the country albums weren't all at the bottom of the list. Though this one has a lot more going on, but I still count it. The Delivery Man began as a concept album about a widow, her daughter, and her best friend, and the titular delivery man who wanders into their lives. Elvis originally wrote it for Johnny Cash, including a couple tracks we talked about on Secret, Profane, and Sugarcane. The bedrock for the story was the song Hidden Shame, which Cash did record, detailing the childhood murder that haunts the delivery man's mysterious past. This story only survived onto a handful of tracks on the Delivery Man, as Elvis pivoted to songs inspired by the shitfest that was the Bush administration, but the remaining pieces of the story are just enough connective tissue to bring these otherwise disconnected songs together into something else, a cohesive, wide-lens portrait of the gloom of middle America. Honestly, the songs that are directly part of the narrative are the weakest. We'll come back to that. Elvis initially planned to record in multiple studios across America, but ultimately stuck with co-producer Dennis Herring's place in Oxford, Mississippi, plus a one-off session in Clarksdale that we'll talk about at the end. Dennis has an interesting career. He's much like Elvis, how he'll alternate from producing indie and alternative to Americana. Just the year before, he produced a Grammy-winning acoustic album for Buddy Guy, while the same year as Delivery Man, he produced Modest Mouse's best-known album. This record has that same level of genre wiggle room. I think making The Delivery Man far away from the Nashville monopoly made all the difference. This is Elvis and the Imposters showing just how eclectic they can be while still making a musically cohesive record. Country and roots are at its epicenter. John McPhee even returns to play pedal steel on 2 tracks, and this time he's perfectly tastefully utilized. The album alternates between loud, gritty rockers and gentle, tender breakup ballads, the latter as soulful and soul-rending as anything Elvis did before or after. Soul and R&B have as much influence on the sound and tone of the album as country and roots. I often think of the album as country soul. The opener, Button My Lip, kicks the doors down with a relentless blues rock workout. Elvis vents his exhaustion at the state of the world and hollers and howls, chugging away at his guitar and sending out squalls of feedback in the bridge, while Steve hammers on the piano much the same. Pete and Davey hold the song steady with their unbroken vamp, and Davey's riff doesn't change even when the bridges have fewer measures, so it still sounds different as the song goes on, keeping it fresh all the way through. It's still one of my favorite Elvis openers. The energy halts dramatically with Country Darkness, a slower, measured country soul ballad, but this time, I'm not complaining. Elvis belts his heart out about people trapped in their lives who dream of escape, and John McPhee drapes the song in a gentle, beautiful, and much better integrated pedal steel. When I was younger, this sudden halt to momentum after Button My Lip put me off. I didn't have the patience for slower, soft songs anyway. This was also a core issue back in Spike, but that was more the dramatic swerves in tone. Going from a loud and frustrated blues rocker to a soaring soul ballad doesn't undercut their power anywhere as much as going from chewing gum to Tramp the Dirt Down. Nowadays, this energy shift not only doesn't bother me, it's one of my favorite tracks on the album. It only took sitting down with it as I got older and letting the walking piano riff sink in that it finally clicked.
This song with no refrain, country darkness.
The album's first guest vocalist arrives on the roots rocker There's a Story in Your Voice, Americana heavyweight Lucinda Williams. It's always a toss-up how well Elvis will blend with another singer, especially if they're a tighter and cleaner vocalist than his rough and ragged approach. For once, he duets with a singer even more ragged than him. Lucinda slurs and drawls all over this song like she walked in plastered, and it kicks ass.
There's a story in your wall, then you crumble just like chalk. I could say that I was sorry, but I wouldn't need it much.
Both this track and the next, either side of the same town, set the album's primary setting and emotional center for me. A small American town with heartbreak in every window. Either side was originally written for Howard Tate and is another soul-bearing wail of grief as Elvis's narrator laments his failed love, especially since his ex is just a walk away. Elvis's vocal performance isn't as tight as it was in the 90s or even just the last album, but he sells the song on passion alone.
Either side of the same town.
Bedlam kicks the energy back into gear with the restless rocker. It's another of Elvis's brazenly blasphemous reimaginings of Christian imagery, transferring the nativity story to the dirty and violent modern world, starting in a refugee camp. The song rocks so hard that Steve almost had nothing to do on keyboards, so he just added a noisy, wailing theremin that actually brought the whole thing together. One of the album's very best tracks.
Escaping from the fingers that were stretching to the bars, wailing echoes down the corridors.
I'm I'm unfortunately not as enthusiastic about the title track, a story song about the three women from the album's original concept and what they think about this mysterious delivery man. There is some emotional power there, especially the verses where they talk about the late father who died in war from friendly fire. But the song is overall too languid and just doesn't stick. It's the weakest track on the album to me, but keep it in mind, we will come back to it later.
Ever since he's gone, she feels like crying all the time. She knows for sure Vivian is lying.
Monkey to Man picks things back up. It's written as a direct sequel to The Monkey by Dave Bartholomew, itself a song comparing the horribleness of humanity to the comparative lack of crimes committed by the apes. This track picks up where it left off in a more modern context and with a wider viewpoint, taking on greed, vanity, religion, creationism, and war. It doesn't have quite as much musical pep as Button My Lip or Bedlam, but it has enough bite to make up for it.
Says he has become with his crying statues and his flying bomb. Goes down acting like the chosen one. Excuses if we treat him like an idiot cousin.
Nothing Clings Like Ivy is the second track directly about the album's original concept, and it's the better of the two for me. It's also languid and too focused on telling its story to have as strong a hook as the tracks around it, but it has 2 points to elevate it where the title track doesn't. 1, an actual hook, and 2, country legend Emmylou Harris on harmony. That's all you need to sell a softer track like this, and it helps convey Ivy's emotional story, a girl who's clingy in light of her father's death, but simultaneously struggles to connect with people and pushes them away. I relate a lot to Ivy. My dad's fine, the second part.
All the words of tenderness.
3 of the album's best songs come right after, except on the deluxe version. We'll come back to that. The Name of This Thing Is Not Love is an intense, impassioned rejection of abusive relationships, both physical and emotional. And Elvis and the band made an absolute jam out of it.
In the taunting some girl that they claim to adore, she can't take anymore, but the name of this thing is not love.
The tender ballad, Heart-Shaped Bruise, is on the opposite end of the energy spectrum, but no less a passionate look at a broken relationship. Emmylou Harris returns to both harmonize and duet, and she and Elvis blend wonderfully. They each take a verse to share their perspective on a mutually destructive relationship, where both wonder if they should give in to their pain, their heart-shaped bruise, forever. Another standout track. Okay, but you want another jam before the album ends? Needle Time is a killer, noisy blues rocker, where Elvis's narrator alternates each verse between taking a miserable liar down a few pegs and then doing it to himself. The chorus slows down the tempo to an infectious stomp. It is such a cool track.
Sometimes I feel just like I'm ready to cry this needle time.
The penultimate track leans more gospel soul. The Judgment was co-written with Elvis's ex-wife, Caught, for Solomon Burke in 2002. In the same vein of his cover of the Mercy Beats' I Stand Accused from 1980, they place a breakup in a court setting where the defendant pleads guilty for nothing more than loving a woman. It's a grand piece of soul melodrama, and like Country Darkness, Steve's piano hook sells the whole thing for me.
Hand down the judgment.
And the album ends with The Scarlet Tide, a strikingly spare track with only Elvis's ukulele, his lead vocals, and Emmylou's harmony in the choruses. It was co-written with T-Bone Burnett for Alison Krauss to perform for the Coal Mountain film soundtrack, and her version was nominated for both an Oscar and a Grammy, but this will always be the definitive version for me. It ends an album filled with broken people and the follies of humanity on not just a note of hope, but a note of bravery. However bad things get, we can get through it.
We'll rise above the scarlet tide that trickles down through the mountain.
Also worth mentioning the deluxe version and the companion EP, Delta Verite, the Clarksdale Sessions. The deluxe version contains an additional track after Heart-Shaped Bruise, She's Pulling Out the Pin. I briefly discussed its rework in Wise Up Ghost, She Might Be a Grenade. I prefer the cool uptown swagger of the rework, but the original is also nicely dynamic, drifting between lazy Wurlitzer-led longing in the verses to bursting open in the choruses. Still, maybe I'm just too used to the original CD's track listing, but it'll always feel like an awkwardly shoved-in bonus track rather than an intended album track to me.
Is she thinking of me? Is she thinking of him? She's pulling out the pin.
The EP is a handful of live-in studio cuts, some from the album, some of outtakes or covers. The sound is even more stripped down than the album, the group limited to single instruments, in a more contained, boxier mix, like it might have been recorded on older equipment. I especially like how rinky-dink Steve's upright piano is, very saloon, very ragtime. The EP opens with a cover of The Monkey, the very song that inspired Monkey to Man. It's not as exciting a track, it's a simple R&B vamp, but Elvis sounds like he's having fun playing the stage performer.
No monkey ever deserted his wife, starve her baby and ruin her life. Yeah, the monkey speaks his mind.
Two of the live cuts aren't quite as good as the album versions. Needle Time takes the stomping blues chorus and makes that the core structure of the whole track. It works in this setting, but it gets old. The album version is so special because of that dynamic shift.
I got this suitcase of phony wisdom to dispense.
And they do a creative and effective spin on Scarlet Tide, just piano and accordion with Elvis's voice coming through a tannoy. But there's an uncomplicated power to stripping it down to ukulele and Emmylou's harmonies that this doesn't quite equal.
We'll rise above the scarlet tide that trickles down through the mountain.
On the other hand, this version of Country Darkness is at least as good as the album version, and Elvis's vocal performance is even a little tighter. The only missing piece is John McPhee's pedal steel, but it gets by just fine without him.
She daydreams of forbidden sins. There must be something more.
And honestly, I prefer this version of the title track. Again, Elvis's performance is tighter, and the music has a little kick to it, while the album version is languid. When I listen to Delivery Man casually, I swap out the album version for this.
Now she has a daughter who raised as she can. She just wouldn't trust that delivering man.
In Another Room was an outtake from the album that I frankly would have added back in over She's Pulling Out the Pin. It's a bawling picture of a relationship in its fragile end stages, when they can't stand to be in the same room as each other, but neither is yet brave enough to leave. Elvis wrote it when his previous marriage was in much the same state. His voice is a little more strained than the other Clarksdale tracks, but it works with the heartbreak.
In another room, you're crying and shaking, cursing the very day we made.
And then it ends with a silly ragtime instrumental. Just because. As good as anything on the main album. And at least as good as the EP's closer, a cover of James Carr's The Dark End of the Street. This alone explains why I think of The Delivery Man as country soul, because it fits right in with everything before it. It's an impassioned performance that sends the whole project out on a high.
Oh, it's a sin, and we know it's wrong. Still our love keeps coming on strong.
The Delivery Man was one of those first albums I bought at Dimple Records as a teen, and I liked it a lot right away, but it only got better with age. I originally only really liked the loud rockers, as were my limited tastes back then, but as I got older, more and more of its emotional and compositional strengths unfolded for me. It's now an album I can throw on at any time, and I'll probably listen through the whole thing. It's still fresh over 20 years later, and it has a big special place in my heart. And so does the next one. From the first formal Imposters album, to the second. In my first ranking video, I mentioned a friend who has a pet theory that when you first get into an artist, there's often that next album they put out that becomes a personal favorite. It's gonna be hard to deny that this next spot is that for me. I first got into Costello in high school between 2006 and 2007. Then in April 2008, he put out his next record with the Imposters. And then I saw him in The Police here in Sacramento that next July. So yeah, this is a big personal favorite. Despite Elvis seeming ready to swear off recording entirely, a similar circumstance to Brutal Youth occurred. Davey Farragher was session bassist for Jenny Lewis's Acid Tongue, plus Elvis as guest vocalist on the track Carpetbaggers. They decided to just keep recording with Jenny and her band. The group, plus Pete Thomas and his daughter Tennessee Thomas, did 2 quick and dirty songs that Elvis wrote the literal night before. And then everyone plus Steve Naive reconvened a month later to record everything else in just a week. Elvis named the eventual album after the inventor of the cup noodle because the sessions came together so quickly and easily. Quote, "All we had to do to make this record was add water." Number 16, Momofuku. She's back, bitch. Jenny Lewis's band backs up the Imposters on 7 of the 12 tracks here. Considering that's effectively 2 full bands recording half of the album, it's impressive how clear and purposeful the production is. Multiple guitars, including pedal or lap steel, on top of Elvis and the Imposters, 4 to 5 background singers, including Jenny and Davey. Pete even doubles up on drums with his daughter Tennessee for 4 tracks. And yet never once does the album sound overproduced or cluttered. This is the exact opposite of what happened on Spike. Every additional instrument has a purpose and a place in the mix. They only add to the song, never distract. It may have to do with them recording in Sound City in Van Nuys, California, which, if you know the studio's reputation, is probably part of it.
This guy, Rupert Neve, designed these next-generation consoles.
Though I won't take any credit away from co-producer, engineer, and mixer Jason Lader, also here with Jenny. He did a very good job. The album starts out strong with No Hiding Place, if on kind of a weird note. Elvis made no secret that he wasn't thrilled about modern technology, not just the MP3's takeover of the music industry, but also the internet. No Hiding Place is effectively his diss track to social media. In a world where everyone can simultaneously put themselves on display and hide behind anonymity, the worst habits of humanity are amplified. At this point, we can call it timeless.
How proud you are, you got the knack of howling in a vacuum.
But then the band ride out the song's coda on a wave of bliss. Everyone's harmonizing. These might be the best backing vocals that have ever been on a Costello record. Sorry, Aphrodisiac. Farmer Dave Scher plays easily the most beautiful pedal steel on a Costello record. Sorry, John McPhee. Jenny Lewis's voice sticks out of the choir, and both she and Farmer Dave's steel provide such sweet, smooth contrast to the roughness of Elvis's voice and the guitars. I already like the song, but the coda locks me into listening to the whole album from there. We jump straight into an even grungier rocker, American Gangster Time, with just the Imposters. Dripping with greed and debauchery under the Stars and Stripes, it continues Elvis's love-hate relationship with the States. He's as sick of the Bush years as he is having a blast.
And she wishes he were mutant, not just dumb. When the trick asked her quick, did you come?
Jenny Lewis's crew returns in the hazy, psychedelic Turpentine, which also features Tennessee Thomas on additional drums. It's the single best example of the group's wall of sound that's simultaneously relentless and unoppressive, thanks to the tasteful production, even as the narrator, possibly Elvis himself, looks back on a regretful, drunken relationship. From here, the album alternates between songs with Jenny's band and songs with just the Imposters, but you'd have to listen close or look up the personnel to even notice. The choir with Jenny and the band usually carries over regardless. The Imposters handle the next track, Harry Worth, a slower, loungy picture of a failing marriage, from the amused perspective of a singer who first met them on their wedding night, and then again 5 years later, long after they're over each other. Elvis insisted that the title does not actually refer to, quote, the beloved English television funny man, but that it is a true story nonetheless. It's a good example of his knack for storytelling, as that takes the focus alongside the angelic backing vocals.
Cruel with his humor, she was quick with her tongue. But though a year had passed, the honeymoon didn't last. Somehow they didn't seem young.
Speaking of failing marriages and angels, they both return in the penultimate track, Pardon Me, Madam, My Name is Eve, one of his many adaptations and corruptions of religious imagery. The song was inspired by the late, great Loretta Lynn, who's credited as co-writer, though to my knowledge she only provided the title. It was an unused idea she had in a box of song titles that she let Elvis search through when he visited her, at the same time they wrote I Felt the Chill Before the Winter Came. As soon as he read it, he knew what it was about, Eve in the aftermath of the Garden of Eden, forced to face her disappointment with Adam. Where countless Christian misogynists use Eve as a handy excuse to oppress women and femmes, Elvis uses her to illustrate the timelessness of infidelity and the fear of being replaceable. Though it has some striking guitar and keyboard stabs in the chorus, the lyrics alone have all the intensity it needs.
And if you can't recall my name, don't take his time, it's worth recovering.
The Imposters plus Tennessee also jam through Stella Hurt, a dramatization of the life of pre-war jazz singer Teddy Grace, from her hopeful rise in the 30s, struggles, and eventual loss of her voice during the war and resulting end of her career. Elvis gets so playful with his imagery that it borders on slam poetry.
The night is black as crack shellac, abandoned in an attic. Stella is silent as the grave until the needle drags her through the static.
A much less sympathetic character is the titular Mr. Feathers. In the same vein as My Name is Eve, Elvis conveys man's exploitation of women through this character lusting over a girl in her past, and Elvis encourages her to take retribution when the two meet again. The jaunty stroll of Steve's piano and the shuffle of Pete's brush drums make for a darkly ironic track.
They looked at her this way ever since she was a girl. Mr. Feathers, Mr. Feathers.
This lineup does sneak in another important guest, David Hidalgo of Los Lobos, and previously King of America, who plays on the album's two tenderest tracks. Flutter and Wow is a doo-wop-ish ballad that uses the onomatopoeia for tape and engine wobble to describe what Elvis's love does to his heart. It's one of his rougher vocal takes, but he sells it through sheer soul balladeer passion. David on guitar and Steve on grand piano lay out a lovely romantic palette underneath that sweeps away the listener.
Raise everything rotten, fascinating and uptight. Maybe shout out loud, maybe cry all day and night.
And My Three Sons, one of Elvis's most direct and confessional tracks, a gentle love song to his three sons, where he admits how he failed in the past to be the father he should have been. It avoids being saccharine by nature of how inward-looking and apologetic it is, while being totally sincere about his love and pride for his kids.
May you never have any more sorrows. That's not something you can count upon. Still I want it for my three sons.
The song closes on a clever bit of wordplay. Just see what I've become, the humble father of my three sons, the humbled father of my three sons. But the clip I just played is my favorite lyric, because it shows a ray of hope sneaking into his usually sardonic songwriting. That's what his love for his sons brought out of him. But wrapping back around to Jenny's band, I mentioned that Elvis and Pete recorded 2 tracks with them in January 2008. The first of them is the gritty, groovy, and bluesy Drum and Bone, an understated, spare acoustic track about how humanity is just a clattering rag and bone buffet of a beast, but damn it, we're trying. It's wryly humorous, but like My Three Sons, there's an unexpected sincerity and hope there.
And I'm trying to do the best I can. I'm a limited, primitive kind of man.
And the second track from January is the closer, Go Away, a send-up of 60s garage rock in the vein of The Doors or Question Mark and the Mysterians. Without Steve Naive present, Farmer Dave handles the simple but biting and infectious electric organ, while the rest of the band stomps and shouts through the madness of a codependent relationship juxtaposed against a spy movie.
Squinting at subtitles, but telescopic sides.
But there's one last track that I think sells the strength of this lineup and the entire album on its own, Song with Rose, so titled because it was co-written with Roseanne Cash. It's a full band affirmation of life, hope, and humanity, but it doesn't really have a hook. Like the lyrical themes of the song, it's instead powered by the unity of the musicians. The vocal supergroup, Steve's piano, Jonathan Wilson's 12-string guitar, and Farmer Dave's pedal steel all blend together to elevate the song to something much more than the sum of its parts. It's a shame that Elvis and the Imposters never worked with Jenny or her crew for another album, because I don't know that they ever worked with anyone who blended with them and elevated them quite like these musicians do.
Just like a lace that runs through everyone and everything.
Elvis joked that they only needed to add water to make Momofuku. It came together so quickly and easily. That's how I describe this album's feel and appeal. From beginning to end, the whole thing carries a breezy effortlessness. I can't remember where I heard that phrase before. I didn't come up with it, but it perfectly describes this record. It sounds like it rolled out of everyone fully formed, and it's just as easy to listen through. There are plenty of albums left with even more to recommend, but I never get tired of this one. It holds a special place in my heart over a decade and a half after it came out. As much as I love Momofuku, we're still only halfway through this list, so let's shift gears, jump back a few years, and look at the third and final exception to my criteria. In 2004, Elvis performed live with the Netherlands-based Metropole Orkest at the North Sea Jazz Festival, then held at The Hague. Elvis noted at the time that the Orkest are the only full-time jazz orchestra with a string section, which has allowed them great flexibility in material and collaborators since they formed in 1945. Perhaps because of this, their shows together were effectively a culmination of Elvis's previous 12 years outside of the rock band setup. 2 years later, their sets were condensed and resequenced into an album of their own. The result is the sole live album on the list. Number 15, My Flame Burns Blue, live with the Metropole Orkest. There are two main reasons this is on the list. For one, half of the songs picked are not from any of Elvis's studio albums, and most of the songs that are were significantly altered by the orchestral arrangements. So while your usual live set list tends to be the existing albums just played in front of an audience, I say this is distinct enough in its material to stand on its own. Two, it's also distinct sonically. Jazz, and especially jazz orchestra and composition, is a big part of Elvis's musical DNA. It runs in his family. I mentioned early on his father Ross's time in the Joe Loss Orchestra, and much of their oeuvre was big band and Latin jazz. And Ross was an accomplished trumpet player long before he joined, just like his own father. But Elvis's mother Lillian was also a lover of jazz. That's how she and Ross met in the 40s. Her knowledge of jazz even led her to help smuggle records into Liverpool from the States while she worked music retail. Elvis heard jazz all while growing up until the 60s pop explosion, and he became a fan of Charles Mingus, Duke Ellington, Dave Bartholomew, all of whom are represented here. Elvis even covered this exact Dave Bartholomew track all the way back in the 80s. Also, his wife is Diana Krall, if we want to count that. But aside from jazz just being one of the gestalt of sounds in his music, My Flame Burns Blue is his only full album-length record to focus on it. There are pop and more classical songs included here, but the focus is big band and symphonic jazz, and that's worth recognizing on the list. And if you want a third reason, 3, this album kicks ass. Elvis is in great form this show, with only a few of his usual cracks and halts getting in the way of an otherwise strong vocal performance. But the real stars of the show are the Orkest, conducted by multi-Grammy-winning conductor and arranger Vince Mendoza. The band is an absolute well of talent who don't miss a note, provide several stunning solos throughout, and all the space and richness of the live setting was beautifully preserved in the recording. They and Elvis sound like they're having a blast playing together. Round out the talent with Steve Naive on piano, and we got a fucking show, baby. The record opens with Elvis's version of Hora Decubitus by Charles Mingus, whose widow asked him to provide lyrics to the song. The music has the anxious drive of a busy city street, so Elvis drew on perhaps his most anxious experience in a city. living in New York during 9/11. But instead of despair or anger or even directly referencing it, the attack provides the subtext for an unwavering affirmation of life. And it starts the album firing on all cylinders.
Good king, yeah, you came flipping up my street. He was a sad case, stripping up the staircase. Friends and relations laughing at my head. Gathered like holes at the end of my bed. I hope I wake up in time.
The most obvious high points of the album share that energy and excitement. Soon after, we get Dave Bartholomew's That's How You Got Killed Before, an old favorite of Elvis's, and a joy of a song about telling men to stop being horny dickbags to women. Dave's original recording is great, but very restricted by being in mono. The orchestra blow it out to widescreen and make it their own. The live version of Clubland from Trust is revelatory. A song that already had Latin jazz touches, fully and fantastically reworked into salsa. Except for the choruses, which are carnival waltz. I feel like they disrupt the momentum of the song. Otherwise, I think it's even better than the original. Thanks in part to Elvis's much better vocals. We'll get to it.
With a handful of backhanders and a bevy of beauty.
Almost Idealized recovers and polishes up an obscure B-side from All This Useless Beauty that's also strongly Latin jazz, but sounded incomplete, despite the best efforts of the Attractions. This is the definitive version, restless and breathless. Even the audience get into it, clapping along the whole way.
Sharp and big and a 30 shade of brown. And you think you need to be tranquilized, the fear that prevents your new career. Whatever you invention, never be contented.
But if we want to talk definitive, let's talk When I Was Cruel. I had a lot of mixed feelings on the album, and part of that is how unfinished it felt. Its boxy, overcompressed production held back the energy of many of its songs, including Episode of Blonde. Confession, I only knew that for sure because I heard this version first. This feels more like what the song wanted to be, a blowout. This setting gives it all the space it needs to be an uproarious showstopper. Elvis is so much more into it, he's having the time of his life. Blows the original out of the water.
A tornado dropped a funnel cloud with 20 tons of rain, and it had the attention span of warm cellophane. Lovers felt like Skittles in a 10-pin bowling lane.
But the biggest definitive rework here is only a bonus track in the digital versions. God damn it. Dust is a confusing pair of tracks on When I Was Cruel. Two variations of an idea that felt like the demos for themselves. And as soon as touring for the album, Elvis condensed them into one unified song that actually felt complete. That condensed version is played here, and it's an even bigger revelation than Clubland. It starts in just a rock form without the horns, and at first I wondered why it was here if the orchestra weren't playing on it. Then they come in on the second verse, crescendoing behind Elvis as if to answer me with, "This is why." The song opens up wide from there, plus some ripping, jagged blues guitar solos. This version makes the original tracks only look worse.
She caught you staring, she knows what you're thinking. What got into you is that it goes to such, it was just dust.
Now, all of these songs rule. And they still might not be the best on the record. The slower, more somber, and variously romantic and unromantic tracks are some of its biggest highlights. Right after That's How You Got Killed Before, we get Upon a Veil of Midnight Blue, a gorgeous, tender, and sweetly embarrassed love ballad, originally written by Elvis as I Wonder How She Knows for bluesman Charles Brown. Charles rewrote it to fit his style, and Elvis retained the original lyrics under this title. Elvis describes it like this in the VHS version of A Case for Song. This was edited out of the DVD.
And he's a very, very sophisticated, urbane kind of blues singer. Likes, clever words and everything, and I prided myself that I could write just the right song for him. And I wrote the following words for him, thinking I might sort of write a song where you put the martini on top of the piano, and then, you look in your girlfriend's eyes and you sing, you find your tongue is tied, your words escape and hide, but she's so patient and kind. She's prepared to read your mind. That's all very well till you find, because of the wine you drank, your mind is just a blank. And I thought, put another olive in that martini, I thought. Anyway, I sent off my little demo to Charles Brown, and he did a blues version of it, did a reduction of it. And when he came to that bit in the song, he changed the words to, I find it hard to think when I drink. But we're going to do it in the original version.
That original version is as romantic a song as was ever written, and in this setting, it stands tall. One of the best on the record.
Your mind is just a blank.
Previously, I mentioned the 3-song suite written for Anne-Sophie von Otter called Three Distracted Women. They perform one of its pieces here, Speak Darkly, My Angel, an ominous, venomous monologue by an older widow who contemplates pushing her young, short-term boy toy out the window. Elvis is no Von Otter, as we heard before, but nobody inhabits a character and conveys their emotions like he does, and it's another highlight of the record.
I look so good in black.
And perhaps just as good as Midnight Blue, and titled suspiciously similar, is the title track, Elvis's with lyrics version of Billy Strayhorn's Blood Count. If you know the song and Duke Ellington's relationship with his musicians, you might think a with lyrics version is unnecessary. I mean, at least Charles Mingus's widow asked Elvis to write lyrics for his song. Strayhorn wrote Blood Count specifically for Ellington's saxophonist Johnny Hodges to showcase how smoothly he could slide between notes. Elvis's version has him singing Hodges' melody, and soloist Mark Schulten doesn't have nearly as much of the song. However, I'd argue that all of the original's romance and sensuality is preserved, and that Elvis doesn't so much replace the saxophone as dance with it. Mark flows in and out around him, and Elvis is wise enough to bow out to let Mark bring the house down.
Even though my flame burns blue.
Elvis grew up with jazz and traditional vocal pop, where metaphor and innuendo is the default, so he's a studied expert in sounding classy and sensual while being voraciously horny. This song fucks. But perhaps the most dramatic and symphonic of the tracks is Put Away Forbidden Playthings, originally written for the 300th anniversary of the death of composer Henry Purcell. The arrangement is tense and haunting, and Elvis hits powerful highs. It's an impressive piece, but it's my least favorite track, just because it's outshined by the more memorable and energetic songs. It's kind of the same issue as the secret songs from Sugarcane. Without a hook of its own, it feels meandering compared to everything around it. On that note, I wouldn't choose most of the other live versions of album cuts over their originals. There's a tenderness, fragility, and intimacy to Favorite Hour and Almost Blue that makes the originals so special, and those qualities are lost here with these big orchestrated versions. Beautiful as Favorite Hour is regardless.
Now there's a tragic waste of brutal youth.
And of course, this setting can't match the slinky reggae sneer of Watching the Detectives. But I do appreciate how Elvis evolved the song from referring to film music to styling the arrangement after it. These are hardly the worst versions you're ever going to hear of these songs, though. These were such good shows with such rich, stellar arrangements. There's simply not a bad track on the album. But Clubland and the When I Was Cruel tracks are easily the best examples of breathing new life into album tracks. Though there are 2 other live versions that are largely unchanged from the originals, probably because they already had orchestral arrangements, and I think they're at least as good. Can You Be True from North is played in a higher key, and Elvis's voice is weaker, but it otherwise loses nothing from the original. We'll get to it soon. But the album closer, God Give Me Strength, co-written with Burt Bacharach, might be even better than the original. That's a big claim for such a beloved song, but as we'll talk about when we get to its album, I always felt the original was restrained by its instrumental, to its detriment. It's a song of earth-shattering, hope-destroying heartbreak, and a great vocal performance from Elvis. Your mileage may vary on how you feel about his falsetto.
So God give me strength.
But the music doesn't match him. It doesn't rise with that intensity, and I think that dulls the song's power. The Metropole Orchestra match him, and even if his singing isn't quite as tight here, and he doesn't try the falsetto, which is probably a positive, the music behind him has all the energy the song deserves. It's a great capstone to the album.
I might as well wipe it from my memory.
For the record, most versions of My Flame Burns Blue that you'll find include Elvis's ballet Il Sogno in an edited down version as a second disc. I'm not considering that part of this album, and like I said earlier, I'm not including it on the list because Elvis himself doesn't perform on it. There are other live albums worth listening to as much as this one. I say Live at the Elmo combo is required listening if you're a fan. But My Flame Burns Blue deserves a place in your collection even if you're a casual fan. It stands up as a statement of its own in his discography, both sonically and in its quality. If you never gave it a chance, it deserves at least one spin. Speaking of albums you maybe never gave a chance. Let's step back a few years to the latter half of the 90s and the early 2000s, when Elvis was at a personal low in both his life and his career. In his memoir and his liner notes, he admits that songs like I Wanna Vanish, My Dark Life, This House is Empty Now, and In Another Room in part reflected his sadness, his doubts about his career, and his relationship. Around the time of All This Useless Beauty, he preferred to hear his songs through other singers, and before long he struggled to write new songs at all. When he did, his notebooks gathered lyrics like When Did I Stop Dreaming and Someone Took the Words Away. And those came together into songs written on piano in the dead of night, when everyone else was away or asleep. Eventually, he admitted to himself that he was in a miserable, loveless marriage. This brings us to the aftermath of When I Was Cruel. Despite the album having a seemingly honest love song to his then wife, and him dedicating the whole album to her, Elvis split from Cotto Reardon in late 2002 after 16 years of marriage. Both would later admit that it was a toxic relationship from the beginning, not helped by shared alcohol abuse. Cott revealed that she unknowingly suffered depression their entire relationship, rooted in part from childhood abuse, and she only received treatment for it and alcoholism after they split. Thankfully, as soon as 2008, she was doing much better, later going to uni to study psychology, and she still seems to be in a much better place today. I doubt you'll ever watch this, Cott, but on the off chance, as someone who's also going back to school after some years of self-discovery and healing, I'm sincerely glad you're doing well. But part of the reason that Elvis ended the relationship was because of a chance meeting at the 2002 Grammys. There, he struck up a friendship with Canadian jazz singer Diana Krall. By the end of the year, it was clearly much more than that, and in 2003, they began dating. Despite mutual losses in their lives very close together, this new love brought Elvis a joy and passion for life in his music that he might not have had in over a decade. He gathered those late-night piano songs and all of his orchestral and compositional skills from the last decade and put them together into an album following the sad end of one love into the hopeful beginning of the next. He titled the album as both a joke about his new partner's location compared to him in New York, but also about his life turning around. Or as he put it in an interview with Regis and Kelly.
Well, you know, like they say, when something goes bad, they say it's gone south.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of that.
Oh, so there's a happy ending. Happy ending. Yeah.
Number 14, North. This album isn't as much of a departure as I feel like it's treated. If you heard Painted from memory, you know what's happening here. Piano-led ballads and torch songs, augmented with a rich yet largely sparse orchestra, composed and conducted by Elvis himself. He also played much of the piano himself, and if he didn't, he got Steve Naive to do it, because why wouldn't he? Kevin Killen also co-produces and engineers for the final time on an Elvis record, bringing his astounding talents for sonic clarity. The record's definitely informed by the likes of Frank Sinatra. Elvis had recently named 5 of his albums as essentials, probably most influential to this, In the Wee Small Hours. But again, North is more focused on the piano rather than the orchestra. They kept the setting and tone of those late nights at the piano that inspired it, solemn, lonely, and dripping with atmosphere. North got critically reamed when it came out, and I'm not gonna act like I don't get it. There's a sense that when a rock or pop musician makes soft piano ballads, it's insincere. Yeah, your most personal and intimate album. You mean intimate with women's wallets, right? Elvis Bublé, right? Cis male rock critics, right? Guys who ate anything with a feminine audience. You eating enough fiber for your emotions, fellas? And maybe it is sincere, but not artistically. It's not soft piano music for its own sake. It's a bid for artistic legitimacy, like Elvis was accused of with the Juliet letters a decade earlier. Not a stylistic choice, but a marketing ploy. Not art. I admit North didn't click with me right away. I liked it, it's a very pretty album, but it's not his most lyrically dense or musically challenging. I kinda got why people didn't embrace it and instead asked, Elvis, what are you doing? I mean, look at that cover art, what the hell is that? But despite my first few lukewarm impressions, I kept going back to it. Something kept drawing me in, and every listen, I noticed something new in the orchestrations, or the lyricism, or just the structural flow of the album. It quickly became clear that there's not a drop of insincerity here. And eventually, I figured out the key reason why I kept coming back. Oh! It's his most personal and intimate album. Actually. Elvis doesn't do as much of his usual verbal gymnastics, but that doesn't mean this isn't a very songwriterly album. I think the only writer I read who likes North as much as I do is James E. Perrone. In his book, The Words and Music of Elvis Costello, he recognizes this album as the culmination of Elvis's many years gathering skills within pop, classical, and jazz into, quote, a genre that defies pigeonholing. And the album is beautifully crafted musically, but North works so well to me because he takes the end of his relationship with Cott and the beginning of his with Diana, and he does with them what he does best. He tells a story. North, to me, follows Elvis's own emotional arc, split into two distinct emotional halves, the darkness and sadness of before, and the light and joy of the after, with one track neatly dividing them right in the middle. That unusually clear narrative gives the album its strength and weight. The orchestra opens the album like a blissful dream, but the bliss quickly vanishes into stark reality. You Left Me in the Dark was written in response to the death of Diana's mother and Diana and Elvis's mutual friend, Ray Brown. It's an amalgamation of grief, as much about a crumbling marriage as the death of family and friends. Elvis languishes in darkness, the excitement of a once new love long reduced to antipathy. Quote from his memoir, "In the final hours, she would literally go alone to the ends of the earth to get away from me. I wanted to be elsewhere too."
But if I'd only known that this would be the last loving remark.
The second track, Someone Took the Words Away, reflects Elvis's creative drought during the late 90s and early 2000s. For a songwriter so verbose, he found himself struggling with words. You could probably read this song more positively if you think of it as though meeting Diana left him tongue-tied. This is about the point in the quasi-narrative that she enters the picture, but to me the song is firmly pre-Grammys, so to speak.
So what is this thing I can't explain?
Clever songwriter that he is, though, he ends by letting jazz legend Lee Konitz speak for him with an emotive sax solo. When Did I Stop Dreaming was the first song Elvis wrote for the album, and I see it as a point when he truly realizes how unhappy he is. He tells Diana that he can't tell the difference between sleep and reality anymore. He feels like life is a hallucination and he's just sleepwalking through it. You might not usually compare life to a dream in a negative context. Usually it's more like, I'm living my dream life. But nope, our man's describing derealization. I have personal experience with it. It's a sign that something is fucking wrong. In my case, it was all the testosterone in my body. In his, it's depression. I hadn't counted on an album of love songs to accurately describe a symptom of dysphoria, but that's Elvis for you. It has some of my favorite use of the orchestra on the album, as the horns waft in alongside him every other verse, enhancing that dreamlike atmosphere. But it also has one of the most effective examples of the album's more direct lyricism, when he succinctly describes how endless depression can feel when you're doing nothing about it, but you're waiting and hoping for things to change.
One more teardrop, then I'll wake up.
Yeah, I relate too much to this song. However, You Turn to Me is the point where everything finally does change for him. This is when he recognizes his feelings for Diana and maybe even feels hope again. And it's scary. It's one of the most gentle, unadorned songs on the record, but that belies how emotionally intelligent the subject is. Meeting Diana didn't immediately fix his life. The hardest part of climbing out of depression, dysphoria, a toxic relationship, whatever's eating you alive, is taking that first step out of it. It's an underappreciated song about seeing that path out for the first time. I swear to God, y'all didn't give this album enough credit.
I might be the one to turn these lights back on.
Despite this, Elvis closes out what I think of as the dark first half of the album with Fallen, when he decides to take that step. He dresses it up in autumn imagery, my favorite season, so I'm kind of a mark for this, and compares the fall and the leaves falling to the ground with himself taking a chance on falling again. in love. It's another subtle yet powerful moment when he acknowledges to himself how badly those last two relationships went and how much of that was him.
And I believe that life was wonderful right up to the moment when love went wrong.
And then the orchestra swells up with him, and he takes the leap. If there is one big criticism you can level at North, it's that this first half of the album is monotonous. That grayness is omnipresent, even in the songs ostensibly about Diana. The compositions are beautiful, and every track has little subtleties to reward careful listening, but when you notice the drums play the ride cymbal in the exact same way for the third track in a row, it feels like you're listening to the same song over and over. However, I argue that this grayness is actually necessary for the emotional arc of the album, because it makes it all the more powerful when we reach the very middle track and the light breaks through. When It Sings is one of Elvis's greatest love songs, balancing the moods of the first and second half of the album, light with dark, as well as vibrant poetry and devastating frankness. It opens with one of his most romantic verses.
All the words you say to me have music in them.
His lyrical focus is on the voice. Both him and Diana are singers, but also words inhabit all of truth and lies. He battles with both, particularly in what they mean for his past and future relationships, and words he purposefully left unsaid.
Maybe this is the love song that I refused to write her when I loved her like I used to.
He mentioned this refusal to write direct, sincere love songs before, in part because he thought it was a skill beyond him. But if it's anything like my own experiences with depression and dysphoria, not just gender, but the opposite of euphoria, sometimes you need to be happy before you can properly express it. And this is him achieving that. But what really sells the song is when Elvis does something he almost never does, and bear with me on this. He repeats the first verse at the end. What am I talking about? Well, one of the books I read made an interesting point that still holds true years later. Elvis almost never repeats a verse verbatim. Even choruses, sometimes he'll change them up just because, like he's allergic to repeating himself. But if he ever does repeat a verse, it's for a reason. I think that's the case here. The opening line is so sweet, but in a way that can feel like puppy love. A love at first sight infatuation without experience or maturity. And then Elvis spends the rest of the song making clear that he didn't forget a thing about that last relationship. He brings those regrets and fears into this new love. And once that's understood, he repeats that first verse. It completely changes the context. It's no longer innocent. It's fully aware of the pitfalls and failures they could fall into. And every word she says is music anyway. This song makes me fucking cry. It's one of my favorite Costello songs, top 30 at the lowest. When It Sings feels like a clear dividing line between the gloomy first half and the joyful second half, because from here, we jump straight into the silly love songs. Elvis reunites with the Brodsky Quartet for Still, which to me feels like his own sequel to his famous cover of She for the Notting Hill soundtrack. But where that song is about love and uncertainty, Still is just blissful adoration. Everyone's got a shameless love ballad in them, and even if you think it doesn't suit Elvis, he did it with tenderness and intimacy, and he grounded it in the reality of their past failed relationships. And he did it without drowning the song in schmaltz. Yes, the song with the string quartet. He pulled it off. That's what happens when you make music like this with no cynicism. I love it.
There are no words that I'm afraid to hear unless they are. Goodbye, my dear, still.
Let Me Tell You About Her is even giddier and sweeter. He is so in love, and his enthusiasm for this new romance is so youthfully adorable. He annoys his friends because he never shuts up about his new girlfriend, and with a wink to the listener, he refuses to say any more than that.
Friends now regard me with indulgent smiles, but when I start to speak, they run for miles.
The song ends on a gentle, romantic flugelhorn solo by Lou Soloff that carries the listener away into a blissful dream. Wait, aren't dreams a bad thing in this album? Opening with a sharp strike of strings, Can You Be True is the emotional climax of the album, disrupting Elvis's innocent joy with doubt. His past isn't done with him. He questions whether his old mistakes will come back to destroy this budding relationship, but he puts on a brave face and decides to keep moving forward. It's a beautiful song and a beautiful expression of love and trust.
Only time will tell us, I hope that it speaks gently. If it isn't, then to be.
From the climax, we resolve with When Green Eyes Turn Blue. With all of his past sins and future risks acknowledged, Elvis chooses to dedicate himself to Diana. The title refers back to the very beginning of the album and its first lyric, See how the elements obey. Eyes are blue, skies are gray. If Can You Be True is what he wants from this relationship, then this is the moment when he promises his new love and himself that he'll get it right this time. His journey through love's lows is complete, and the orchestra steps up to celebrate with him, both it and his voice at their euphoric apex.
And as a consequence, I can see out of the gloom.
It's the album's second peak to me, and another of my all-time favorite Costello songs. And it's even more powerful over 2 decades later, and as of this video, they're still together. The album closes with I'm in the Mood Again, a relaxing sigh of an ending. The phrase, in the mood, has a certain connotation, and there is a sensuality and smirk in Elvis's voice. But the mood evoked by this low-key coda to his journey is not necessarily erotic. It's comfort. He sounds sincerely happy again, and instead of sleepwalking forever through a dream, he can walk the streets of New York City in the wee small hours and think of her. This final track is like a warm coat or blanket in a chilly night.
But none of the riches could ever compare.
One of the great ironies of Costello's records is that their title tracks often don't appear on the actual album. North, the song, is relegated to a rare bonus track, only appearing stateside on the pack-in DVD with a live performance on a discordant, dying piano draped in autumn ivy. But it's an intimate, tender rendition as Elvis takes the implicit joy of the title and comically literalizes it. He is not just emotionally going north. He's moving up to Canada to live with Diana. He regales us with details of salmon, snow, polar bears, and mooses, and the listener can't help but snort when that punchline arrives. But he's sincere, and it works because it's his happy ending. The other 2 non-American bonus tracks are just fun jazz extras, also worth a listen. Impatience is especially good. I think subtextually, the album closer, I'm in the Mood Again, also means he's back in a creative mood again. He's out of the doldrums of his darkest years, and he can enjoy making music again. After decades of folding his own life, mistakes, and pain into his music, Elvis wrote and recorded the most naked and vulnerable album of his career. And he decided he was done with that shit. He says in his memoir that he resolved to work like an actor on location from here on out. Write songs about other people, stories that weren't so personal to his own life. There are still songs like that in his next several albums, especially those written during his second marriage, but he never made an album this revealing again. It's not just immaculately crafted or one of his better, tighter vocal performances, all of which it is. It's an album about finding hope and optimism in love when you have every reason to doubt. It's such a shame that it didn't get as much love as it deserved, and I hope this convinced you to give it a chance if you skipped it or dismissed it. Again, hopeless romantics, this album is for us.
Well, we wouldn't be chatting here so enjoyably this evening if... She's doing grand, thank you very much for asking. Too far away, but doing fine. Me too.
I expect part of the reason people, especially critics, didn't appreciate North is because they still want Elvis to just rewrite Pump It Up for the rest of his career. But as soon as 1980, he showed himself to be restlessly eclectic, and only became more so with every few years. So you can imagine how that man, his place in music firmly established for the past several decades, might make an album with no limits whatsoever in his 60s. When COVID happened, and he had to Frankenstein an album together from the random pieces he had. Now imagine that album's really fucking good. Number 13, Hey Clockface. Previously, Pete Thomas urged Elvis back into the studio after his longest album drought yet, resulting in 2018's Look Now. Shortly after, Elvis had a brief cancer scare and had to cancel a tour. But luckily, his surgery was so successful that even his doctor didn't believe it. Knowing how surviving cancer can give a person a new lease on life, it's affected my family too. I wouldn't be surprised if all of that revitalized his creative drive. Come late 2019, early 2020, Elvis planned to record in Paris with Steve Naive and a collection of local musicians dubbed Le Quintet Saint-Germain, including Steve's own stepson, Antoine, not that one. But ahead of recording, he traveled to Helsinki to record a trio of songs entirely on his own that uncuts Jim Worth called laptop punk, loud, gritty, and hip-hop inspired, recalling When I Was Cruel and Wise Up Ghost. And then in Paris, he and the band continued doing whatever they wanted, alternating between spoken word over Arabic music, adapting jazz standards, wistful, melancholic ballads, and two of Elvis's most anti-heroic turns behind an acoustic guitar in decades. And then COVID. Elvis canceled another tour and returned home with the tapes for an album that didn't exactly have a direction or cohesion. Luckily, some musician friends in New York sent Elvis an additional set of backing tracks, including Grammy-winning trumpeter and bandleader Michael Leonhardt and guitarist and former collaborator Bill Frisell, with Elvis's voice recorded over electrical wire. Zoom call. These two gloomy ambient experiments helped bring the album together into what I think is its true unifying theme. Fuck it. This is another album where Elvis and the crew just do whatever they want. In the chaos at the end of the first Trump administration, we all had a lot on our minds about the state of the world and life as we know it, and that led a lot of folks, including myself, to decide not to waste any more of our limited time. Combine that with Elvis recently winning a fight against cancer, and yeah, what's going to stop him? Now, previously with Spike, I talked about how this lack of cohesion can be a negative. Not inherently, but if it disrupts an album's flow or undercuts its strengths. In that album's case, it's the great emotional highs dampened by silliness and overproduction. But Hey Clockface, for one, is much more tonally consistent, if not stylistically. And two, it does a much better job of priming the listener to expect the unexpected. The album opens with Revolution 49, a play on Revolution 9 that isn't as abstract, but it is in comparison to a lot of Elvis's music. Our Paris musicians send us to a Middle Eastern desert, while Elvis recites one of his few spoken word pieces. Yeah, unlike Spike, this actually made it to the album, and feels like it has a purpose, asserting in the harshness of the modern world, love is the one thing we can save.
Love makes a rich man from a beggar. Love is the one thing we can save.
We're then promptly punched in the face by the electronic beatboxed pulse of No Flag, the first of the three Helsinki tracks. It's a cry of frustration against a world without empathy, where it feels like you can't do anything to make it better, because you're nothing but a disposable rag to your capitalist overlords. Somebody play this at Eurovision. If you're not prepared for anything after those first two tracks, you'll never be. But it's not like the album is a massive departure from Elvis's usual oeuvre. The third track, They're Not Laughing at Me Now, recalls his work with the Sugarcanes from 10 years earlier. It's an understated acoustic folk song, punctuated by horns and Steve's keyboards, that kicks in a gear in the choruses and bridge. This is one of the two acoustic tracks where Elvis revels in the classical anti-hero again. Not a villain per se, but someone whose bitterness plays with your sympathy for them. Notes from Underground vibes.
You know my name now, it's good to you.
Newspaper Pain is the first of the two songs built around music by Michael Leonhardt and Bill Frisell. Their gloomy, misty groove carries Elvis's story of a woman who loses her lover to war right as she becomes pregnant with his child, and she looks ahead at their uncertain future. It's at once a mournful protest of war and a somber insistence to live for today, because you never know what will happen tomorrow, or what or whom you will lose.
Boys, pick up a rifle, that's too much to pay. Count out her teardrops, wipe them away.
The majority of the album is the Paris sessions, and their songs steep in loneliness and loss. I Do is one of my favorites of this bunch. The husk in Elvis's voice sets such a nice stage for a simple song about hoping to find your own slice of peace in a rough world. It's also one of the few times he does a falsetto, and it actually works for the song.
You may say
I don't lie, but I do.
The Whirlwind, midway through the album, is more nostalgic and longing, opened by Renaud Gabriel Pion's sweet bass clarinet. But it grows increasingly tense as Elvis tells the story of a drifter who never gives her heart away to a man or to a place in the world to call home.
I've had my moments, but all too few.
The softest track follows soon after, The Last Confession of Vivian Whip, notably based on music by Steve Naive and his wife Muriel Teodori. It's a piano-led lullaby of sorts, with the rest of the group rising up behind Steve as the song progresses. The titular Vivian seems to be a man imprisoned, either literally or by his heart, and though he insists he's innocent as far as harm to others, he seems to confess to the crime of cowardice in love. I prefer I Do and The Whirlwind out of these three. Those are two of the more understated highlights of the album, but all three are made almost heartbreaking by the music and Elvis's fragile voice. You can hear age catching up with him as recently as 2009, but he puts those cracks in his foundation to good use.
Never killed a soul except my own.
Which is not to say that all of the Paris tracks are maudlin. Two of their songs are upbeat takes on old-school jazz. Literally, in the case of the title track, a fun rewrite of How Can You Face Me by Fats Waller. It imagines the song's hapless loser in love asks the question to the clock on the wall, as time is his eternal enemy. Too fast when he's with the girl he loves, too slow when he's not. It's another track where Elvis's age comes through in his voice, which actually works perfectly with the song's origin in the 1920s.
A minute from departure, I will twist your key and have her come back to me.
Same case for I Can't Say Her Name, stylistically similar to Hey Clock Face, but with Elvis's acoustic guitar holding down the rhythm. Similar yet opposite to Let Me Tell You About Her, Elvis plays coy about the girl he loves, but from the sad past tense.
I whisper it so soft and slow when I think no one's listening, no one knows.
Between all of these are the other two Helsinki tracks, neither of them as musically punchy as No Flag, but We Are All Cowards Now almost as lyrically. While its music is a puttering, piano-based groove more like newspaper pain, its subject is biting commentary. It takes gun-toters and drone strikes equally to task, counting up the innocents killed by both in the name of power and fetishistic violence, and only finding cowardice.
The pornography of bullets and the promises and prizes can't disguise.
In comparison, Hattie O'Hara Confidential is much more fun and playful, bringing back the beatboxing and chaotic guitar stabs, though its story is rooted in the rough reality of social media. Elvis imagines an old gossip tabloid columnist who stands tall and feared in her time, until Twitter arrives. She finds that she's both no longer unique and no longer immune to her own poison, as she finally makes a fatal mistake.
She named the wrong man in the story she broke. She had an unfortunate character trait, the irresistible impulse to assassinate.
Ultimately, No Flag is my favorite of these three. I vibe with its music and the painfully real hopelessness of 2020. But all three of these tracks do a lot to make this album special and distinct in Elvis's discography. The latter end of the album has some of its very best tracks, though. Bob Dylan provided the inspiration for the second acoustic, classical anti-hero track, What Is It That I Need That I Don't Already Have? The title was Bob's response to John Mellencamp asking him if he was writing any new songs back in 2008. Elvis was there with them and immediately knew that sentence was a song waiting to happen, but he didn't find a home for it until Hey Clockface. Bob seemed to also inspire the vocals, a hushed, reedy Dylan impression, which helps tell the story of someone who seems to have everything, but in truth, could never keep it. It has a great, ominous atmosphere where you can imagine the narrator hunched in a corner lying to himself to keep sane.
A damson from a tree, a girl that I once chased.
And if you thought Revolution 49 was a one-off, Radio Is Everything is another spoken poetry piece, and the most striking of the two. Built on top of the second backing track from Leonhard and Frizzell, plus more musicians like co-writer Nils Klein, it's a much longer piece of swirling and self-deprecating rhyming exercises. It's laced with imagery of storybook kingdoms, like imagining a match as a proverbial Helen of Troy who dissolves mighty regimes with her screams. All while Elvis sits alone in darkness, remarking on his famously handsome voice with a sarcastic smirk.
Sound much better than I look. Like a hero in a book.
The music shimmers around him like his imagination and his loneliness, and Michael Leonhard takes it all the way to greatness with a longing trumpet solo that rivals Chet Baker's on Shipbuilding. It's a standout track. And the album closes on Byline, an almost theatrical goodbye to a love that ended unceremoniously, with only a letter and their time together thrown in the dustbin. Elvis's narrator never responded because it was the easiest way to say goodbye. It sends off the album on an angelic high.
I was never his, he was always mine, but I wrote him off by line by line.
Elvis said of the sessions right before lockdown, "I might well have worked my way out of a good record by just recording so much stuff. I couldn't hear where the story was anymore." Listening to the album 5 years later, the story feels clear to me. Hate Clock Face is remarkably coherent thematically. It jumps wildly between musical styles, but those songs are about people struggling with a world that doesn't make sense. People who don't have a place in it, who don't see a future. I highlighted two of them as classical antiheroes, but in truth, they're all antiheroes, just trying to survive. It honestly surprised me that the album was recorded before lockdown because it resonates through COVID into the world it left us. I fully expect fans and critics to reassess Hate Clock Face over the years and come to vastly different conclusions than they did when it came out. For me, right now, it stands as a bright example of Elvis's refusal to play it safe and re-record the same old album. This is why his Silver Age still isn't over. But of course, his Silver Age began around the time he formed the Imposters, and there was a long break in the middle of it after the death of his father. The Roots were able to squeeze another album out of him, but for the most part, he was done recording new albums. But drummer Pete Thomas convinced him to return to the studio, and like with All This Useless Beauty and Secret, Profane, and Sugarcane, he built the album out of disparate, unrecorded, or unreleased songs from over the years, including from an unfinished collaboration with Burt Bacharach. With the talented guiding hand of Sebastian Chris as co-producer for the first time, and some killer material that'd be hard to mess up, Elvis and the Imposters returned in 2018. Number 12, Look Now. Elvis envisioned this album with the scope of Imperial Bedroom and the beauty and emotion of his collaboration with Bacharach painted from memory. Neither of which we talked about yet, but bear with me. Burt himself only co-wrote 3 of the songs and plays piano on 2, but the whole album carries a Burt-ish classic pop elegance, uptown pop with a bit of swagger, which Elvis had wanted to make since the first time he worked with Burt. Some of these songs date back at least that far, or find themselves inextricably linked with Elvis and Burt's work together, and not just the torrent of heartbreak that they're both good at. That connection and some excellent production help these disparate songs from decades apart feel impressively cohesive. You'd never guess that these songs weren't always meant to be together. I compare Look Now to Useless Beauty and Sugarcane in that way, but it beats out those two by just having no weak tracks. Some shine brighter than others, but it's a tight, crisp pop record from beginning to end. The first track even draws on Elvis's own music, bringing back a character, which he rarely does. Under Lime revisits Jimmy from the National Ransom track, Jimmy Standing in the Rain. In his first appearance, he was a sad, washed-up vaudeville singer stuck waiting for the train in an indifferent country. Here, we see him again 20 years later, about to be, quote, humiliated as the mystery guest on one of those 1950s panel shows where toffs and debutantes have to guess his identity. England never did stop making those. Whatever sympathy you might have for him sours as we slip backstage and he tries to get his hands on the misfortunate production assistant who's stuck dealing with him. Elvis intentionally hid the lechery of the story behind its tune, a joyful celebration fit for a TV theme.
Whatever you do, don't tell them your name. Whatever you think, don't let them drink.
Don't Look Now, the semi-title track, is the first co-written with Bacharach, built on top of his intimate piano. Much of the album is sympathetic stories about women, and this is the first of many directly from their perspective. It's a dignified but painfully relatable monologue by an older woman who doesn't want to be seen naked and seems to worry what her partner will think if she is. But there's a confidence and flirtatiousness in her comments that make it sound like it's not as bad as she fears. Also relatable.
Now I wonder what you say. Will you be thinking of me?
Outside of Bert, two of the songs are directly connected to singer-songwriter Carole King. One of the album's oldest tracks, Burnt Sugar Is So Bitter, was co-written with King back in the 90s, but it didn't fit on any of Elvis's albums until now, when you could swear it was written for it. A dancey, hooky-as-hell R&B groove supports a single mother as she handles parenthood after her divorce. The song both celebrates her strength and encourages the deadbeat ex to keep walking.
She picks up the bill, pays off the medicine, 'cause everybody knows burnt sugar is so bitter.
Unwanted Number, 2 tracks later, is the very oldest track, originally written in 1996 for the film Grace of My Heart, and originally performed on its soundtrack by the R&B group For Real. The film was inspired by Carole King's time at the Brill Building, and it was notably the impetus for Elvis to first collaborate with Burt Bacharach, Linked. It shares a similar theme and sound with Burnt Sugar, about a single mother over a more tense R&B groove. But the character's issues are less with her ex, and more with the people around her, gossiping and judging her for having a child out of wedlock. In the end, she chooses her child over their catty horseshit, a conclusion Elvis saw in hindsight when he returned to the song for Look Now.
They said you give her his child, you wouldn't give her his name. They were torturing me from January to September.
Divorce and deadbeat men are recurring themes in the album. Between these two in the track listing is Stripping Paper, a gentler piano-led song with less in the way of hooks and more in the way of shattering storytelling. In the aftermath of her marriage, a woman peels away the wallpaper in her home, remembering when things were better, when they were intimate and laughed easily with each other. Near the end of the song, she finds the pencil marks on the wall where they measured their growing child. God, it hurts, and it hurts so good.
Here's the pencil of a measuring mark.
They're not all divorce songs. But we do have one more a few tracks later, co-written with Bacharach, Linked. Photographs Can Lie feels like a companion piece to Burnt Sugar or Stripping Paper, but from the divorced couple's daughter's perspective. Over a beautiful, longing Bacharach piano, the daughter examines an old photo of the parents together when they were happy and in love, before they knew the truth about the lying, cheating father. It's a great perspective on how mementos will only ever capture a single moment in time and can never account for everything that comes after.
I'll never be his little girl again.
We switch gears to stately, mournful, and borderline sarcastic with I Let the Sun Go Down, about a man who claims responsibility for the death of the British Empire and watches his country fall apart around him. John Lewis from Uncut connected the song to the then-recent travesty of Brexit, meaning you could call this song the single sympathetic portrayal of David Cameron, watching fascist oligarchs shit your supposedly great country down the toilet. Also relatable.
But it's also time for tears. I'm so sorry and sincere. An enemy, a brilliant career.
Fun note, this song was originally written for the fucking Austin Powers musical, which makes too much sense, but also hurt my head to read. He and Bert appear together in The Spy Who Shagged Me, Linked. The album is more outwardly fun from this point, emphasizing the hooks and leaning into the imperial bedroom roots. I forgot to put that down, didn't I? Fuck it. Mr. and Mrs. Hush is more Elvis's wheelhouse when it comes to marriage. Confusion, uncertainty, and struggle. The band jam along on another danceable beat, with some great use of call-and-response backing vocals. The song's a bop.
Are you ready? Are you ready to be Mr. and Mrs. Hush?
Dishonor the Stars shifts gears as far as tone. Instead of heartbreak and despair, it's grandly, rapturously romantic, setting Elvis's love high among the cosmos. The song uses its obvious Beatles influence to emphasize his passion and bliss. It's some of my favorite songwriting on the album.
Honey was to desire flowers, and it will be a love like ours.
Suspect My Tears is as close as Elvis ever got to one of the classic hits by Bacharach and Hal David. Tenuously linked, rich orchestration lifts him onto a theater stage as he chooses retribution. His partner is no longer the only one who will cry to get what they want. The song has a cheeky edge as he recognizes that they're both hypocrites, and this is almost a game to him, possibly even to his partner. Elvis noted this song on his website as one of the times where they exactly recorded what he imagined in his head.
You're not the only one who can turn it on when you need it.
And Why Won't Heaven Help Me is as bright and melodic a pop song as was ever written about the horrible pain of loneliness. It has some of the album's biggest earworm hooks. It's not the closer, but it does leave the album with the same uplift and ironic joy as it began. Another favorite.
Hey, you out there, even if you dare, take care of your wishes. If you find they do come true, you may regret that too.
Instead, the album closes on its darkest and I think most powerful track, co-written with Burt, linked. He's Given Me Things is oppressive and vengeful. A broke and broken-hearted model marries into wealth and uses her new means to put her cruel artist ex under their heel. Steve Naive's Wurlitzer seems to match her crushing grief, skulking behind her as she bears her soul over everything her ex put her through. It's a heart crusher of a track, the best song on the album, and one of the best things Elvis and Burt ever did together.
And now I know why I come back to him. And now I know why you never do.
I also want to mention the bonus EP. The titles Look Now in French. It's not the first time Elvis did this. National Ransom had its own bonus EP, National Ransack. And in both cases, I think of these as nice codas to an otherwise complete album. Isabel in Tears is full of puns on the level of Elvis's early records, which lends a dark comedy irony to such a sad portrait of a jaded, abandoned woman.
But you can't get the genius back into the bottom.
Adieu Paris is an adoring, romantic tribute to the titular city and its lights, sung almost entirely in French. But you can imagine it as a treat to all the ladies who were into his voice. It's shameless, and as a former sexy deep voice, I support it.
L'écho de nos rires au milieu des débris. Oh, adieu, Paris.
The final Mrs. Curtin feels the most like a leftover from Look Now, a solid, charming pop song about a romance between an ordinary Smith and a husband collector that hopefully lasts. I like it, but after an album where I had a lot to say and compliment, I have nothing new to add. I see why it didn't make it.
To lay with you, to lie with you, to live with you, maybe die with you.
There is one track here that's good enough it could have been on the album. You Shouldn't Look at Me That Way was recorded for the movie Film Stars Don't Die in Liverpool, about famous actress Gloria Graham before her death from cancer. The song is richly orchestrated with one of my favorite late-period Elvis piano accompaniments, produced and conducted by Elvis himself. The clincher for me is the premise. Elvis drew on the romantic looks that Gloria's partner Peter gives her in the film, contrasting the inherent awkwardness of their age gap. And as a hopeless romantic, the complex emotions that you can draw from adoring looks are like catnip to me, as good as anything on Look Now proper.
You shouldn't look at me. You shouldn't look at me that way.
An issue I've had with Elvis's songwriting for most of my time critically examining his music is his tendency to write about women. He writes about them plenty, but almost exclusively from a man's perspective and about cis-hetero relationships. The latter still holds true here, but Look Now prominently focuses on women's perspective, empathizing with them over the men who use them. This leads to songwriting that's not just clever and literate, but emotionally intelligent. Relationships are Elvis's pet subject throughout his career, and a few of the books I read pointed out his limited scope and topics, but this album shows that he's not limited in insight. Couple that with some of his strongest melodies and best produced music in decades, which won him a Grammy, if only that mattered, and you get a late period triumph. And only the first of 3. But as we approach the top 10, it's time we look back on his early period. This next pick is going to be contentious with fans. This one's probably in a lot of people's top 5, let alone just missing the top 10. But it's also the best example on the list of how you could do almost everything right and make an absolute classic. Except for that one core issue that holds it all back. Number 11, Trust. This was Elvis's 4th album with the Attractions, and he had a simple structural plan for it. The melody of their 2nd album together, the art pop breakthrough Armed Forces, with the rhythm of their 3rd, the soul pop send-up Get Happy. He also recently purchased a baby grand piano and composed several of Trust's songs on it. All of this gathered together into an album with a classier uptown feel. However, he also had to rely on several older, unrecorded songs dating back to before he ever took on the name Elvis, because he was blasted. He operated on alcohol and drugs, from the pre-recording tour to the album itself, due in no small part to his first marriage collapsing and his disillusionment with his career after the last album's tour. He briefly quit music entirely because of it. Fun note, the Attractions made an album without him in the interim. They never made another. There's a reason for that. I'll talk about it after the list. All of that chaos fueled much of the new material and led to the first of 3 separate instances in his career where Elvis developed laryngitis before recording. Having developed a friendship with fellow pop new wavers Squeeze, he asked their singer Glenn Tilbrook to sub in on vocals so they could keep things moving. We'll come back to both of these points. Despite the messy sessions, the album came together into a cohesive, widescreen picture of the very word in its title, taken to its ironic extremes. You want to know the best part about this bit? These are prescription, except they have a glare guard that blocks this monitor, so I can't read the script anyway. The album opens with one of Elvis's defining tracks, Clubland, a place where glitz and glamour only barely obscure its crime, corruption, empty thrills, and financial ruin. Elvis's early songwriting technique of relentless puns and wordplay is used to great effect to sell the hopelessness and debauchery. Steve Naive got to play a lot more piano and show off his classical training, starting with Armed Forces. This album lets him shine on the baby grand all the way through, and he gives this song some snappy jazz character. The production has a little more shine and clarity than their previous records, which I want to contribute to both their talented producer Nick Lowe and the promotion of their excellent engineer Roger Bashirian to co-producer, or as they're awkwardly credited, Nick Lowe in association with Roger Bashirian. They recorded most of the final album at the same studio as the last 3, Eden Studios in London, so I suspect the greater presence of piano and Roger as producer are why this album has some nice sonic polish without shaving off the band's edges. They did Clubland without Nick, and Elvis thinks the song suffered because of it. I disagree. It suffers for a different reason. Put a pin in that. Lover's Walk is one of 2 songs accused of being unfinished. David Goldstone likened it to a doodle compared to Clubland, and considering Elvis's state, I wouldn't be surprised. But it doesn't take a lot for a song to come together for me, and this track manages it. It's a simple structure, a bo-diddly beat heavy on the toms, and the driving bass and piano, and some of Elvis's least complicated lyrics, but there's a sinister quality to them. That repeated hook, beyond caution where lovers walk, makes these lovers sound like a gang. You need to avoid them at all costs. The song could have been thrown together, and it frankly sounds it, but it's more than the sum of its parts. Watch Your Step later in the record is the same situation, but at a much more relaxed tempo and energy level. It's mostly a steady vamp with Steve's keyboards carrying the melodies, while Elvis brings paranoia and violence in a hushed, conspiratorial voice. It's a song that grows increasingly unsettling as it goes along, and that elevates it a lot. Considering the excellent material around it, I don't know why it was made a single, but I still like it.
Think you're young and original. Get out before. Then get to watch your step.
But we get to the tracks that really define Trust to me, even more than Clubland, with You'll Never Be a Man. Its mid-tempo pace and bright piano make it feel like it's set in a parlor behind closed doors, where people hide their truths. In this case, it's a veiled but bleak picture of domestic violence and misogyny. And while to our knowledge, Elvis never engaged in such himself, he does note it as one of the tracks inspired by his failing marriage. He was at least deeply cynical about relationships overall at that point. It's one of the tracks where you can almost hear him trying to hold it together in spite of everything happening around him. And for another reason we'll get to later.
Though the fist is mightier than the lip, it adds the aggravation.
So many of Trust's tracks feel like they're set in that low orange-lit parlor, and Pretty Words continues the paranoid tone by looking out from that room through the window at an England that recently took a hard turn towards the right wing, and Prime Minister Thatcher's, quote, Cold War posturing. The driving tempo and building energy put you in the shoes of someone anxiously watching a world they once knew grow violent yet indifferent under fascism. Elvis seems to reconsider what exactly he brings to the wider conversation or just to music. What can he do, or what has he done with his acerbic wordplay when there's so much at stake?
All I see are snapshots, big shots, dead spots, mud shots, machine slots, you don't know what's what.
Strict Time carries on that anxious Cold War paranoia, thanks in part to Elvis's substance abuse, into men's fruitless pursuit of sex. It's like a more complete version of Lover's Walk, a relentless R&B rhythm from Pete and Steve, and a melodic bass line from Bruce that flies all over. This song has hooks for days. Elvis admitted that Luxembourg is the most slight song on the album, but it's also a rollicking blast. A rockabilly send-up rooted in a song written for but rejected by Dr. Feelgood. Elvis takes inspiration from his travels to tell a story of young people bored, horny, and let loose across the world to cause mayhem and learn nothing. It's a song where the explosive energy says everything it needs. New Lace Sleeves is the finished version of a song Elvis first wrote back in 1974, and he considers it one of the attraction's best performances, period. I have dozens I would rank over it, but it is one of the album's defining tracks to me. It's that civilized life laid bare for the meaningless mess it is, filtered through the awkward morning after a one-night stand, obsession with tabloids eager to see behind those closed doors, and the hollowness underneath conservative jingoism and militarism. Pete Thomas's drums were inspired by Devo's cover of the Rolling Stones' Satisfaction, nowhere as abstract, but nervy and heavy on the shimmering hi-hat. The whole song is the burbling anxiety underneath polite society, constantly waiting for the ball to drop. Or more likely, the veil.
Average glances and indiscreet yarning, good manners and bad breath get you nowhere.
From a Whisper to a Scream features two guests, both of whom were involved in the background of the album. Like I mentioned earlier, Elvis had Squeeze vocalist Glenn Tilbrook fill in for him while his voice recovered. He was so pleased with the result that they cut this track as a duet. It was never planned as such. Guitarist Martin Belmont also features here, on loan from The Rumor, who filled in for Steve on the previous tour after he was injured. Yes, on second guitar, not keyboards. Even Elvis seemed confused about that decision in hindsight, but it got Martin a spot on the album. With those guests added to the attraction's already restless energy, the song is like a miniature pop rock party, like everyone stuffed into a club and downing the liquid courage to get with the hottest girl. Aside from the themes of alcohol and cavorting being a little too real for Elvis's current state, it's the most cheerful song on the record. Which is not to say that he and Glenn blend well.
So I whisper and I scream, but don't get me wrong. Please don't leave me waiting too long.
Yeah, let's talk about that elephant in the room. The reason Trust didn't reach my top 10. Elvis's voice. He doesn't say if his laryngitis affected much of the album, he only specifies this one track. I'm inclined to think it affected much more than that, because Trust is his single worst vocal performance in his recording career. He always had a weird, ugly singing voice. I've defended it a lot in this video, But we've only talked about albums from Almost Blue onward. As we delve into his earliest records up through Trust, you'll notice his singing is different. That's because he started singing in his own natural voice in the early 80s. Up until then, his singing style was at least partially a put-on. It was compared a lot to Graham Parker, a fellow veteran of the 70s pub scene. The Rumor were his backing band. But I'm willing to believe the similarity was a coincidence. Elvis sang like that as far back as 1974.
Who wants to be a baseball hero out in the center field sun?
Elvis says he actually tried to sing like Rick Danko, the frontman for the band, who inspired him to even try singing in the first place. It's a throaty, high-tension, hollering, sneering, and slobbering vocal style that worked for him for several years. Until now. Trust is unfortunately the nadir of this particular singing style, and I believe his laryngitis, or at least the substance abuse, only made it worse. It's telling that, starting with the previous album, you can hear Elvis transitioning towards his own natural voice, which he stuck to completely starting in 1982, and totally to his benefit. His hoarse, strained voice for most of this album holds it back a lot. It took me years to fully come around on Clubland compared to all the other big tracks from this period, and I could never quite pinpoint why until I realized Elvis's singing was worse. Compare it to the live version decades later with the Metropole Orchestre, where he sounds great, and it's clear something was wrong in 1980. Though there are a few tracks on this album where he sings in a more natural cadence, and they sound a lot better. Watch Your Step eases up so he doesn't have to push himself so hard, and so does the next track, Different Finger. It's another carryover from his early years, returning to the well of country, a short but uneasy song about cheating and the gossip and guilt it produces. He sings in a quieter but higher register than usual, closer to his natural voice, and it sounds a lot better to me.
All I want is one night of glory. I don't even know your second name.
As he does in the album's penultimate track, Fish and Chip Paper. It's an upbeat pop song inspired by Squeeze, but with some of the album's most debauched lyrics about tabloid gossip and the things you don't want pinned on you or shared with the world.
If you got something to hide, if you got something to sell, if you got somebody who's bright, you might kill to death. I'll wind up with a fight back in the Hammersmith Hotel.
He still has some strain on his voice and sings in his throaty lower register for the rest of the album, but it's not as rough as Whisper to a Scream. Hell, White Knuckles is one of the album's very best tracks. It's musically inspired by another of Elvis's new wave contemporaries and a huge old favorite of mine, XTC. But I'm not going to be kind to the vinyl. Like them, the song's loaded with melody and energy while, like Elvis often does, sneaking in a dark subject into cheerful music. It's another track about, but more directly against, domestic abuse. It faces a physically abusive relationship head-on, how it manifests, how it's fueled by toxic masculinity, and firmly taking the side of the abused.
Maybe they were loved when they were young. Maybe they should be hung by their tongues.
It's even surprisingly modern in the way it recognizes how the abused are isolated from others, both by her abuser's behavior and in the lack of sympathy or real help she receives from her family in the song's coda, as they just don't understand the reality of her situation.
Mother said, "It's yours and your sister said, I told you so too."
We'll talk more about the way Elvis wrote women and relationships in his early records, and especially the critical response. And I'll say right now that he was often a little too precious about not taking clear stands on difficult subjects. This song is at least a good example of how, as he got older, he got a lot more willing to clearly put his foot down where it mattered. Now you know why Goldstone hated TKO Boxing Day. Shot with His Own Gun is the most obvious song written on Elvis's Baby Grand, stripped down to his voice and Steve on piano. It's a dramatic story of a cheating husband and father, also rooted in Elvis's infidelities, and his voice is actually pretty clear here. The real star is Steve, though, providing what Elvis complimented in the reissue as a much more flowing and dramatic accompaniment than I could have imagined or mastered.
Spend every evening looking so appealing. He comes without warning, leaves without feeling.
And the album closes with a wild change in style. Big Sister's Clothes is a solo, atmospheric reggae rework of the energized rock track Big Sister, which we talked about in Out of Our Idiot. Both songs are digs at Thatcher, calling her Big Sister, a la Orwell's Big Brother, but this version eschews the direct reference and instead recognizes her as just the figurehead of the conservative uprising, a slightly more mature, less tunnel vision outlook on it. Elvis seems down on his choice to record this version. He clarifies in the credits that producer Nick Lowe is not responsible for this. But I like that he did something weird on an album rather than relegate it to a B-side like he had before, and I like it way more than the original version.
All the style and finesse, the purchase of armaments.
Trust stands strongly alongside the several other masterpieces from this period that we'll talk about in due time. It's just got that one big issue that, for me, makes it the worst of the best, if you will. From a Whisper to a Scream is Elvis's voice at its harshest, but his hoarseness hampers enough of the album that I couldn't raise it any higher than number 11. There are 10 other albums with more pieces working together, but there are plenty of fans who easily got past his singing and put it in their top 5s, and there's no reason to skip it if you think that could be you. It's some of the band's best pop songcraft up to this point, and they were only about to get better at that from here. Well, if y'all were annoyed that Trust was number 11, I don't know how you're going to feel about number 10. This is one of the uncontested classics, Elvis's earliest records. This is a top 3 for a lot of people. It's 1979, Elvis's 2 albums into his professional recording career, and only 1 into his partnership with The Attractions. Their previous was a stripped-down, furious rock album, and the handful of tracks that followed were much in that style. Elvis noticed this repetition after The Jam released All Mod Cons, which impressed Elvis with how much of a big step forward it was after their first 2 records. And if you compare them, you can hear Paul Weller seriously upgrade his melodic and songwriting chops, whereas Elvis's new songs still sounded like last year's model. He decided that he didn't want every next album to sound identical, so, taking even greater control of the next album's direction, plus keyboardist Steve Naive putting his classical training to serious use for the first time, the band recorded their first unashamedly pop masterpiece. Number 10, Armed Forces. This record has a greater topical scope than his first 2. My Aim Is True is focused on personal relationships and working-class struggles, and this year's model widened that perspective to include the cruelties of the entertainment industry. Armed Forces is a bird's-eye view of England and the world around it in the late 70s, strongly socio-political, combining those interpersonal troubles and industry follies with wider, harsher themes of war, militarism, conservatism, racism. One of the album's working titles was Emotional Fascism, and in the 2002 reissue liner notes, Elvis pondered if speaking of personal and global matters in the same vocabulary was maybe a mistake and naive. Quote, "Betrayal and murder are not the same thing. The first of them only deadens the soul." I think he pulled it off because everyone's personal lives are eternally tied to the world around them. The inside and the outside affect each other. The music also has a greater scope than the last 2 records, drawing on some deceptively esoteric influences like glam, art pop, and even disco, and giving Steve a few chances to really show his stuff on piano rather than his core instrument up to that point, the Vox Continental organ. Right from the opener, we hear the slicker, more melodic approach to songcraft than the snappier power pop of the last album. The atmosphere of Accidents Will Happen is airy and blissful, drenched in more reverb than before, and Steve's piano is more prominent and pretty, which obfuscates the song's theme of infidelity. Elvis fell into the traps of success, the sex and drugs and rock and roll, by the time he wrote these songs. And while he draws on his actions for the lyrics, he purposefully covers his trail by swapping I with we, before ultimately coming clean.
I don't wanna hear it 'cause I know what
Perhaps a minor note, but this track and a few others on some versions of the album, especially remasters available on streaming, have a lot of the definition in the instruments buried in the reverb. These tracks already have a lot more of it than the previous albums, but it feels like some versions are excessive with it. I wonder if that's an effect of the lower streaming quality, or if they intentionally up the reverb in the remaster. Or if I'm just straight up hearing it wrong, you tell me. But I recommend searching out an older physical copy. I think it sounds much better, especially Pete Thomas's drums. The impact of his snare and toms are defining parts of this band's sound to me. It'd be such a waste to dampen it. Senior Service makes things more danceable, drawing on the band's David Bowie influence. They were fans of Station to Station, Low, and Heroes, 3 of my favorites too. But vocally and lyrically, Elvis makes things vicious. Where the first track's beauty hid its crimes, this one's bounce hides its violence. Senior Service was a brand of unfiltered cigarettes in the UK, and though producer Nick Lowe smoked them a lot, it more gives the song the image of a pompous executive's smoke-filled office where they stare a Cheshire Cat grin down at you in your seat as they sit on their desk. Elvis raises his fist at them and imagines tearing them down and chopping off their heads to enjoy their petty riches, a violence that the wealthy encourage because capitalism loves commodifying its own opposition. Track 3 is Elvis's biggest hit, Oliver's Army, a glistening pop gem that nearly didn't make the record. The song just wouldn't come together until Steve Naive added the piano, taking inspiration from ABBA. That was the clincher, and it went from an almost outtake to the highest charting single in Elvis's career. The exuberant music belies the darkness of the military-industrial complex, enlisting students fresh out of school to go die far from home, and the poverty, racism, and xenophobia that fuels that cycle. Listeners and critics often connect the Oliver in the title to Oliver Cromwell, but really it could be anyone. Oliver is a distinctly British name. It's an army made of normal British people scooped up by the wealthy to be their obedient thugs and meat shields. The language is charged, and by Elvis's own admission, naively so. His family is Irish Catholic on his father's side, so he technically does have, let's call it WN phrase privileges, but even he rewrote that verse starting in 2020 and made its message more direct. I know, we'll get to it. The point of the song is to put disquieting ideas into a cheerful pop tune, and it does it with aplomb.
And I would rather be anywhere else but here today.
The next 3 tracks turn it down a notch, and outside of the big singles, they're what I think of the most when I think of armed forces. Big Boys brings back the blissful reverb and fraught relationships from Accidents Will Happen, also drawing on Elvis's infidelities. As he put it in the reissue liner notes, quote, "I was looking to discourage admiration and flirting with a sort of controlled fall from grace." In this way, Big Boys sees Elvis point both outward and inward, his self-destruction in this period expressed through impotence. The relentless energy of the attractions makes his folly sound desirable despite itself, with Bruce's bass punching right through the mix.
Worrying about your physical fitness. Tell me how you got this sickness.
Green Shirt is almost sneaky with its hushed, measured tone. Built on a Kraftwerk-inspired synth loop, it's the sound of the calm before the storm, the creeping approach of nationalism and the pretty face it tries to put on, slowly overtaking the world outside while you sit at home clueless. Elvis describes this track as sensory overload, but to me it feels more like everyday complacency, and Pete Thomas breaks the tension with his upfront snare rolls as if trying to snap the listener out of it.
Somewhere in the Quisling clinic there's a shorthand typist taking seconds over minutes.
Elvis wrote Party Girl as a kind of apology to a university girl he met once. Their conversation was reported in a gossip column with shitty assumptions about the girl's character. The resulting song sounds longing and romantic, especially when Steve pulls out the stops on the piano in the bridge, but lyrically it reads jaded and weary. Elvis extends care to this girl and a middle finger to the tabloids, and it's a rare song early in his career where the artifice and obfuscation in his lyricism falls away. It's a small, unlikely moment of bare humanity to someone else. I used to listen to music very surface level, so I preferred the more upbeat tracks on the album. This is one where its strengths and beauty grew on me a lot over the years.
I don't wanna lock you up and say I don't wanna lose you. I say goodbye.
But on that note, it's no surprise that I love Goon Squad. It picks up the tempo again to a nervy, relentless pace. Elvis folds in the chaos of his life as a working, traveling, cheating, and drug-taking musician with the military, with fascist and conservative control over people's lives and careers. Its disparate, maddening pieces come together into a song about the insanity of adulthood, where if you're not only absurdly lucky, but a good, obedient dog, maybe you'll be successful. Hi, YouTube. The chorus playing up the title like it's the theme to a TV show only adds to the black comedy. Still one of my favorites. Elvis was a bit down on busybodies in the reissue liner notes. He said it contained the densest and most neurotic juggling of words in order to simply state that promiscuity wears you out. This was 2002, and we know how he felt at the time, so I take his disappointment with a grain of salt. A song doesn't need to be direct to express something real, especially if that obscurity is the point. The swirl of words and veiled descriptions of body and sexuality fit his horny, substance-fueled haze. Once again, the glisten of the production and the energy of the band make his hedonism sound exciting and aspirational, but his words and breathlessness show how draining it really is. Elvis originally wrote Sunday's Best for Ian Dury, but he declined. It's a swerve into a lackadaisical waltz, blithely and cheerily combing through, quote, small-minded English prejudices and seething sanctimonious preferences. I've heard and read this song described as out of place on the album. It feels right at home to me. So much of Armed Forces, and a few songs before it, peel back the mundane to show the blind conservatism rotting it from underneath. This song does it by holding up a mirror to average English ignorance and asking them if they like what they see. It and Oliver's Army got stick for a charged, flagrant use of a slur each. I'll leave it up to the people these slurs actually target in real life to decide if this is acceptable or not, but I'll add to the rest of us white people that this song wasn't written in a vacuum. It was written about us, and unfortunately for us, it actually hasn't aged at all.
Beat up strangers who talk funny, take the greasy foreign money.
Moods for Moderns is another track inspired by David Bowie's then-recent masterworks, a bobbing, bouncing track about a relationship falling apart. Where multiple writers and publications recommended cutting Sunday's Best, this is the one track that I don't think holds up over repeated listens. This one feels like it has the least going on underneath its upbeat pace.
There's never been an ending. Soon you belong to someone else, and I will be a stranger just pretending.
Chemistry Class brings back the reverberated bliss and Pete's thick drums. Seriously, they sound great on this album, coupled with Elvis's acerbic observations of sexual but unambitious students. The song was inspired by the band performing at American universities, and to Elvis's eyes, what used to be a hotbed of radical progress and organization for justice in the 60s, led by students, became complacent, hedonistic, and superficial. He admits his reaction wasn't reasonable or reasoned, and I think his perspective was off. Don't blame the kids for the world they're born into. But the song does slot sideways into the album's themes of capitalism and conservatism, almost in the same way as Pulp's Common People would in the 90s. When you have no future of your own, yet you're expected to decide your entire adulthood before you graduate high school, the fuck else is there to do? It's not anywhere as great a song as Common People, but there's a through line there.
People pleasing people like you. You've been around so long, but you still don't know what to do.
And the original album closes with the delightfully titled Two Little Hitlers, a cheerful bop about a miserable pair of narcissists desperate to control each other. It's loosely inspired by the Nick Lowe song Little Hitler, and both songs look at petty tyrants and everyday people. But this song imagines two in direct competition with each other as a satire about dating and relationships. For me, the key word isn't Hitlers, it's little. The people in this bitter cis-hetero setup, despite the man's claims, are not great dictators. They're tiny people who feel as tiny as they are, and they try to make themselves taller by standing on others.
Who wants to know the names of all those who's better than two little Hitlers will fight it out until one little Hitler does the other ones will.
However, one non-album single was grafted onto the album in the US, and it's been there ever since. Frankly, I can't imagine Armed Forces without this track closing it off. their cover of Nick Lowe's What's So Funny About Peace, Love, and Understanding. Nick originally wrote it for his band Brinsley Schwartz as a joke about the insincere, commercial latter end of 60s hippie and protest music. Elvis and the Attractions reimagined it by amping up its intensity and playing it straight. Elvis hollers in his lower register, and as ugly as his voice is at this time, he sells that frustration in a world that, again, once seemed to take such huge leaps in progress in the 60s, suddenly drowning in apathy in the 70s. And it only got worse in the 80s. It's a song that, unfortunately, never stops resonating. All-timer classic.
What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding?
Early versions of the album came with a bonus EP, Live at Hollywood High. We eventually got the full concert in 2010, and if you're a fan, it's worth checking out to hear the band right between the release of this year's Model and the recording of Armed Forces. They open with a unique, piano and voice only arrangement of Accidents Will Happen that everyone should hear at least once. I don't think the show overall hits quite as strong as Live at the Elmo combo. I recommend that live album even more, where the band's in a tighter, more chaotic space and the energy is higher. That's their ideal setting in the early years. Also, just a lot less cringy stage banter. I don't need to hear dipshit in his 20s Elvis sexually harass high schoolers. We also talked about Armed Forces B-sides back in Taking Liberties and 10 Bloody Marys, but to quickly recap, they're some of my favorites from these early records, Clean Money and Wednesday Week especially. The Rhino reissue also has a really good alternate take of Big Boys. My issue with alt versions up until now is that the final version clued into the best way to approach these songs, which is my issue with the Busybodies alt that's also here. But that wasn't lost with Big Boys. It even brings out the Kraftwerk influence with more of a synth presence and has a cool tense energy.
About your physical fitness. Tell me how you got this sickness.
I really like this take, maybe a little more than the album version. That rarely happens. And that's the thing. Armed Forces used to be a few spots higher on the list. It's a great record and deservedly considered one of Elvis's best. It's absolutely a top 10. But in my own list, I had to ask myself a hard question. How excited am I to talk about it compared to everything else in the top 10? And that said it right here. As good as Armed Forces is, and it's a great record, I was nowhere as enthusiastic to talk about it as I am these next 9 albums. They're even more my speed. They scratch some itch in my mind that Armed Forces doesn't. I want this list to be honest, so I couldn't put it any higher. And no, I promise it has nothing to do with what happened that year in Columbus, Ohio. Okay. Let's talk about it. After a show in Columbus, Elvis was drunk at the Holiday Inn bar when Stephen Stills and singer Bonnie Bramlett entered and started talking to him. Despite Elvis being a longtime fan of Crosby, Stills, and Nash, he decided he was above the wash-up that Stills became by then, and he went into full mouthy douchebag mode. This reached its peak when Bramlett prompted him about Ray Charles and James Brown, and he dismissed them with flagrant use of the N-word. This was, according to him, to just piss them off to get them to leave. And according to Krista Reese's book, written just a couple years after the fact, he might have said even more horrible shit that people just forgot. In short, he opened his big fucking mouth and vomited, and then to his surprise, Bramlett took the story to the press. If this sounds awfully familiar, it's a lot like what Morgan Wallen did, but worse. Elvis, for his part, says in his memoir and the Get Happy liner notes that he doesn't remember if he actually said any of this, but he doesn't discount that he did. He only remembers wanting to start a fight and succeeding once Bramlett backhanded him. With how much he does remember in his book, and directly admits about himself and his past actions and bad decisions, especially during this period, I'd be surprised if that was a lie. He does confront himself in the liner notes and asserts that drunkenness or trying to be ironic or provocative is no excuse. And in the book, he considers what such actions may say about himself if he really does harbor hidden racism despite the anti-racist teachings of his parents, despite his multiracial community growing up. He wouldn't be the first British punk moron to feign innocence that way, but he opts not to make any assertions. Other writers looked at the context around him, his exhaustion from touring, his intentionally standoffish behavior with the press and other musicians, likely inspired by, if not encouraged by, his prickly manager Jake Riviera to sell him as punk. And they come to the conclusion that Elvis gave. Just a stupid as fuck off-the-cuff decision. My take doesn't disregard any of this context, but it digs through it all to get to what I think is the grain of truth at the bottom. He did it because he thought he could. Whether drunk or stone sober, he talked shit because he thought nothing would happen. He thought it'd stay there in the bar, not reach the news. Fellow white people, fellow white YouTubers especially, how many of us have casually said the N-word? Because you were in a situation where you didn't expect a single thing to happen. Don't fucking lie to me. Us white people will never fully understand the scope of colonialism, racism, xenophobia's impact on the entirety of this planet, because it was all for our benefit. We may learn and understand the harm that the N-word encompasses, but we'll never feel it. Elvis, Morgan Wallen, Michael Richards, they were in situations when throwing around the N-word was supposed to mean nothing at all, and then we're shocked to learn it does. Except that was supposed to happen to Morgan Wallen, not reward him with outrageous success. We're in the worst timeline. In Elvis's case, I don't know if anyone is still watching him like a hawk in case he fucks up again, but 46 years later, I don't think we need to. The multiple socially conscious black musicians he's worked with didn't feel they needed to. He proved in the decades since what a one-off bad decision it was. But it's something I thought I should address, since this video is a celebration of his music and encourages new listeners to check it out. If you're gonna do that, you're gonna learn about the shitty things he did, and I would be dishonest with you if I just brushed over it rather than confronted it. Compared to the horrible crimes committed by other musicians in the 70s, thank fuck this is the worst thing he ever did. That's the difficulty when discovering new artists. You have to decide how to handle their shittiness. There are people who can completely divorce the art from the artist, and I hope you folks have a wonderful time with all those pedophiles. But to me, the artist always made the art within a context, within themselves or the world around it. And you should at least consider those, as well as how that art inherently gathers new context with the passing of time. I don't expect the worst from Elvis, but I am a trans woman living in the most outwardly hateful context for trans people in living memory. I'm not waiting for him to drop another racist slur, but I have no idea what to expect on him on queer and trans people. He's a British baby boomer celebrity. He at least doesn't seem like the kind to fall for the grift. In the aftermath of the Robin Thicke Blurred Lines lawsuit, a lot of musicians came out of the woodwork to make an unscrupulous buck with a frivolous plagiarism suit. It looked like someone tried to nudge Elvis to do the same after Olivia Rodrigo's Brutal had a similar riff to Pump It Up, and he defended her and replied with the Bob Dylan song he ripped off for Pump It Up, and the Chuck Berry song Dylan ripped off before him. No idea if he'll fall for the transphobia scam. He hasn't said anything yet. And right now he lives in New York again, which I think is relatively trans-friendly. Considering his flippant misgendering and dead naming of Jane County in his memoir, I'm gonna assume he just doesn't think about us. I'm fine with that not changing before he dies. All of that mess out of the way, let's move past one of the most celebrated but fraught albums in Elvis's career, with one that I can't begin to guess what y'all will think about. I can see this dividing people on age and tendency towards music critic tastes. It's a highly acclaimed record, but one for a particular audience. But I came to love it over the literal years I worked on this list, and since one of its key creators passed away while I worked on this, I want to give it its due. Number 9. Painted from Memory, with Burt Bacharach. There's a sense, depending on your age, that orchestrated classic pop like this, easy listening adjacent, is granny music. It's toothless and safe, so she doesn't have a heart attack. Well, if your grandma listens to this album with any regularity, she never got over her divorce. This album is the yawning pit you tumble into at the lowest point of a breakup, when you wish things were different and you feel like you'll never love again because you haven't stopped, and why, God, why? Now make that pain gorgeous. Basically, take everything I said about North and Look Now, 2 albums that owe this one for their existence, but stick to only the saddest highs. That's Painted from Memory. 20 years before this album, you'd probably find the pairing of arch new waver Costello and king of the lounge Bacharach bizarre. Not so much by 1998. Elvis long established himself as an acclaimed pop tunesmith of his own by then, but he'd actually performed songs by Bacharach and Hal David all the way back in the early years of The Attractions, including a live recording of I Just Don't Know What to Do With Myself from 1977. And of course, he and Nick Lowe covered Baby It's You in 1984. He covered Please Stay on Kojak Variety, all of which are included on songs of Bacharach and Costello. The latter's a much better cover when you divorce it from all the mediocrity around it. Divorce is a relevant theme to this record. Point is, by 1996, you knew Elvis was a fan of Burt's, and it wasn't so out of the question for them to work together, They just needed the right impetus. Enter Grace of My Heart, a film we briefly touched on when we discussed Look Now. For the soundtrack, director Allison Anders had the idea to combine older musicians with younger. Elvis first contributed Unwanted Number for Real to sing, and then he got a second call from music supervisor Karen Ratchman asking if he'd like to sing a big Broadway showstopper for the movie, and if he'd like to write it with Burt Bacharach. Communicating awkwardly over answering machine and fax, they put together God Give Me Strength, still one of Elvis's biggest songs. And since it's included on Painted from Memory as the closer, and for a couple other reasons, we'll talk about it last. Both men knew they struck gold and had every intention to continue working together, and in the same room this time. It took a couple years until they could, but once they did, they gathered up Burt's orchestra and a swath of talented session musicians, including Steve Naive on additional keyboards, returning drummer Jim Keltner, and an angelic trio of backing vocalists. The result was a triumph to close out Elvis's otherwise spotty and difficult 90s. The very first note on the record is a bell behind a low flute, as if to signal the divorcee death march we're about to take. In the Darkest Place is practically the thesis for the album, that hopeless pit when your love is lost and you're stuck in the early stages of grief. Elvis's narrator desperately wants to rekindle their flame, while their ex, and seemingly all of her friends, think it better to leave the poor bastard behind her. It's a great introduction to Burt's all-encompassing orchestrations, dripping with melody and atmosphere, and Elvis's requisite emotional intensity on vocals.
Won't love you like I do.
One thing this album doesn't have a lot of is catchy pop hooks. It's an expertly crafted orchestral pop record, but it was never targeted at the contemporary charts. That's part of why, for many years, the only song that clicked with me was the second, Toledo. It's an understated, swaying, light bossa nova bop with the album's most earwormy chorus. Elvis's traveling narrator stews in the knowledge that they cheated on their unwitting lover after they see her messages waiting for them on the answering machine. They fear listening to it because they already know what she said. I read the reference to the titular cities in Ohio and Spain as them sitting next to the phone in their house in Toledo, imagining its Spanish namesake and any other distant lands they could travel to, or did to be unfaithful, and knowing they ruined their chance in the one place that was truly home.
But it's no use saying that I love you, and how that girl really didn't mean a thing.
Then we get one of the album's very best tracks, and strangely its shortest, I Still Have That Other Girl. Elvis's character fears entering a new relationship, no matter how much they want each other, because he's still not over his last. The song's a great example of the comfortable, collaborative nature of the album's creation. Like the Juliet letters, both Elvis and Burt wrote the music, and though Elvis handled the lyrics, he credits Burt with a lyrical and vocal sense that helped to shape the words. They struggled with this song for a while, though, namely how to return to the second chorus after the first without just repeating the beginning of the song. Then Burt casually played something on the piano, described by Elvis as beautiful, sort of Viennese. Elvis shouted at him that he got it, and then Burt snapped out of a haze and had no idea what he just played. But they figured it out listening back through the work tape, and it became a standout moment on the album. It's a curious song structure because it basically only has one verse at the start, and then it's pre-chorus, chorus, pre-chorus, chorus. But it works through the song's sheer emotional power. This is some of Elvis's best belting this side of the Juliet letters, in both choruses and that second pre-chorus. The second chorus key shifts up a step, so he's singing even higher, and he lands it. This song earns that shattering intensity. When that pre-chorus builds and Elvis kicks in a gear at the top of his range, I can just bury myself in my headphones and cry my damn eyes out. They won a Grammy for this song, and I joke because the Grammys are nonsense, but they deserve the accolade.
Because I still have that other girl in my head, and I still have that other girl in my head.
Another favorite track, guaranteed to draw ugly tears, is one we already talked about in For the Stars. This House is Empty Now. Elvis recalls in his memoir the struggle to write the lyrics for this, originally trying to compete with the song's drama and ending up with overwrought gibberish. Instead, he drew on the lyric, walking through this empty house, tears in my eyes, from ABBA's Knowing Me, Knowing You, and that image unlocked the song for him. Not the first time he drew gold from ABBA's influence. The result is a lonely drift through a broken home, recalling the happy moments and mementos that used to line its walls that can never return, now that their love is irreparable and divorce is on the horizon. From the narrative he presents in the memoir, this seems to be one of the songs that made him realize how unhappy he really was near the end of his second marriage, because he felt that emptiness in every corner of his life. If the opening of the album is colored by denial, this song draws on anger and frustration as a whole life together is thrown away.
So tell me, how am I supposed to live without you?
The bridge is partially inspired by an old, sober comment by Elvis's father about the afterlife, and it's a heart-wrenching portrait of someone moments away from submitting to despair.
Does the extinguished candle care about the darkness?
It's not all bleak and disquieting. Tears at the Birthday Party is more musically cheerful and bouncy, with a galloping piano rhythm that recalls the later Beatles records, though lyrically it continues the theme of never-ending heartbreak. Years after breaking a girl's heart on her birthday, Elvis's character imagines her happy every year with someone else, opening the presents and letters that he should have sent. He wonders fruitlessly if she ever thinks of him like he does of her.
Close the door, dim the lights, blow out the candles.
The joint middle of the album has two more of my favorites, and the first is an even bigger relief from the darkness, Such Unlikely Lovers. If most of the album predates the bleak first half of North, this informs the joyous second half. Elvis's character is in giddy disbelief at their new, unlikely relationship, born from a chance encounter in the city one day. The couple are like day and night, yet the narrator can't seem to hold down their excitement. Where so much of Painted from Memory is the aftermath of relationships, this is an endlessly charming look at one's beginning.
Listen now, I'm not saying that there will be violence, but don't be surprised if they appear.
Back to Despair. My Thief sees a heartbroken man experience a recurring dream about the woman who left him, which Elvis asserted is a bad dream, a haunting dream.
But he hopes that every night this dream will come to him because that's all that he has left of her.
Instead of grand orchestral elegance throughout, the verses are as soft as his dark bedroom at night, focused on Bacharach's piano, with Steve Naive doubling him for some of the most gorgeous yet simple music on the album. The song earns its swell of strings in the choruses and second verse.
Sometimes I pretend you'll come back again.
It's also the one song where the other person, the object of the narrator's desire, actually gets to respond. It's up to you to decide whether it's actually her or the dream, but I like that she asserts her agency outside of the guy's wants. Lisa Taylor, one of the three backing singers, provides her voice, and she brings the song to rest with the gentleness of a lullaby. The Long Division has more of an R&B groove and has one of the album's tighter hooks. I like this track the least, though. All of the others have much greater emotional and melodic reach. This one's measured, even tepid. It tries to use Long Division as a metaphor for cheating, and it's a bit of a stretch. I get the idea. The chorus goes, when 3 goes into 2, there's nothing left over, because their relationship can't recover from the betrayal. It's not literal accurate math, but I'm still an autistic nerd, and it needles at me. Also, this was before anyone heard of polyamory, I guess. Not a bad song, but the least memorable to me.
And every night you ask yourself, what am I to do?
The title track is much more my speed, though. Like My Thief, it's soft and gentle, built around Bert's piano, plus Dean Parks' dreamy acoustic guitar, and the orchestra drifting in and out around them like the narrator's longing imagination. He, too, is long past a breakup and never recovered. All he can do is attempt to replicate her looks on canvas, knowing he has to let her go, but can't just yet. Not that he now knows who she is behind her looks. Almost as good as My Thief.
She's lost to me now.
The Sweetest Punch is the album's brightest and cheeriest and cheesiest song. Bert's orchestra whips out the glockenspiel and the muted trumpet for that 60s Austin Powers flair, and Elvis frames the fight that leads to a breakup as a boxing match in an equally old-school, belabored way. To be clear, these are all positives. It took me a lot longer to come around on this track than the whole rest of the album. It's so goofy, it almost feels out of place, even with Tears at the Birthday Party. But I did come around because they commit to the bit. Elvis and Bert whip out all the stops in their lyrics and the music. It's loaded with wordplay and melodic hooks.
Hidden from your view in the blue corner that I painted myself into.
It can feel too silly if you're not ready for it and you're still reeling from all the heartbreak before it. But when you let the song wash over you, it's not just cheesy, it's gloriously cheesy. This is that good Gouda right here. The penultimate track, What's Her Name Today, brings us back to form with a somber, piano-led cheating song, but from a new perspective. Where previous songs were from the POV of one of the people involved, this song is on the outside looking in, taking a serial cheater to task for projecting his own pain onto the women in his life. Like how This House Is Empty Now drew on Elvis's own dark place at the time, this song gains extra weight from his own years of thoughtless cheating that ended his first marriage, which by his own admission, he only seemed to do for material for his music.
Isn't her smile quite reminiscent of someone else? Well, is it or isn't it?
And of course, the album ends with the song that began the collaboration, God Give Me Strength, a shattering cry of hopelessness. This album explores the darkest depths of romantic grief. This song is the bottom of the pit, when you are so broken that only God can save you. This concept would just be clumsy and uncomfortable histrionics if these guys weren't masters of their craft. Elvis delivers the performance of a lifetime, belting his heartbreak to the heavens.
I might as well wipe her from my memory.
He does sing in an unflattering falsetto for the first two choruses, but they work for me because they set up both the bridge and the final chorus when he gives it everything he's got.
So God give me strength.
It's an incredible song and up there with Elvis's best. Not so much Bert, though. Yeah, this brings me to my one real issue with this album, and why, despite my glowing praise for so much of it, it couldn't reach any higher on my list. I waded into this pool back in My Flame Burns Blue, but as good as God Give Me Strength honestly is, all of its power lies with Elvis, because the music behind him does not match him. Only in the end of the bridge does it rise with him.
I want him to.
Otherwise, he's almost struggling against it. This isn't usually a problem on the rest of the album, at least as far as the music. Except for the guitar solo on This House Is Empty Now, which undercuts the intensity of the bridge right before it. Mostly, the music feels rigid in terms of the incorporation of lyrics. Elvis's biggest claim to fame as a songwriter is his talent with words, his cleverness and wordplay. This album's vocals are often awkwardly syllabic, like he's trying to fit the words into a defined structure without any of his usual flexibility. He notes this in his memoir while comparing Bert to Paul McCartney. They both refused to stretch a melody to fit a rhyme, regardless of if it benefited the lyrics. Once the melody was established, it was inflexible, and several of these songs feel like Elvis is straining against that inflexibility. This album is a genuine collaboration, I should stress that, but when I described it earlier as a comfortable collaboration, that didn't necessarily translate to the actual music. Whatever the reason, it doesn't have as much of Elvis's character as it does Bert's. This is another of those big grower albums that steadily climbed the list as I worked on it. Eventually, it climbed even higher than number 9. But then it slowly fell back down again, because that's when I noticed the imbalance in the collaboration. It's only by the sheer strength of this material, the performances, the songcraft, and deciding I didn't love Armed Forces as much as I wanted to, that I nailed down its spot right here. In the companion documentary, Because It's a Lonely World, Bert calls it some of the best work he's done and is highly complimentary of Elvis as a lyricist, and Elvis certainly never disagreed with him on the album's quality. But damn, imagine an album with this kind of power that had just a bit more of Elvis's own strengths. At the very least, the two recorded a wealth of material over their years of friendship, gathered in songs of Bacharach and Costello, including some excellent covers of old Bacharach and Hal David songs, newer unreleased tracks, excerpts from Look Now and their unfinished stage show. The best of all of these is still their version of Bacharach and David's I'll Never Fall in Love Again. From the second Austin Powers movie, Jesus Christ. Also worth noting is The Sweetest Punch, a mostly instrumental reinterpretation of this album by Bill Frisell. Elvis only features on 2 of its tracks, so it's not on the list proper, but it is an interesting, much more low-key and atmospheric take on these songs. It's not to my tastes. My preference in jazz leans much more, My Flame Burns Blue, and I prefer this material with Bacharach's rich gravitas behind it. But it's worth checking out if an understated interpretation sounds like your thing. I'll also talk about Bill and Elvis's live album together, Deep Dead Blue, after the list. After Painted from Memory, Elvis of course collaborated with Anne-Sophie von Otter in 2001, but it took him 4 years before he released a full album of his own material. Thankfully, after finding love again and seemingly revitalizing his creative drive, he had a strong and prolific 2000s. He would eventually go on hiatus again when the 2010s rolled around, but not before putting out his best album since the 80s. Having formed the Sugarcanes in 2008 for a humble country folk record produced by T-Bone Burnett, he combined them with even more talented musicians to create an Americana tour de force, and one of my personal favorites ever since it came out in 2010. Number 8. National Ransom. As an earthy, eclectic Americana record produced by T-Bone and loaded with session musicians, this drew comparisons to the last time they did that. But National Ransom has a greater scope, a loose concept album about the Western world, mostly America, from the 1900s through the 2000s. It's also more ambitious with its music, swinging between styles with each track and swapping out musicians depending on whoever best fits. The Sugarcanes handle the majority of the record, though the Imposters' Pete Thomas takes care of their much-needed backbeat, plus Steve Naive dotted throughout on keyboards. Davey Farragher only plays bass on one track, though. Dennis Crouch handles most of the album on upright bass, which helps keep the music grounded in the retro. Trumpeter Daryl Leonard also delivers some standout horns, and of course Mark Rebo steals the show throughout on electric and acoustic guitars. The album opens with its title track, a stomping blast of fuzz and spiraling imagery of 20th century financial ruin. The liner notes place this track from 1929 to the present day, encompassing nearly a century of capitalist cannibalism, its religious weaponry, and its working-class victims. It hasn't aged a day. Mark tears it up on a screaming electric guitar in the left ear, left for you, while Jerry Douglas brings the melody and swing on his lap steel in the right. The track's mix is murkier, but it works in this case to present a world in the dirt. The next track, Jimmy Standing in the Rain, pares the band down to mostly the Sugarcanes, who, as I discussed, were wonderfully talented but could get repetitive on their own. The additions of Steve, Mark, and Daryl add a lot of character that the previous setup needed if it was going to survive on this record, and it thrives. The song is a sympathetic portrait of a washed-up, alcoholic, and seemingly loveless vaudevillian stuck waiting for a train in the rain. Jimmy turned up again on Look Now, in a song set 20 years later, and this is the context for that skeevy older man, a poor nobody with nothing left. This is the first track to sort of fake its ending, and it's not the last. We'll come back to that.
Somebody's calling you again. The sky is falling. Jim is standing in the rain.
Stations of the Cross amps up the intensity, if not the tempo, with a tale of fear and violence in 2005 New Orleans, ahead of Hurricane Katrina and the flood. Elvis pushes himself on vocals like he's one of the people left on the streets. Pete Thomas and Dennis Crouch set a steady rhythm like you're walking the city in the dark, while Stuart Duncan's violin stabs in like a flickering of lights from the windows, and Steve brings in emotional elegance on piano. It's already a really cool track, but its bridges give it that little extra, with Elvis playing his own backing singers like angels observing the chaos and offering no aid. A slow drag with Josephine pulls everything back even more for a sparse, playful folk piece. Elvis duets with mandolinist Mike Compton over an acoustic guitar, with other members popping in and out on their own instruments for just a measure or two. Elvis clearly had fun with these lyrics, like a tumbling image of post-World War I that still perfectly fits in meter.
The snitch, the snoop, the tattletale, let a threadbare up the stairs. Adieu, my little ballyhoo, you broke my heart in two.
5 Small Words is more in the sonic vein of the opening title track, a stomping country rocker, but about Elvis's signature topic of life-destroying heartbreak. It's the one track to feature Davey Farragher on electric bass, and T-Bone Burnett himself on a nicely delayed Gretsch, both of whom give the song a strong melodic underpinning. There's one more similar track a little later, I Lost You, co-written with Jim Lauderdale from the Sugarcanes, though he doesn't feature on it, but it does have Jerry Douglas's lap steel filling in T-Bone's space. Both of these are very good tracks with some solid hooks and vocal harmonies, but they're outshined by the excellent and more dynamic songs around them. It doesn't help that both sound almost identical to the opener, but don't punch as hard in lyrics or broader subject, nor does Pete Thomas really get to do anything on the drums besides hold down the rhythm. These tracks more keep the album's momentum going.
Baby, please don't leave me. Why don't you believe me? Why did you deceive me? Deep within my heart, I feel a distant faithless. I fall a woman looking for the last coin in her purse.
Church Underground sees Elvis go full sneer and slobber like it's brutal youth all over again. He spits out the story of a young, driven woman who fights through life hoping to one day find success in Hollywood. She doesn't achieve it at first, only to find a spiritual release later in life in Hollywood's party hotel, the Garden of Allah. Steve's piano, Mark's bluesy guitar, and the horn section arranged by Daryl Leonard all make this song sound huge, like they're rolling out the red carpet for this girl too long after the fact.
The children's secrets buried where the proof found is enough to put a judge underground.
Elvis draws on his old Frank Sinatra influence for one of the album's most heartbreaking tracks, You Hung the Moon, a gentle, orchestrated ballad where he puts his lower baritone register to good use. It details a family mourning the loss of their young soldier after he was killed for desertion in the First World War, and seeking a hopeless closure, they follow a, quote, charlatan's advice to contact him with a glass at a table. In modern parlance, we'd say grifter, but the song wisely doesn't focus on him, but the family's pain. It's a powerful song encompassing that awful emptiness in those early stages of grief, especially grief without closure, alongside Elvis's continued protests of capital punishment. It's up there with his best.
Choked out the light in his blue lunar eye.
This song heralds my favorite section of the album with some stellar acoustic and folk tracks. Okay, I Lost You is right in the middle of these, but I think of these 3 together. Bullets for the Newborn King sees a wartime assassin regret her actions and seek forgiveness. The music is just Elvis's voice and acoustic guitar with Dennis's bass behind him, like the two stand in the shadows behind her in the empty spaces of the chapel. It's beautiful, haunting, and heartbreaking, and another one of Elvis's very best songs.
Where are those traitors now? We once called patriots.
After I Lost You is another big standout, Dr. Watson, I presume, where we bring back the Sugarcanes and a few more friends for a swelling and soaring painting of words. The song was inspired by Elvis meeting folk music legend Doc Watson at Merlefest, and Doc described his life in a beautifully poetic way that inspired Elvis to examine his own career the same, and the song folds the two together. It's wonderful, striking imagery. Musically, it's a great example of the dynamics that the setup provides the Sugarcanes. They're great musicians, but the last album was often monotonous. It didn't rise and fall in the way this does, each of the instruments building up behind Elvis until the choruses feel like celebrations. It's an incredible song.
Dig the dirt up from the tomb, Dr. Watson, I presume.
death returns as the central theme and one bell ringing, but this time about a very real, specific instance, the murder of Jean-Charles de Menezes by London police in July 2005. Menezes was a Brazilian man wrongly identified as a fugitive following the London bombings. He barely received any justice, as always happens when cops are free to kill. This song is a stark description of his last moments, Elvis's voice hushed over his acoustic, while the horns play like a funeral procession for Menezes.
Lower the hood on his last lament, dash him down on the cold cement. One bell ringing.
The tone lightens up a lot for the next track, though, The Spell That You Cast, a rootsy rocker with Steve back on his Vox Continental and Elvis and Mark on a double electric guitar attack to make it feel like an almost grungy take on early Costello. It's the last big shot of energy the album gets before its end.
And I wonder whether you got some other kind of lover that you like to please better than me.
The issue is that the album has a 4-track ending. I like all 4 of these next songs, but there's a sense after Spell That You Cast that the album should start winding down. We've reached all of our emotional peaks. Or have we? That's Not the Part of Him You're Leaving is another that feels like a profane track taken to the next level with the added instrumentation, especially Pete's backbeat. It's a soaring piece of heartache, a friend in love with a friend whose partner isn't good enough for her, but he may never get his own chance. Jim Lauderdale is finally here on harmony vocals, once again panned too far to the side, but he blends a little better here, and his voice only helps the explosive chorus.
There's no use in shedding any tears. He's no good to you the way he is.
My Lovely Jezebel features a lively piano from another guest legend, Leon Russell. It's a bouncy, early rock and roller about a dangerous and seductive woman. And on an album where Elvis and the band bat 1,000 on lyrics and music up to this point, this feels like an outtake that snuck onto the record. It's one of the 2 tracks they probably could have cut to tighten up the album's runtime, but it has a catchy Buddy Holly-ish chorus and a snappy bridge.
I look in her eyes and do that voodoo I fell. She's my lovely Jezebel.
If I were to pick a song to be the closer, it would be All These Strangers, a tender, somber piece co-written with T-Bone about distrust and loss that stretches from the narrator's dark, lonely bedroom to the other side of the world. The group is just the Sugarcanes, including Jim, who blends better here too, and they bring this song the same beautiful, dreamy, longing sound as I Felt the Chill Before the Winter Came or I Dreamed of My Old Lover. It's as good as their best and would have been an amazing capper to National Ransom.
There's only love to feign and then it's gone. Who are all these strangers?
The actual closer is the early 1900s music hall style, A Voice in the Dark. It ends the album on a goofy, upbeat, and wryly optimistic tone, and Elvis has as much fun with the lyrics here as he did on Slow Drag with Josephine. But it and My Lovely Jezebel most remind me of the silly tracks on Spike, which undercut its most powerful moments. I'd have cut this one too, but it ends the album on a fun lark.
When times are tough and you find you're down without a star to wish upon, listen for a voice in the dark.
I also want to mention the bonus National Ransack EP, which you probably can't see, sorry about that, which came with some versions of the album and was released on its own for National Vinyl Day. It's 4 outtakes from the album because they could not run out of material, I guess. Poor Borrowed Dress, co-written with Jim Lauderdale, feels more like a Sugarcane outtake, a bluegrass party about a miserable party goer, recorded with just the Sugarcanes, and finally, Jim's harmony vocals blend with Elvis. They did it!
You got nothing left to lose and no one to impress. You never look so fine as in that portrait.
Condemned Man is a really cool, stomping country blues track about a prisoner on death row promising retribution should he escape or come back from the dead to haunt his killers. Its measured, trudging tempo makes it feel like you're him walking in chains through the prison.
The last thing you'll see is my twisted head. I'm a condemned man.
Big Boys Cry is a Bobby Charles cover written by Eddie Raven, and Elvis makes it his own just in an excellent vocal performance. He sounds perfectly suited to it. I'm not sure the silly organ bridge is, though, but it's otherwise a good cover.
Well, I try to hide all the tears down deep inside, but even big boys cry.
And I Don't Want to Go Home brings back the Sugar Canes for another upbeat bluegrass track to close us out, about the non-upbeat subject of being miserable in a bar. It's notably one of Elvis's oldest songs. He recorded its original solo demo in 1976 when he first signed to Stiff Records, meaning he potentially wrote it when he was with Flip City. This version sounds more like that old demo than you'd think, too. It's a fun rendition.
Even though I don't want to go home, don't get any ideas. Things are going fine and they all disappear. You don't have to make me any promises. I can leave any time I know.
Counting the EP, this means in total, we have at least 18 tracks of winners, tied with Get Happy in just sheer numbers, though National Ransom is much longer in minutes. But of course, the album had an additional Japan and iTunes bonus track, another Bobby Charles cover, I Hope. I couldn't access it. I heard some live bootlegs combining it with Allison. It sounded good too, but the album's long enough anyway. Legit, my only real issue with National Ransom is just its length. Some of the songs go on a verse and chorus longer than they need to. 4 of the tracks fake out their endings, and it gets older each time they do it. And they probably could have trimmed at least 2 of the tracks after Spell That You Cast. Not all of them, but at least 2. Make National Ransack a banger 6-song EP, and bump up the main album a couple spots on my list. But usually when I think of an overlong album, it's more in the case of mediocrity, where a smart editor could potentially pare it down into a good record. In this case, it's just a little too much of a good thing. Otherwise, it's a standout late period record from Elvis, where he and his crew do everything and nail everything. Sadly, it didn't sell that hot, and the Sugar Canes broke up on its release, and eventually Elvis considered retiring from recording to focus on performing, as we talked about earlier. National Ransom was potentially his swan song, and if it was, it would have been a hell of a send-off. We're lucky Pete Thomas convinced him to come back for even more great records, especially since, as it turned out, he still had another, even better record in him. 10 years on from National Ransom, the 2020 global pandemic halted Elvis's plans for recording and touring. He managed to finish an album, which I've covered and praised already, but while everyone was stuck in their homes during lockdown, what else were he and the Imposters to do but keep recording? Communicating with each other and producer Sebastian Chris over Zoom, the band smashed out a rock album with the energy and vitality of their golden years. Number 7, The Boy Named If. This album was nominated for a Grammy. Too bad that means nothing. It also peaked on the Billboard 200 at 200. What the fuck? The Boy Named If is the hardest these guys have rocked since probably 1986. A lot more than Momofuku, certainly more than Brutal Youth. They were likely inspired by the then recent remaster of 1978's This Year's Model, and its Spanish-language remix album Spanish Model, both of which Elvis and Sebastian worked on the 2 to 3 years prior. And Boy Named If is a great example of how well Sebastian slots in as co-producer. Not since original producer Nick Lowe did anyone get such genuine restless energy out of these guys. Elvis and the Imposters haven't abandoned everything they've learned from the years after This Year's Model, the pop artistry, their explorations of folk and Americana, but they folded those into an album that just wants to explode. You would never guess these guys weren't in the same room with each other the entire recording. The very first notes you hear are a blast of jagged guitar distortion, setting you up for the album Farewell OK kicks the album off on a straightforward garage rock bass, but kicked up to max. The simple but loud music is elevated by Elvis howling like a man decades younger, and his endless knack for witty, articulate lyrics about sexual misadventures. It's the harshest sounding song if you listen to the CD, a lot of high end. It's one case where the reduced frequencies and bit rate of streaming is actually a plus because it tempers the treble, but it's the opening blast of energy and excitement that this album needs.
A splatter of steps on a chalk block pattern, a trim of black lace on a hem of red satin.
The title track turns down the speed for more of a bluesy stomp to fit the story of a childhood imaginary friend who becomes the ultimate scapegoat for adulthood debauchery. This is just the first of multiple songs with some of Elvis's stickiest hooks and vocal melodies in years.
Take my hand, we'll go to magic lantern land.
Penelope Halfpenny is another early highlight, in part because of the strong vocal hooks, but also Pete Thomas rattling the house on the drums. This album brings him up in the mix and lets him rock out in a way he hasn't since Trust in 1981, and same for Steve on the Vox Continental. The only band member who doesn't usually draw attention to himself is Davey Farragher, in part because he has a less punchy bass tone than Bruce Thomas did, but if you listen close, he's holding the fort strong underneath, and he gets to show his stuff in the outro. Speaking of Trust, The Difference melds the loudness with that album's slinky jazz influences, weaving between the two with more effortlessly hooky melodies, and Steve getting playful on both piano and organ. This is one track where Davey gets to stick out with a thick, fuzzy bass tone and some finger popping in the choruses. Another big album highlight. They keep the momentum going with What If I Can't Give You Anything But Love? Lyrically a shadowy song of infidelity and passion behind masks. It's one of the tracks where Elvis shows how well he's maintained his vocal range, even as he approached 70. However, they turn the volume way down with Paint the Red Rose Blue, a mournful ballad of one man's lifelong courting of theatrical darkness, leading him to seek a second chance with the woman he loves. Uncut's Peter Watts adored this song and considered it the best on the album. I think it lacks the same lyrical panache as the rest of it, and the punch of Pete's drums don't suit the somber tone. It's the one track where they should have turned him down. But Elvis pulls the character out of his theatrics as it goes on, until he speaks with a heartbreaking directness, and that's what pulls it together for me. I maybe would have moved it back a couple spots on the track listing, though.
I have to believe in something, in everything.
They turn the volume all the way up with Mistook Me for a Friend, which has all the same strengths as Penelope Halfpenny and The Difference. Strong hooks with Pete and Steve stealing the show. But both Elvis and Davey hold their own on guitar and bass, and Elvis once again just spits lyrics like they're slam poetry. The whole band is at 100% here, another standout.
That lady and her jockey said, mistaken for a friend.
If most of the album recalls this year's model, My Most Beautiful Mistake reminds me more of The Delivery Man or Momofuku, in part because of Nicole Atkins on guest vocals.
I've seen your kind before in courtroom sketches.
But also because of its mid-tempo narrative of an ill-fated relationship. Elvis draws on the same filmmaking imagery as Watching the Detectives to tell the story of a waitress and the one-hit wonder artist who offers to make her his muse. Even though she knows he's trouble, she walks out of the diner with him into an uncertain future. This song has much more of Elvis's descriptive and storytelling chops than Paint the Red Rose Blue, and its cinematic tone fits the imposters and the album's production better. I like it a lot more.
And he says action, and that's a take. You are my most beautiful mistake.
Magnificent Hurt is the album's sole promo single, and like the opener, it's a simple, almost stock rock and roll structure that's made more by Elvis's sharp lyrics about the pain of desire. I wouldn't choose it to be the single. I think it's a bit bland musically, but at least the band doesn't half-ass it.
Took a little walk, I took another stimulant.
But from there, the album rides up another high peak. The band dip into Halloween burlesque imagery with the gleefully vengeful The Man You Love to Hate. Elvis goes full carnival barker, proudly playing the villain to a crowd of those he's wronged. Unlike his praise for Paint the Red Rose Blue, Peter Watts thought this was the weakest track on the album. And after the reactions to North, especially Uncut, I'm only more certain that music critics need more joy in their lives. This song rules. And The Death of Magic Thinking is probably my favorite track on the album. A joyful surf rock sound carries the listener along the horrible regrets of adulthood and losing your childhood and innocence and the trauma of school that never leaves you. I'm actually enjoying college this time, I promise. This song's a fucking banger, and Pete's drums and Elvis's voice and vocal range are in great form. The band ease up again and turn on the fairy lights and pumpkin lanterns with Trick Out the Truth, a strolling folk track that's directly about Halloween and the many spirits mingling amongst the costumes. The music reminds me of Mr. Feathers from Momofuku, but with a less predatory subject and more playfully spooky and macabre. I would have dressed up more Halloween-ish if I didn't have to split the original list in half. From the many voices and noises punctuating the song, you can tell the band didn't have any less fun just because they slowed things down.
Lady Godiva on a horse and Godzilla, of course.
And the album ends with its gentlest song, the acoustic waltz, Mr. Crescent, a title that reminds me of Mr. Feathers. It similarly examines a despicable man, but less necessarily abusive and more a serial, love him and leave him type. Elvis purposefully left the ending ambiguous so the listener can read into it, and I see it as Mr. Crescent starting to regret leaving the girl in his home, but not yet ready to accept it and change himself. That longing seeps from the music. The weathering on Elvis's voice is most prominent here, blending the song the same regret for days past that makes his cover of Changing Partners so great.
You'll be abandoned soon.
I love this album, but it's also the most recent studio album that I put on the list, which raises the question of recency bias. David Goldstone acknowledged his own in his book as he praised Spike as one of Elvis's best, and I took that claim to task. But now I'm in that position. It's why I left the Coward Brothers off the list, because less than a year is not long enough to form an impression that holds over time. My best defense for placing The Boy Named If in the top 10 is that I've had 3 years to absorb it, while David Goldstone had less than 1. And in that time, the more I re-listened to this album and reassessed my feelings, the more it climbed the list. 2 years ago, it was below the top 10 with Look Now and Hey Clockface. 1 year ago, in the draft that deleted itself, it climbed up into the top 10 right behind National Ransom, which was a favorite of mine since it came out a decade before. This year, it displaced National Ransom. For comparison, I missed Hey Clockface when it came out, and only went back to it in 2022, at the same time Boy Named If came out. In this last year, Clockface dropped behind Look Now. These albums rank high, but their placement is malleable. I'm willing to go on a limb and assert that The Boy Named If is just actually that good. It's on the cusp of matching Elvis's very best, and is an example of why these guys' music is still worth your time decades into their careers. Of course, this is not per se the same people from those decades past. The producer, engineer, and bassist are all different. And everyone's in much better places in their lives. As we saw earlier, Elvis was a mess by the time the 80s arrived, and his personal troubles didn't get any better from there. By 1986, he successfully destroyed his first marriage, began a toxic second marriage that lasted 16 years, and alienated himself from the attractions. While his personal life seeped into his music throughout the 80s, especially Goodbye Cruel World, no album felt like real catharsis for everything he lived through. Except for one, his last with the Attractions for nearly a decade, a return to the loud and gritty rock of their early years, and a big personal favorite of mine. Number 6, Blood and Chocolate. This was released the same year as the much more visibly adored King of America. While fans and critics are generally positive on this album these days, It drew some mixed feelings from them over the years. Goldstone, writing soon after its release, saw it as a blatant retreat after what seemed like multiple steps forward. And Larry David Smith said of it in 2004 that it runs on empty and the songs do nothing. Something that got lost in the conversation that is a little more apparent now is that King of America and Blood and Chocolate are two sides of the same coin, probably intentionally. King of America was planned to be a half-and-half album with the attractions on the second half. This plan fell through, and they only played together on one final track, leaving a small handful of furious outtakes in their wake. As I discussed in Out of Our Idiot, and will discuss further soon, the final version of King of America reflects a more loving, positive perspective on romance, and specifically Elvis's failure at it, while the outtakes and leftovers drew on the darker, bitter side of it. After their failed sessions together and their ever-souring relationship, Elvis knew that they had maybe one more album in them before they collapsed completely. So with Nick Lowe returning to produce and engineer Colin Fairley holding the fort, they powered through one more with gritted teeth. All of these disparate, remaining, crumbling pieces form Blood and Chocolate. This album is not a backstep after King of America, but its antithesis, where Elvis previously reclaimed his birth name, Declan McManus, and tore down the walls of his pseudonym's artifice by crediting the album to The Costello Show. Here, he puts the mask back on and piles up even more artifice around it. The album is credited to Elvis Costello and the Attractions, yet he credits his performance to Napoleon Dynamite. Again, apparently no connection. The credits are written in Esperanto. The cover is not a handsome portrait like Punch the Clock or King of America, but a bewildering painting like Imperial Bedroom, imagining Elvis as a twisted bullhorn, emphasizing the primal bellow that is this album. The band recorded in a murky live setting, doing 3 takes, and sometimes the first made it to record. His new relationship with Cotto Reardon was young, but his divorce was still fresh. It's in the title. Blood and Chocolate is a bloodletting. And I fucking love it. From the first track, Uncomplicated, a mission statement of a title if there ever was one, Elvis lets his id take the wheel. It's a willfully, and I quote, stupid rhythm, an endless stomp driven primarily by just one guitar chord, until the chorus and Steve's carnival organ release the tension, and its assertions of adoration feel too vicious to be sincere.
I wanna show you.
Then we jump straight into technically the oldest track on the record, which Elvis tried to record at least once since Goodbye Cruel World, I Hope You're Happy Now. A classic, mean-spirited breakup song where he and the band just smash it up. Its divorcee bitterness is front and center, but 2 years after Goodbye, Elvis is able to back away from projecting his self-pity and lean into the black comedy of it, singing with a vile grin the whole way through. None of the previous attempts to record it match this one. Elvis described the album's first single and second longest track, Tokyo Storm Warning, as a thug's eye view travelogue, a round trip out of Tokyo and back inspired by many exhausting years of touring. Elvis leads the Attractions and the listener on a clattering vamp across the world as it falls apart at the seams.
They wear hoods and carry shotguns in the main streets of Montgomery, but they're helpless, serious babies, 'cause they're only here on holiday.
The album doesn't maintain this relentless tempo and energy the whole way through, often backing off into slower songs from here. Stephen Thomas Erlewine considered this a negative, saying that the album simply doesn't maintain its energy. I don't think that's fair. I think these slower songs instead redirect the energy from outward momentum to the band's other strengths, like melody. A lot of these songs are wonderfully melodic. Or, in the case of the next track, Deranged Anxiety. Home is Anywhere You Hang Your Head stars a one Mr. Misery. It's a tale of a man destroyed by love that originally began as a brighter pop song, but Elvis brought the key and tempo down so low that he can only sing in breathless, drunken slurs. What it lacks in speed, it makes up for in activating your fight-or-flight reflex.
He's contemplating murder again. He must be in love.
But if you want Deranged Anxiety, Let's talk the album's longest and best-known song. I Want You is as corrupted and terrifying a love song as Elvis ever wrote. A gentle acoustic lullaby intro gives way to a severe, fanged trudge through a well of tension and venom, enhanced by the spare backing where the instruments pop in and drop out alongside the intensity. This is no longer love, but thoughtless, selfish obsession, desire warped into miserable hatred. Yet the narrator can't stand existing without. You fear for everyone involved, from the girl to anyone who passes by her, to the guy himself. You need to be in the right frame of mind to listen to this song, but when you are, it's a horror masterpiece.
I want you, I want to hear he pleases you more than I do.
It's almost a relief that nothing else on the album gets that bleak, though one track will get close. Immediately after, we return to the heartbreak power pop with Honey, Are You Straight or Are You Blind? As upbeat a song denying infidelity as you can get. It apparently came to Elvis in a dream, and he didn't have a guitar on hand to pull the idea together, so he resorted to slapping out its splashy, choppy rhythm on a table. It's the last big blast of outward energy before the album leans back into slower melody.
My hands are in my pockets, my face is silver colored. She could walk right naked and I would sneak a look.
We previously discussed Blue Chair back in Out of Our Idiot, a song about an emotional swirl of a love triangle. Elvis recorded the single version during King of America, but I never liked it as much as this version, which always felt more complete to me. The anxious tempo of the single version is slowed down to a more relaxed stroll. Yes, I've noticed how much I describe tempos as strolls in this list, and the distracting backing vocals are replaced with Steve's keyboard bells. This album's production, murky as it can be, is great at letting the strong melodies in tracks like this stand out.
Your turn to cry, and my turn to sing, down in the blue chair.
Battered Old Bird is the biggest hidden gem on this album. The most solemn and dynamic track, it's the many true stories of the tenants at the house where Elvis lived as a child. Hateful roommates, drunkards, and the dead alike. Most of the song is quiet until the chorus and bridges, where Elvis lets loose describing the sordid characters he knew. The final verse, when he seems to look back on those days as his adult self, brings all these people together into a collective fear for the future. What hope did a boy like him really have if he was only expected to grow into one of the miserable old people around him? The Rhino reissue has an alternate rockabilly version, and it sounds so wrong. This song needs this take's aching intimacy.
You think he should be sent outside, playing with the traffic, when pieces of them are already scattered in the attic.
The album ends with a stretch of 3 power pop songs that all feel like companions to each other. With the most intense emotions purged, Elvis focuses on melody and hooks, and they're some of the stickiest on the album. Cotta Reardon even makes rare vocal appearances on these tracks. This is where his Beatles influence takes focus, even predicting his approach to melody come the Warner Brothers years. And it's some of his most underrated material. In particular, Crimes of Paris cannibalizes some lyrics from the morose King of America outtake, Suffering Face, and makes an unlikely sing-along chorus out of them.
Even the words of love seem cruel and crass when you're tough and transparent as armor glass. You're everywhere, girl, in an everyday mess. You'll pay for the crimes of Paris.
Poor Napoleon gets unfairly named the weakest song, though it probably does have the least interesting lyrics. But I love its foggy atmosphere with Pete's pounding drums and Steve's bubbling organ. I think Elvis sells the song just by singing its title.
There won't even have to be a murder, just a slow dissolving kiss.
And the album closes with one last burst of energy, Next Time Around, a kind of goodbye to this tumultuous period of his life and his career. He addresses his past lover with his usual sneer, but there's a pep in his step as he leaves everything behind.
Your elastic love, this velvet line, burger shoe. You used to take the breath out of me, now think you'll be the death of me.
Blood and Chocolates had an interesting afterlife. It and the singles sold poorly, but it was reappraised in years after as another fan favorite, and some like myself dare to list it among Elvis's best. It's sometimes credited with predicting grunge. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but its murky, stripped-down frustration does predict a lot of the indie and alternative rock of that period and beyond, especially the better parts of Elvis's time at Warner Brothers. In fact, its Rhino reissue includes several excellent solo demos of Elvis covering soul songs, including All These Things, which anticipates his album with Alan Toussaint.
It is all these things that make you mine.
Blood and Chocolate manages to sound ageless, even today, though maybe it can't compete with the album it's most compared to on that front. It's not a spoiler by this point, but it's not as strong a record as its direct sibling either. But it is a compelling and vital snapshot of Elvis at a very particular, volatile point in his career, just before he, supposedly, said goodbye to it for good. Of course, several points in his career were volatile, and the year after Armed Forces may be the most so. After an exhausting tour during which he made the stupidest decision of his career, tanking his momentum in the US for years and haunting him forever, Elvis rethought both his life and his music. He decided he wasn't happy with some of the tracks they recorded between albums, saying they had a brittle and shallow sound. Instead, after rediscovering soul and R&B and promptly drowning himself in the stuff, he opted to change tact and draw on that sound for the next album. After one of his lowest points professionally and personally, he at least recovered creatively with one of his very best. Number 5. Get Happy. This album is Elvis and the Attractions' attempt to replicate the sound of old Atlantic, Motown, and Stax singles and compilations, but 4 white dudes in a rock band setup can only approximate them so much. Instead, those influences, among others, form the bedrock for an album bristling with energy, excitement, and creative drive. Composed of 20 short but restless and vibrant tracks, it's an album you'd expect from a band half as drunk and angry about everything as these guys were recording it. Love for Tender blows the doors down. It's a rearrangement of Clean Money, which we talked about earlier, replacing the explosive Cheap Trick influence with the joyous rhythm to You Can't Hurry Love by the Supremes. The Bo Diddley beat, the hand claps, Steve's ice rink organ, Bruce's bass pushed up front in the mix where it belongs, and the relentless money puns hiding a sinister undercurrent. This is up there as one of the band's best openers. Elvis notes in the reissue that the Jam also lifted this riff for A Town Called Malice, which he calls the vastly superior song. And good as that track is, I don't think you can beat this one's endless enthusiasm.
He can fix you up good, 'cause he is the neighborhood. You can get money for blood money for doing no good.
The album sways between energy levels right from the beginning, easing off of the gas pedal for opportunity, but continuing the lyrical undercurrent of romantic corruption. It's part of a quiet trilogy of single-word tracks on the album where Elvis draws on his infidelities from the last few years. In this case, how stepping out means keeping a constant eye over your shoulder. After the first track, there's more of a secretive, confidential tone to the steady beat. But even as Elvis admits the guilt and paranoia that eats away at him, the music is just too cheerful to be dour about it, especially Steve's chirpy organ. I think that's why these swings in tempo aren't as much of an issue as, say, in Spike, because the tone is fairly consistent otherwise.
Whatever you do now, don't turn around.
And then the band blow the doors off the hinges with The Imposter, just the first time Elvis used the term. His anger at everything around him, and he admits that he had the most contempt for himself, manifests throughout the album by criticizing men at large. The imposter is a guy who can accomplish nothing in a relationship that he claims, not the least of which in bed. The band smashed through the song like the imposter himself through any attempted satisfaction.
Just don't know why you can't see that he is only real by step.
Secondary Modern is even more understated than Opportunity, a quietly gloomy look at a character failing to win a girl's heart, only given life by the insistent rhythm of the band. Elvis doesn't clarify the reference, but in the UK, a Secondary Modern is the school that they dropped you into when you didn't test well enough, so they figured you weren't smart enough for higher learning. Basically an enforcement of class disparity. Here, Elvis's narrator is second in life in all respects, even to other people.
This must be the place. Second place in the human race, down in the basement. Now I know what he meant.
Elvis considered the title of King Horse to be, quote, the best insult to the strutting male that I could find. Only a few sets of Google Translate away from Big Jackass. Inspired by the poor treatment of flight attendants, the song's grand, piano-led presentation belie the scathing takedown of these wannabe studs. Their true emptiness laid bare to the service workers they hassle. But of course, Elvis recognizes that these douchebags are the exact kind of man he's at risk of becoming if he doesn't sort himself out.
Still she knows the kind of tip she is gonna get. A lot of loose exchanges, precious little respect.
Elvis himself plays the organ on Possession, the second in the trilogy based on his romantic misadventures, and probably the most recent on the record. Drunk and out of the studio in the Netherlands, Elvis developed a crush on a cafe waitress, but the band dragged him back to the studio before he could attempt anything. He wrote the song on the taxi ride back, and they recorded it immediately, which might explain its musical and lyrical directness. He imagines offering money or favors to this woman to get with her, and then the empty, meaningless, and horribly short fling they would inevitably have. Nobody peels away this lifestyle's veneer of romance and sexiness like he does.
I'll get up before the violence of the tears of the silence.
Men Called Uncle places its romantic dissatisfaction in the nightclubs of America, where Elvis once again seeks to get with a girl who excites him, but he knows they won't last to the morning. Steve's glimmering piano and organ add to the glamorous artifice of the nightclub, while everything else clarifies the anxiety and exhaustion the place will inevitably bring him.
How can I apologize as you take your reflection, check your reflection?
I previously discussed the alternate versions of Clown Time Is Over and Black and White World. Both tracks just have more life in these versions. The former is a steady downbeat that emphasizes the organ, with Elvis's guitar forming a shimmering backdrop like a wall of lights. The topic is unclear, but I think it's one of the tracks where he faces his drunken actions in Columbus and the media fallout. That's another reason I prefer this to the morose ballad of version 2. That take feels too self-pitying for the subject. It was your own damn fault, Elvis. And Black and White World shifts the song from the loopy country demo to just a fucking jam. The attractions' muscle is in full effect, while Elvis's dizzying lyrics relate an old film to youthful romance, disappointing reality and all. Like we saw in the compilations, Elvis recorded several B-sides and outtakes during this period entirely on his own, where he got more creative with their construction. New Amsterdam is the one case of this on the album proper, because this is that demo. They couldn't improve on it, so they kept it as is. It's a 3/4 folk tune about a new English arrival to America, bewildered in New York and already missing home. Acoustic and electric guitars strum in opposite speakers, while organ and synth hum underneath Elvis's voice, all forming a dreamy longing for his old home. Elvis has a long-standing familial connection to New York, going back to his grandfather's time in the city, and right up to Elvis eventually moving there in the 2000s, which lends the song a lot of personal weight.
Back in London, they'll take it to heart after a little while. Oh, I look right at home, I still feel like an exile.
The middle of the album has its two biggest tracks. High Fidelity is not one of his best vocal performances, down there with Trust as his most substance-fueled horking into a mic, but it wraps around to working because that's the level of passion the song needs. It's a grand statement of post-breakup confusion steeped in audio and media puns. It demands that you get up and dance.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Can you hear me?
And I Can't Stand Up for Falling Down was the album's biggest hit, one of Elvis's bigger overall, and one of the most ironically joyous on the album. It's a cover of an obscure B-side by Sam and Dave, with the original's gentle 3/4 sway thrown out with abandon for an ecstatic 4/4 stomp. This doesn't undermine the big, heartbroken emotions. It only amplifies their intensity as Elvis hollers his guts out. Still an absolute infectious jam. Elvis was especially good on this album at turning the most intense negative emotions into big blasts of excitement. 5 Gears in Reverse, yes, with the number and the word, draws on the band's substance-fueled chaos that hit its limit in Columbus. Despite the tight, rocking music, Elvis describes a life out of control that could collapse at any moment. It's also the second track on the album to reference suicide, and the first to consider it. Even he recognizes in hindsight how much he needed to slow down in 1979, or shit was only gonna get worse. While Elvis drew on his own mistakes and accidents in the previous album, and cast a critical eye on success for the album before, those recent events put both at the forefront of his mind for this latter end of the album. B-Movie uses more film and media imagery to describe Elvis's fumbles being spread out across the world, escaping from him into the American press. The band slow down the tempo into a smooth groove, while Bruce's bass just dances up front in the mix. He gets to show how dexterous he really is. The soft soul ballad Motel Matches sees him face his infidelities, at first asserting innocence, before recognizing and admitting what his separation and philandering actually cost him in his marriage. The song was inspired by a stay at a motel where he was told that they checked him into the room where Sam Cooke was murdered. This wasn't true, but he instead used the setting for the trysts that so many people use motels and hotels for every day.
Falling for you without a second look, falling out of your open pocketbook.
And a few tracks later, he inadvertently comments on himself and his shitty rock star behavior in Temptation, the third track in the trilogy. The song began as a, quote, holier-than-thou snipe at a very famous rock star who I imagine to be breathing his own artificial atmosphere, until, by the time they recorded it, he wasn't any better himself. Now he recognizes the temptation that comes with success, and he was all too happy to indulge in it until he ruined everything. It's some of his strongest singing and melodies on the album. Human Touch puts a dark, codependent spin on its title. Touch is a basic animal need, and Elvis describes a horrible, painful relationship where he can only get that touch through violence. And you'd never tell with the music, an endlessly cheerful dip in a ska, inspired by Elvis producing The Specials' excellent first album.
I just can't believe I'm never responsible for this. Like the makeup, eyes getting made up with a kiss.
And Beaten to the Punch puts that violent imagery into a quick blast of barely contained chaos. All of the instruments are hard-panned while Elvis screams in the center, like the inside of someone's mind in the middle of a fight, when that fight is simply the frustrations and dissatisfactions of relationships. It took me a few years to absorb this track, but now I wouldn't have Get Happy without it.
You're looking for somebody that you can talk about. You were almost beaten to the punch.
The penultimate track is another amped-up cover of the Mercy Beats' I Stand Accused. With Steve's organ handling the original's guitar lick, that leaves the rest of the band to blast out of the gate. It's a big soul rave-up about forbidden love, with more than a little subtext about Elvis's recent accusations, and Bruce breaking out a great harmonica solo. It's one last blast of fantastic energy before the end.
I stand accused and I'm guilty. Baby, I will swear.
And the album ends with the soul-bearing ballad Riot Act, which Elvis says is the only track that directly refers to the Columbus incident, though it's hard not to read it into a lot of the album. He struggles with his actions and what they say about him, as he does with the irreparable damage he did to his marriage since his career took off. It's a song about a man's self-reckoning, only the first step on an, unfortunately, very long recovery.
You can make me a matter of fact. I revert in a million. The slip of the time is gonna keep me civilian.
If Elvis matured artistically with Armed Forces, he matured as a person with Get Happy. The music's ecstasy and exuberance belie the turmoil underneath, where he doesn't just observe the people around him and reflect their flaws back at them, but looks in the mirror at the person he's become. At the very least, despite the mess he made of his life, career, and public image, he and the band put out a firecracker of a record. The Rhino reissue includes 30 bonus tracks, and they are mostly demos and alternate versions, plus the B-sides. But those alternate takes include several tracks that later appeared on Trust. Despite the relative creative struggle to write that album, Elvis and the Attractions were on a roll for this one. For this next album, let's go way back. All the way back to the beginning. Long before the Attractions, before Nick Lowe produced his music, before he even took on the stage name Elvis Costello, he was Declan Patrick McManus, a young, working family man trying to get a music career off the ground while supporting his wife and son as a computer operator at a lipstick factory. At the time, in the early to mid-70s, England had a thriving but largely underground rock scene inspired by American country and rhythm and blues. Stripped-down rock made in response to the overblown arena rock of the decade. This scene is now known as pub rock, distinct from Australia's pub rock scene for the record, and it was a pivotal building block on the way to punk rock exploding in the UK. Declan's own entry into the scene with the band Flip City didn't take off, and the band broke up in 1975. But he retained their songs, kept writing, and trying and failing to get signed to a label under the name DP Costello, after his great-grandmother's maiden name. Right as punk began to hit the mainstream, a pair of pub rock band managers joined forces to found Stiff Records. So named as a joke. A stiff record means it didn't sell, it's a stiff. But they set out signing pretty much everyone from the pub rock scene who couldn't get signed with anyone else, with fellow scene veteran Nick Lowe hired as their staff producer. DP, still shopping around his home-recorded demos to no avail, saw their advert one day and promptly took his tape to their office. He was the first new artist through the door, and Jake Riviera signed him right away. Despite initial plans to keep him on as a songwriter for others, like for Dave Edmunds, remember him? Stiff took a chance on signing him as a recording artist. After management amplified his inherent nerdy looks with some horn-rimmed Buddy Holly glasses, dubbed him Elvis Costello to grab attention, and brought in Nick Lowe to produce, and American country rock band Clover to back him up, Elvis recorded his first full-length album and hit a home run right out of the gate. Number 4. My Aim Is True. It says a lot about Elvis's output that I think this, one of rock's most celebrated debuts and a major moment in British punk and new wave, is only the 4th best album he ever made. Almost how I feel about Van Halen, now that I think about it. Sonically, My Aim Is True has less to do with the punk rock of the day than 50s and 60s rock and roll and rhythm and blues, but it's all about the attitude and the energy. Elvis sings with murder in his eyes and betrayal in his heart, like the life of a put-upon, working-class, romantic disaster drove him insane. They recorded at the tiny and dingy Pathway Studios, where the drums bled into every mic and made the mix sound wonderfully gritty, and they hammered it out over the course of 6 4-hour sessions when Elvis could get away from work. It's a quick and dirty record that still sounds expertly crafted thanks to the talents of everyone involved. Nobody half-assed a thing. The album opens with one of Elvis's defining statements, Welcome to the Working Week, where a working life, relationships, success, and sexuality all collide in a shout of frustration. One of this album's fun, unique tricks is Clover's harmonized backing vocals, which nicely contrast Elvis's guttural and sneering voice in the way that Jenny Lewis and her band later would on Momofuku. Elvis would have pretty backing vocals on other later albums, but not so effectively pretty in their contrast like this for another 30 years.
Welcome to the working week. Oh, I know it don't thrill you. I hope it don't kill you.
Clover would eventually find great success with their harmonies, like on the track Do You Believe in Love, after they evolved into Huey Lewis and the News. One of my favorite factoids about Elvis's career. In the way that the pub rock scene was a response to the overblown arena rock of the day, Elvis approached romance on the album as the opposite of the boastful stadium studs. He's not one of those, and he'll never be. He related a lot more to romantic failures, men fumbling and struggling through relationships with no idea what they're supposed to do. If the opening track set the stage for the whole album, Miracle Man sets the stage for Elvis's Losers in Love, with a put-upon schmuck trying and failing to please a girl who will never be satisfied. This track is probably the most satisfying interplay between Elvis's and John McPhee's guitars. John plays with clean, effortless melodic precision throughout the album, but Elvis's guitar here is just chunky, blown-out distortion, and they sound great together. The song had an interesting development, starting all the way back in 1974 with a Flip City song about baseball.
Who wants to be a baseball hero? Out in the center field sun, sitting on the edge of a hometown ledge, always waiting for that final run.
Before evolving into its current form, and you can trace several of these songs back to Elvis's old band. Elvis was accused of being misogynist, largely because of songs like this. He firmly protests the accusation, and I wouldn't per se accuse him of it myself, but his characters often are. There's no better word for it. They're incels. Their frustrations are often pointed at the women in their lives, and any sympathy you feel for these guys is only because they're such losers. You can only feel bad for them. Elvis in this early period feels like a predecessor to Alanis Morissette or Adele, songwriters who often present themselves in the worst light, especially in relationships. But I think it's also fair to say that he developed a clearer, wider perspective as he got older. I've talked before about how he typically only writes about women from his own cis-hetero male perspective, usually from a male character even, which inherently makes the women into villains. Well, he made this album when he was 22 in the 70s. He was a married father at this time, but there's no way he was that progressive. To quote Elvis himself when asked in 2015 what he thought of that young man who recorded his first album, what a git. I'm willing to look at songs like these less as accurate representations of his thoughts on women at the time, and more character pieces born from the people around him, men who just suck at relationships, 3-minute snippets of, are the straights okay? No dancing, at least, feels a little more even-handed. The girl in this cis-hetero hellhole is still domineering and puts the guy down, but he is way more clearly a twat, and neither get anything they want out of this relationship. This is another track where Clover's backing vocals shine throughout, and John plays guitar like it's as easy for him as breathing.
He's so strange, I don't know why, but somebody has to cry.
Blame It on Kane leans away from relationships and looks more at struggling through working class life, living paycheck to paycheck because you bleed it all between rent and taxes. Elvis, in the face of his and the system's failures and faults, insists to blame it all on Cain, the original biblical criminal. It's not the hardworking loser in love's fault that everything sucks. He didn't make this world. Musically, it's an upbeat but mid-tempo bluesy boogie, with John leading the charge with all the guitar hooks he can muster. This song's a damn bop. That chorus conjures up the most vivid images of my summer algebra class in high school, because I listened to this CD on the drive home. It was my #1 favorite album by the time I graduated. I was a weird fucking kid. How did I not know I was autistic till last year? Allison brings the speed and lights down for still one of Elvis's best ballads, and still one of his best-known songs to this day. He wrote it after seeing a pretty cashier girl one day and imagining a whole sad story for her about being beaten down by love and life. The narrator is still a prick, more concerned with his own disappointments than hers, but for once the sympathy is squarely for this fictional girl. And of course, John McPhee's beautiful, bluesy guitar sells the whole thing.
My aim is true.
Sneaky Feelings is another bouncy boogie from the Flip City days about troubled romance. The couple's distrust in each other is offset by the sunny tone, Elvis and John sharing cheerful guitar hooks, and keyboardist Sean Hopper rattling the piano. Multiple writers I read called this track disposable, and I couldn't disagree more. This song is, I'm gonna say it again, a goddamn bop.
I like to get right through the way I feel for you, but I still got a long way to go.
But if you want a bop, here's a monster bop. the Birds-inspired jingle pop of The Angels Want to Wear My Red Shoes. It's another, more even-handed look at the bitterness of love, where our incel narrator blames his ex, you know it's his fault, but he acknowledges how used and abused she is by men. Angel Wings rust, the joys of love, so they want to take his red shoes, any joy either of them has left. You can only take the narrator's misogyny so seriously when this is the third verse.
I said I'm so happy I could die. She said drop dead and left with another guy.
That's just a good joke. This is a black comedy. Elvis just hid the humor under his furious delivery. It's an all-timer great song, shitty attitudes and all.
Red shoes, the angels wanna wear my red shoes. Red shoes, the angels wanna wear my red shoes.
We step completely away from romance with the album's most directly political song, Less Than Zero. A tight, almost tense rhythm carries the story of Oswald Mosley, the leader of the British Union of Fascists in the 1930s and a Nazi in all but name and historical timing. Elvis wrote the song in response to Mosley being interviewed on the BBC, broadcasting his hateful garbage without thought or care. It's Elvis's first song about the creeping influence of fascism, how it seeps into people's homes in little pieces like in the media, without anyone bothering to think about it and stop it because they think it's a long-distant thing of the past. Elvis has gone back and forth on how much he likes the song, saying that what he wrote is, quote, more of a slandering fantasy than a reasoned argument, but the underlying truth about fascism's constant quiet creep has unfortunately never gotten old.
No one listening will suspect, even your mother won't detect it, so your father won't know.
Let's lighten the mood with a return to the loser in love theme, and an even more direct counter to the arena studs, Mystery Dance, about the first time having sex and sucking at it. It's the shortest and fastest song on the record, built on the riff for Elvis Presley's Jailhouse Rock, but played entirely with punk rock downstrokes on the guitar and barely contained energy. It's also possibly the oldest recording on the album, originally from Elvis's first demo recording when he signed to Stiff Records. Nick Lowe plays bass rather than Clover's Johnny Ciambotti. Notably, keyboardist Sean Hopper was not present that session, so Elvis and Nick had to play the piano together, and neither of them could slide down the keys, so they did it with drumsticks. Elvis opened a lot of Future Attraction shows with this song, and Pete Thomas added a relentless drum roll throughout the verses that makes the song explode live. Both El Macambo and Hollywood High have awesome versions of it, but the original version is a classic in its own right.
She thought that I knew and I thought that she knew, so both of us were willing, but we didn't know how to do it.
Pay It Back traces back to Flip City, and it retains their relaxed rhythm and blues groove like Sneaky Feelings. The upbeat tone belies the lyric's sense of betrayal, being raised to expect one thing out of love and adulthood, and what you actually get leaves you jaded and cynical. Again, Elvis plays a bit of a douchebag here, but he recognizes that shitty attitudes don't come from nowhere. They're born out of your upbringing. Of course, you end up jaded if media promises you a fairy tale romance, and then life drops you into a secondary modern. It's another song that's a lot more than the sum of its parts.
They told me everything was guaranteed. Somebody somewhere must have lied to me.
The single most furious track on the record is the ironically titled I'm Not Angry. It's a blast of speed and organ staccato, offset by John's fluid blues and country guitar melodies. Elvis's jilted lovers were crude and misogynistic, but sympathetic up until now. But here the character devolves into almost a villain, creeping around his ex's house and reducing her to a bitter sexual fantasy, all while trying to pretend that he doesn't care. It manages to totally rock while being a dark portrait of a man seconds from hurting someone.
I know what you're doing. I know where you've been.
And the original album ends on another piece of bleak fiction, waiting for the end of the world. Elvis took his daily travels on the train and imagined that as the setting for the world's collapse, where morality and safety are out the window, so predators and villains climb aboard and help themselves the first chance they get. On one of these trips, Elvis saw a commotion form around music journalist Nick Kent, who was apparently completely out of it and had no idea. That's the feel of this song. Chaos happening around you when you least expect it. The Attractions gave this song a lot more energy live, but I still love the album version. The big thumping drums and loopy slurring slide guitar sell the image of a train stuffed full of ne'er-do-wells that's seconds from tipping off the tracks.
But don't roll out the lifeline till it clean out of reach.
This was already an all-timer debut, but it got just that extra kick of classic with the addition of a non-album single. Recorded shortly before the album's release, Watching the Detectives was Elvis's first UK hit, and still one of the most defining Elvis Costello songs of his career. A loser in love despairs as his girlfriend is more focused on the detective film she's watching and seemingly more attracted to the actor than to him. The song combines a reggae rhythm, spy movie guitar, and classic film soundtracks approximated on piano to create an appropriately spooky, cinematic tone. Clover were gone by this point. Instead, the rhythm section is filled out by bassist Andrew Bodner and drummer Steve Golding from The Rumor, while a young newcomer and recent music named Steve Nason handles the piano and organ. While touring with Elvis in the attractions for the Live Stiffs tour, Steve didn't know what groupies were, and Ian Dury dubbed him for life Steve Naive. He later changed the spelling. Love struggles, film references, eclectic influences, creative and vicious lyrics, Steve Naive. This is Elvis Costello in a song. And right from the opening blown-out drums through the dramatic stabs of piano to the veiled imagery of violence, it still hits as hard today as it did in 1977.
She's filing her nails while they're dragging the lake.
It may be stylistically different from the rest of the album, but not as much as you'd think. It has a complementary level of grit that makes it fit, especially the thick drums. Putting it right after Waiting for the End of the World, it feels like it belongs. And by putting it at the end of the album, it's like a signal to the new listener, yeah, this guy is good, but wait till you see what he does next. Deservedly a classic and deserves a place on My Aim Is True. If you're going to seek out any physical version of this record, and you really should, try to get your hands on the Rhino reissue. The bonus disc includes Radio Sweetheart and Strangers in the House. If you have the compilations, you probably already have those, but it also has Elvis's early home demos, some of his earliest surviving recordings outside of Flip City bootlegs, and one of these demos is a Flip City track. Highly recommended for fans. The deluxe edition even has the better mix of Radio Sweetheart and a personal favorite demo of mine, I Don't Want to Go Home, which he wouldn't finish for decades. Speaking of Flip City bootlegs, their demo tapes were bootlegged after this album's release, sometimes under the title of Our Aim Is True. The main tape includes multiple alternate takes, but isn't all of their demos together, whereas I found a more recent collection of multiple demos on albums that should exist on Blogspot that focuses them all down onto a theoretical proper album, and it's about as good as Flip City gets. The sound quality is way better than you'd expect, on the level of My Aim Is True actually, and among their hidden treasures, they have a much more optimistic, almost overjoyed, soul-infused version of Pay It Back with saxophone and tambourine, and it's a jam. Definitely seek it out.
I wouldn't say that I was raised on romance. I wouldn't say that at all. Ooh, but if you give me just a half a chance, I'll be over as soon as you come. Some people say that it's stupidity. Somebody somewhere must have lied to me. For one of these days, I'm gonna pay it back on one of these days.
The various demo bootlegs also have a couple early versions of songs that Elvis saved for the next album, but we'll talk about those when we get there. My Aim Is True is a killer debut. As pissy as it is pretty, as clever as it is crass, it's gritty and snappy and it rocks. Yes, Elvis's characters sure don't like women, but just like real-life incels, their shittiness is rooted in real pain, and Elvis is smart enough to know why they directed this way and where to actually aim himself. From here, with Nick Lowe as his go-to producer and Steve Naive now in the band, the only missing pieces to this puzzle are the rest of the attractions and the engineering acumen of Roger Bashirian. Which is not to say that he always needed these guys to make his very best work. One of the best records Elvis ever made barely has any attractions on it. They just recorded their worst album together, and Elvis spent the next year or so essentially rediscovering himself outside of Elvis Costello and the Attractions. Having legally changed his name to his stage name, he legally changed it back to Declan McManus, began a new relationship in the wake of his first marriage, and undertook a series of solo acoustic tours, during which he began his long-standing friendship with T-Bone Burnett. The two released a country single as the Coward Brothers, a pair of con artist musicians that they return to in recent years, and a bit they commit to whenever it comes up. They don't break kayfabe. But when it came time to record Elvis's next album, Breaking kayfabe was spiritually the idea. He intended to release it under Declan McManus. Columbia made him keep the credit halfway recognizable, so it's instead credited to The Costello Show, which is itself an acknowledgement that Elvis Costello, as a stage name, is a performance. Along with his stage name, he tossed out the production excess he gathered over the last few albums, and even his songwriting crutches like belabored puns and wordplay, in favor of T-Bone's suggested approach to just tell it like it is. It's his first album to delve into his love for Americana, country, folk, early rock and roll, even more so than the mainstream country approach for Almost Blue. Unlike its predecessors, Elvis wrote and recorded this album without any concern for its commercial viability. The result is one of his most heartfelt and timeless. Number 3, King of America. This album was recorded mostly with veteran session legends, several of whom would return in the Warner Brothers years. Each track essentially has whoever was in Hollywood at the time that T-Bone could pull into the studio, collectively credited under the group name The Confederates. You do this to your fucking self, Elvis. Compared to Spike, Mighty Like a Rose, and Kojak Variety, it shows the importance of all three elements of that trifecta I mentioned working in harmony, because this is handily the best work and best sounding work that Elvis ever did without the attractions or imposters. The session musicians aren't as flashy as Steve Naive or Bruce Thomas, but they still elevate these songs in a similar way. They're not simply playing what they were told to play, but playing what they need to play. They're just as good at stepping forward to give the music that little extra to make a song special as they are stepping back and letting the songs in Elvis's voice and lyrics speak for themselves. But for me, the key is the album's production. T-Bone, Elvis, and co-producer Larry Hirsch crafted such a crisp, clear, and unadorned mix that still sounds fresh 40 years later. This record hasn't aged a day. Sonically. Elvis did plan to have the attractions play on half the record to divide it stylistically, but their relationship was already strained after the last two albums, and recording this new one almost entirely without them just made things tense. The sessions went so poorly that only one of their tracks made it to the album, plus one onto a B-side, an unspectacular outtake or two, and Steve plays piano on another track. Originally, Elvis was dead set on having the attractions open the record with Brilliant Mistake, which he knew would be the opener, but to no avail. With how much I love the attractions' work, it may surprise you to hear that they are not missed here at all. The second the band kick off the song, I'm on board. This track is just dripping with melody, from Elvis's vocals to the curtain of guitar and organ. Mickey Curry plays the drums with brushes, which gives the snare such a pretty airiness in the reverb. They sound like smoke drifts off of them. It reminds me of some of Chris Isaak's best songs. They also have that perfectly reverbed, smoky snap on the snare. Everything sounds beautiful and pristine. Elvis is in great voice. T-Bone Wolk plays accordion. We're in great hands here. And the song sets the stage for many of the album's themes. Brilliant Mistake, as a title, is both a reflection of his own actions and his complicated relationship with America, which he sees as a place where dreams and ideals are as easily misplaced as they are realized. He called the album King of America because that title is inherently contradictory. The album grapples with that simultaneous attraction and repulsion to an ideal, plus themes of exile that he touched on before, like in New Amsterdam. As someone actually from here, but part of multiple groups systematically alienated to the margins of society, it resonates with me like a fucking gong. The first time I heard this album, Brilliant Mistake clicked with me instantly. It's one of Elvis's very best openers.
Now it's a brilliant mistake.
Compared to the forced grin of the last album and the cathartic spite of the next, King of America has an unusually fond outlook on love and relationships for this point in Elvis's career, heartbreak and all. You can probably credit that to his new relationship with Cotto Reardon, then bassist for the Pogues, which began around this time while his divorce from Mary Burgoyne was underway. Like I discussed for North, both Elvis and Cott later admitted that it was a toxic relationship from the get-go, but here in its early days, it seemed to refresh Elvis. Dedicating himself to a relationship instead of just playing around offered him some kind of stability, or at least a reason not to just ruin his life for material. Perhaps because of this, the next track, Lovable, which he co-wrote with Cott, has a sincere enthusiasm missing from Goodbye Cruel World. Elvis sings on top of the swinging, early rock and roll beat like there's a weight off his shoulders. He later called Lovable slight, notably years after he split from Cott, but the fun and joy it exudes gives the album so much momentum.
She broke my little heart in two for somebody else's opinion, same old you.
That momentum quickly diverts from outward energy into gut punching. Our Little Angel, on the surface, is a song about a father defending his daughter. It's written in the first person, addressing the listener. Elvis's narrator sees right through a metaphorical you and lays out both their flaws and the unhappiness surrounding the daughter. Elvis tended to change the pronouns in his songs to cover his tracks when he was really looking in the mirror, and I imagine this song is much the same, especially in light of his divorce and his many related regrets. But he includes this as one of the tracks about attraction and repulsion to an ideal, and it's not far-fetched to read this as more than just about romance, but about anything you can't have, anything you're not good enough for. But also that what you want isn't as wonderful as you think. Hello, any immigrants watching, please stay safe. Never let ICE in without a warrant signed by a judge. I don't know if he meant to write this song as a tearjerker, but it always makes me well up. His more direct approach to lyrics makes these songs hit so hard.
There's nothing you think can deny that tomorrow won't change.
Despite much of the album having that same emotional strength, Elvis's US label, Columbia, picked the cover of Nina Simone's Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood to be the safe lead single. But I will say the two covers are the weakest tracks, especially compared to the strength of the originals. This is an attention-grabbing version, though. It features Tom Waits' marimba player, Michael Blair, playing the lead melody, and Elvis playing Tom Waits on the laryngitis.
Baby, can you understand me now?
Second time it happens. It might be my least favorite track on the album. It's a good cover that slots in well with the album's themes of mistake and regrets, but it's vastly outshined by everything around it.
Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood.
Later on the album, they do a cover of Eisenhower Blues by J.B. Lenoir, and it's a very straight-ahead, almost prototypical blues song about being a broke, put-upon working man. I think I like it more than Misunderstood, though, because Elvis and the band just have fun with it. It has that laid-back, alcohol-soaked, fuck-around charm that he tried to replicate with Kojak Variety and forgot to bring the grit and the charm. The band are actually on point for this, especially Tom Canning on piano. But no, if you take out the covers, the album hits a massive high with Our Little Angel and just rides it all the way to the end. The stretch between the two covers is one of the best 5-track stretches on any Costello album. Glitter Gulch kicks things into gear with a rollicking country rocker about a game show, and the host and contestant who rob it for their own fortune. An outrageous blast on its own, its theme of humiliation also anticipates the trashiest of 90s and 2000s reality TV, all the way through the self-flagellation and mockery peddled on YouTube, up to the Squid Game Mr. Beast era of the death of human dignity. There's always a greedy vulture waiting to feed off someone else.
Every step might be your last, but the signs are in your eyes, so go.
I actually like vultures. They're cool, interesting birds. And their babies are so cute. But anyway, Elvis had years of practice writing songs about failing love and breakups, and he combined that practice with his clearer lyrical focus to write one of his best, Indoor Fireworks, a song so good that even Nick Lowe covered it. Fire as a metaphor for love and passion is well-trodden ground, but leave it to Elvis to beautifully describe every stage of that fire, from its explosive heights to its dying embers. It's one of his kindest breakup songs up to this point, a gentler, fonder take on sorrow and regrets than he usually wrote. It's musically understated country folk, primarily acoustic guitar and bass, with Mitchell Froome's Hammond organ painting a soft landscape behind them. Compared to Steve Naive, Mitchell is happy to sit in the back and fill the spaces between the instruments with his organ, and he lifts so much of this album. I was harsh on him as a producer earlier, but he proves himself a talented musician here.
I'll build a bonfire of my dreams and burn a broken effigy of me and you.
While most of the album is built around Elvis's voice and acoustic guitar, essentially adding pieces to an otherwise spare folk setup, Little Palaces is the only song almost exclusively that setup. It's the most directly folk sound rather than country or country folk. Elvis also plays mandolin, and bassist Jerry Sheff fills out the mix. But it's otherwise the starkest and angriest song on the record. While Elvis explores and criticizes America from a conflicted outsider's perspective, he's clear and furious about his frustrations with his home country. The song draws on the same working-class darkness as parts of My Aim Is True and later Spike, people beholden to an outdated monarchy, poverty and pain taken out on children by their parents, and that abuse and poverty spinning in cycles. It's tempting to accuse Elvis of over-singing here if his violent and painful subject matter didn't absolutely warrant it. His harsh accents fit and even imitate the pain he describes.
So you knock the kids about a bit because they've got your name, and you knock the kids about a bit until they feel the same.
Then Elvis surprises with a rarity, and on the surface, unqualified love song, I'll Wear It Proudly, one of my absolute favorites of his. It uses a similar sonic palette as Indoor Fireworks, beautiful organ by Mitchell Froom and all, and Froom even recycled his organ hook for Crowded House's Don't Dream It's Over. It's the same hook. Elvis crafts a wry but intensely passionate song of a love that could be a great mistake, and he'd happily, proudly claim the title of King of Fools for it. He even draws on his Catholic upbringing as he compares himself to St. Peter, who demanded he be crucified upside down in his devotion to Jesus. So intense is Elvis's passion that it rivals one of the disciples. He notes in the reissue that it's one of two songs about the danger and uncertainty of desire, and it's easy to grit your teeth in hindsight, considering the relationship that likely inspired it. But at least in the moment, his faith in love sounds renewed.
And you cannot die laughing because I'll wear it proudly.
And from there, we go straight into one of my favorite songs of all time by anyone, American Without Tears. It's a simple, humorous, and mostly true story shared with him by two GI brides in Florida about their lives and loves during the Second World War after they left England for America. Elvis frames their story with his own wandering in New Orleans and his grandfather's visits to New York, building a theme of English travelers lost in America and out of place, with settings and timelines switched around for the sake of the song. It's the same sense of alienation and exile as New Amsterdam and Brilliant Mistake, but grounded in love and loss. The bride's story takes him back to his first wife, Mary, and how distance allowed him to indulge himself in vices at her expense. The song takes this simple and humorous story and makes it feel huge and heartbreaking, like it encompasses all of the loneliness and isolation that comes with being an outsider to this country. But it's the incomparable music that takes it over the top. You know I like me some accordion, but never has an accordion sounded so emotionally powerful like Joel Saunier's work on this song. And never has a key change set me up for a gut punch like the one in the third verse. American Without Tears makes me cry every time I hear it. Including while I wrote this part of the script. That literally happened. I love this damn song.
Oh, it seems we've been crying years and for years.
Continuing the theme of the danger and uncertainty of desire, Elvis also continues to pump all of his passion into it in Poisoned Rose, also a song so good that Nick Lowe covered it. It's a slow soul ballad where Elvis belts his strongest vocals until probably the Juliet letters. He was nervous during recording, and you'd never guess. Rhythm legends Ray Brown on bass and Earl Palmer on drums set an aching tempo, and piano legend Tom Canning matches the talents of Alan Toussaint's work with Elvis, effortlessly dancing across the keys and bringing all the beauty for this dangerous desire. This same group also recorded Eisenhower Blues, placed right before this on the track listing, but they could have only recorded Poison Rose and they would have earned their place on the album, as good as anything the Attractions ever did. If you ignore Eisenhower Blues, the album's peak continues all the way through this.
The piece of your heart didn't tear me apart.
Which is not to say that the last 4 tracks are any less good. In fact, in the years since I first discovered and loved this album, I've grown more and more attached to its final third. The Big Light is another rollicking country jam in the vein of Glitter Gulch, but about the agony and hypersensitivity of a hangover morning. It's a blast with funny, rapid-fire rhymes where legendary guitarist James Burton of Elvis Presley fame gets to show off. Elvis lets slip his renewed faith in love again in Jack of All Parades. He admits that sleeping around just doesn't make him happy, especially now that he met someone who woke him up. It's another one of his few sincere, unqualified love songs, or as he puts it, without the escape clause in the last verse. It features the same core musicians as Brilliant Mistake, and Mickey Curry's brush drums punch through the mix in such a satisfying way. Steve Naive also features on piano, leading the song out on a euphoric high. It's a great pop hit that never was. Before I ever bothered to read the damn album credits, I swore that this was the song with the Attractions because it sounded the most like their work. Big drums, electric bass, Steve's on it. But their one group appearance is actually the following track, Suit of Lights. They slot into the sound of the album perfectly. If it weren't for Steve's more attention-grabbing approach to keyboards, you'd never guess. The song was inspired by Elvis seeing his father, Ross, years after his Joe Loss Orchestra prime, singing live to an unappreciative audience. It's a frustrated examination of the indignities faced by performers, working professionals treated like shit, whose suffering and abuse is the pleasure of their audience. Applause is the best they can hope for. Heckling is the best they can expect.
Can't you give us all a break? Can you stop breathing?
And the album ends with Sleep of the Just. One last dose of complicated feelings and sociopolitical alienation brought together into a powerful piece of music. Elvis admits that this is kind of a revenge song. It was inspired by an argument with a British soldier at the border, and Elvis tells the story of that argument and the soldier's ostensibly fictional sex worker sister. The song draws on that same jingoism and militarism and the divide between soldiers and civilians that previously colored armed forces and was later more explicit on Spike. Fascism only begets oppression, and war only tears people and families apart.
Well, I thought that he was asking me to dance.
The album got an expanded deluxe reissue while I was working on the script, King of America and Other Realms. It gathers pretty much everything that was already on the Rhino reissue, which is another necessity if you don't want to shell out too much money for crumbs. Both have some of the best extras of any of his albums, the Coward Brothers single, Elvis's really good solo demos, and a couple outtakes that I think are about as good as the main album. King of Confidence would have been welcome in place of either of the covers.
It's hard enough to be your lover, let alone your confidant.
The Rhino reissue does have a couple outtakes with the Attractions that Other Realms doesn't, but you can probably live without the half-hearted prototype for Tramp the Dirt Down. The Super Deluxe Edition does present itself as a catalog of Elvis's exploration of American music. It includes several tracks from much later in his career, some of them recorded live with guests and never released in this form, like 2 tracks from his live show in 2006 with Alan Toussaint. But again, only for the super completionists with hundreds of pounds to burn on shit you won't listen to more than once. But Other Realms does at least have one worthwhile draw. The Rhino reissue included several live tracks from a 1986 show in New York, most of them covers and pretty damn good renditions too. But they're muffled. You can't hear most of the instruments. Other Realms includes a whole new live album recorded the year after at the Royal Albert Hall. All the same songs, plus even more, and newly mixed to sound way better than the New York show. At least the covers. The King of America tracks have like half the passion. The covers are the real meat here. There are great renditions of Waylon Jennings' Only Daddy That'll Walk the Line, Percy Sledge's It Tears Me Up, Alan Toussaint's Riverboat, and a much better version of James Carr's Pouring Water on a Drowning Man than on Kojak Variety. They also released it as a limited vinyl of its own under the Kings of America, so consider that another live album recommendation. Really good stuff in there. That gives Other Realms the edge for me, but either reissue will do you good. King of America is a stellar record, both a resurrection and an evolution for Elvis as a musician after one of his deepest creative lows. It set a blueprint of sorts for his Warner Brothers years, both in the personnel and the approach. The music is more important than the commercial viability, and for a pop tunesmith of his caliber, that only produced more heartfelt and beautiful music. It also only really produced one masterpiece. They never recaptured this magic again, at least not for an entire record, only for like half of Spike. But as its 40th anniversary approaches, just a few months after this video goes up, it's clear that King of America, musically and thematically, stands the test of time. Almost, you dumb motherfucker. Of course, Elvis's best work was ultimately with the Attractions, but not always with Nick Lowe or Roger Bashirian. The first time they worked with a different producer isn't my favorite, but that was the right time for the band to stretch themselves, and nobody knew how to help a great band stretch beyond their limits like the guy who engineered Revolver and Sgt. Pepper's, Jeff Emmerich. He and the band gathered at Air Studios at the same time that Jeff helped Paul McCartney and George Martin record overdubs for Tug of War over in Studio One. That Beatlesy, Baroque, and psychedelic explorative spirit filled the air. Recording in a huge multi-track space for the first time, Elvis and the Attractions turned Studio 2 into their own playroom, filled with new instruments and toys. And they gave themselves the most time and freedom they'd ever had in a studio, much more than Nick, bash it out now, tart it up later, Low would ever tolerate. Limitless freedom does not always produce great work, and the resulting album earned its share of criticism at the time for overproduction. But there's a difference between a lot of production and distracting, obstructive production. Decades later, it's clear that the band didn't waste a single extra note or instrument. It's a 15-track, 50-minute collection of some of their very finest work. Number 2, Imperial Bedroom. I decided to hold off filming the top 2 until after my breast augmentation. You can figure out why. I talked up this album a lot this video, but I'm curious how many people expected it to reach this spot. Ever since I first heard it 15 plus years ago, it never got old. It's an album that I can never overplay, and it never stops opening up and revealing something new. Imperial Bedroom is in many ways a continuation of Trust. Elvis says that he and the band started with the same grounded working method, rehearse with an 8-track deck, then record live together in studio with few overdubs. It sounds like that changed over time. And the two albums share the subjects of lies and deceit behind closed doors. But the first track, Beyond Belief, makes clear that everything else changes from here on out. The music is spacious, monolithic. Bruce's bass heralds the album with a single-held, thick D note. Pete plays one of his most dazzling and brisk drum lines, which he recorded in one take, hungover and under threat of being fired for it, while Steve builds glassy keyboards around them. Elvis's punny wordplay evolves into a dazzling swirl of rhymes and imagery, while his vocals lay off the Rick Danko or Bob Dylan to explore his own natural voice, from low, considered murmur to bright shout. His voice and lyricism are no longer knives, but a painter's brush. These first surreal swipes of color come together into an identifiable picture that drives Imperial Bedroom. The, quote, malaise of the spirit and a sinking feeling about happy endings. Another one of his very best album openers, and one of the two that I would choose if I wanted to just floor a new listener from step one.
Once it seemed so appealing, now I have beyond belief.
Elvis's lyrics flow and dance throughout this album about the most beautifully he'd ever manage, but for most of it, he intentionally reined in the wordplay so that the song's intended meanings came across clearer. In some ways, it's the first step towards his more direct approach from King of America onward. And if it's not as emotionally devastating, he does craft those vivid paintings of love and domesticity in decay. Tears Before Bedtime is about as direct as those paintings get. An ironically chipper and upbeat tune underscores a relationship so tense and regretful it could collapse at any moment. While I say that Elvis uses his natural voice more, because he audibly does if you compare this album to before and after, he does experiment with his voice as more of an instrument, playing with different voices to expand his vocal palette. He sings the chorus here as multiple different characters layered on top of each other. This got mixed reactions from critics, but I like it. It adds to the sense that these stories of discontent are not isolated incidents. They happen every day behind thousands of closed doors, multiple households having the same bitter arguments. I'll take it over how he sounded on Trust. Also, I just noticed in the camera, you cannot tell that that is the back of the CD case. It is. Elvis still battles with himself and his actions, as he has ever since Armed Forces, and Shabby Doll is partially his assessment of himself. It was inspired by a peculiar, nondescript music hall poster he saw in a hotel, and the title seemed to fit an unflattering self-portrait. The whole band gets to shine this track, especially Steve's cascading piano, Elvis's sharp stabs of guitar, and Bruce's thick bass chords and chaotic improvisations in the fade-out.
What you might call a heart, always worked for me before. Now I'm a shabby doll.
I love the opening 3 tracks, but here we start Imperial Bedroom's standout defining stretch for me. The Long Honeymoon draws on Elvis's talents as a storyteller. A young wife waits at home for her husband to return and increasingly expects the worst of him. The band's Latin rhythm, the tremolo guitar, and the accordion, there it is, set a perfect cinematic stage for a lonely, fearful night.
He was late this time last week.
If you got comfortable by this point, Man Out of Time wakes you right up. It opens with a screaming rock intro taken from an early version of the song, before switching seamlessly to a dreamy pop soundscape, glistening with Steve's piano and organ and dripping with infectious melody. Elvis once again faces himself, not in the mirror, but from a bird's eye view, imagining his failures and weaknesses in this album's palatial backdrop, made almost beautiful by Steve putting in some of his best work on any record. And then the song bookends itself with more screaming rock. It's one of the band's greatest songs and one of my all-time favorites. And those closing screams lead to the album's gentlest, most fragile song, and one of the most covered that Elvis ever wrote, Almost Blue. He wrote it in the style of The Thrill Is Gone, especially Chet Baker's version.
The thrill is gone.
And like it, Almost Blue is spare and aching. Elvis's narrator regrets his crumbling love, but seems to hope that it can be repaired. Bruce's bass provides a warm foundation for Steve's elegant dance around his piano and Elvis's haunting, mournful vocals. It's another standout, and a great example of Elvis's talents as a lyricist without his layered wordplay.
It named me as the fool who only aimed to be.
Steve is a grandmaster of the piano, but his classical training doesn't end there. He puts his skills as an arranger and conductor to use, leading a 40-piece orchestra in And in Every Home. His grand, gorgeous arrangement frames the story of, quote, a disappointed young woman with her boyfriend in prison, and her unfulfilled life seems to have aged her beyond her years. Been there, girlfriend. It's maybe fair to say that the orchestra takes the focus over Bruce and Pete, but they still prove themselves a tight rhythm section. The orchestra earns its place on the record.
She's gonna cop a back and never ever finds it in between the sheets.
But Steve's best work is behind a keyboard, and he steals the show in The Loved Ones. It's a cheery pop tune on the surface, where Bruce really flexes his dexterity with a wonderfully melodic bass line, but of course the subject isn't so upbeat. Elvis skewering the myth of the romantically self-destructive artist, almost certainly reflecting himself and how that's no way to live. It's a lively song already, but Steve's improvised descending piano throughout is jaw-dropping. Another one of the band's very best songs, and I wish more people knew it. I absolutely love it. Human Hands is some of Elvis's most impassioned and yearning vocals on the album. He describes it as a song about a reconciliation, and it's as much about a rocky relationship as detachment from the world around you. It's ultimately an earnest plea for loving contact, with a standout melodic bass chord progression by Bruce in the third verse. So pretty, even Elvis gave it up to him.
Tighter and tighter, I hold you tighter. You know I love you more than slightly.
Kid About It brings the tempo and energy down for a somber reflection of lost innocence and jaded adulthood. Elvis originally wrote it the morning of John Lennon's murder. He cut out any direct reference to it, but it's still an aching song of processing loss and the passage of time, and even another nod to English immigration and alienation in the U.S., quote, a place where dreams begin and end.
Singing the leaving of Liverpool and turning into Americans.
Elvis called Little Savage the most disguised of the songs about domestic troubles, but it is hooky and melodic as hell, a stomping psychedelic pop jam with Elvis singing with a sly, sensual smirk. Like this uneasy relationship brings out his dangerous side in an inviting way.
I would have waited all my life just to make love out of something other than spite.
There is one song I never totally loved, but I came around on it while working on this video. Boy with a Problem. It's a soft, sorrowful story track co-written with Chris Difford of Squeeze during the Trust period. It's about a dysfunctional and even violent relationship, where their fights and his alcohol create a toxic home. As James E. Perrone pointed out, it's one of the few Elvis songs from this period without any irony. It's direct in its portrayal of alcoholism's darknesses. I feel like a girl with a problem, though, because this physically and emotionally abusive relationship resolves at the end for no reason. The partner apparently just forgives the narrator. It is a hopeful note that I think is meant to suggest that they'll both turn things around from this point, but it does feel like the guy isn't taken to task for his actions, so much as allowed to self-pity until everything works out. Again, I came around on this track. Steve's glistening piano and Elvis's intensely emotive vocals add a lot, but it's not on his usual level as a storyteller.
Pull the carpet from under love, pull out like young lovers do.
That said, the album has a wonderful ending stretch. Pidgin English is the one track after Beyond Belief where Elvis lets loose his creative inhibitions, singing in multiple voices in a psychedelic swirl of wordplay atop rich, airy music. But like Beyond Belief, the intent is not so obscure. As Elvis puts it, it's the longing for the simple words to express love, almost a joke at his own expense as a dense wordsmith. In some ways, it's the ultimate expression and deconstruction of him as a lyricist up to this point.
It all ends up in a slanging match with body talking bruises. A change is better than a rest. Still a beggars can't be choosers.
You Little Fool sees Steve whip out the harpsichord for a tale of artificial romance. A young woman is infatuated with an older man whose affections are as fake as his gifts of jewelry, but he successfully tricks her because she craves more in life than her family allows. Elvis intentionally crafted the music to feel archaic and phony. The harpsichord and the 12-string rhythm guitar glitter like her fake pearls, and the result is a song almost as good as The Loved Ones.
Imitation lashes flutter above, looking for an imitation of love.
I do think it's in a weird place on the track listing, though. Its energy and tempo feel more suited to the middle with Loved Ones. It doesn't have the climactic momentum of a penultimate track like Pidgin English does, but it's not like I'd take it out of the album. I love this song. But the album closes beautifully with Town Crier, a crooning, aching ballad of heartbreak and stubborn hope, taken to angelic highs with Steve's rich orchestrations. It's an incredible album closer and maybe a perfect song.
Maybe you don't believe my heart is in the right place.
In some ways, this album is serendipity on tape. It sounds meticulously crafted, but in truth, they recorded completely different versions of these songs all the way through. I mentioned Little Goody Two Shoes when talking about Out of Our Idiot, a song recorded during these sessions, and its own alternate version, which was later cannibalized into Inch by Inch. That jazz version is a bonus track on the Rhino reissue of this album. It turns out the finished album was like that. Elvis revamped the opening track into almost a different song right before he recorded its final vocal. It took Pete's drums for it to coalesce in his mind. Human Hands used to basically not have a hook. The final version of Man at a Time opens and closes with clips from its alternate rock take. And they're the best parts of that take with Elvis screaming, so I'm glad they kept them. Little Savage and You Little Fool especially remind me of the early versions of what ended up on Blood and Chocolate. How it's like Elvis is still feeling out the melody and the best tone for these songs. And then you hear the fast disco version of Town Crier, and that confirms it. He admits in the reissue liner notes that they recorded a lot of drunk early takes, and I assume that's what most of these are. We're so lucky that every one of these songs made it to vinyl in their best forms. None of these alternates have the melodicism or lyricism, craft or power of the final album. And they might as well have gotten there by accident. This record is a damn miracle. There is obviously one album that I love even more than this one, but Imperial Bedroom is still a stunning achievement of songcraft and artistic evolution. This is the album where the Elvis of today truly formed, and where its successors aged very quickly. It, like the two albums surrounding it on this list, still sound fresh and vibrant decades later. It's just as good now as the first time I heard it. We're here. It's time for the top of the list, about as unsurprising a number one as you can get. But like I said at the beginning, the actual ranking is the least important part of a ranking video. So let's just get into why this album is still fucking great after almost 50 years. Number 1, This Year's Model. That said, please understand, I stressed hard over the top 3. For brief moments each, King of America and Imperial Bedroom were my number 1. I even considered Get Happy and My Aim Is True for a minute, just to be very sure of my choice. But as soon as I remembered, I don't want to kiss you, I don't want to touch.
I don't wanna see 'cause I don't miss you that much.
Nope, no fucking way, they don't have a chance. One of the reasons both of those albums got this high is how surprisingly well they've aged, and that's what clinched This Year's Model for number 1. This album came out in 1978. It still sounds fresh. There are punk, indie, and alternative bands from the last 10 to 20 years still working off of this album's playbook. Hell, it's so fresh, its energy so vibrant, its recording so crisp, that Elvis and Sebastian Crist produced a new Spanish-language remix in 2021. These songs goddamn hold up. Recording wasn't as short as My Aim Is True, but it was about as easy. Elvis formed the attractions for its tour, and the band made that material all their own. Where Clover were laid back and professional, the attractions made those songs explode. And in all their relentless traveling, they had plenty of time to road test new material. Producer Nick Lowe bumped them up from the dingy Pathway Studios to their go-to haunt for the next several albums, Eden Studios, with in-house engineer Roger Bashirian pulling the sessions together and recording to his own custom mixing console. With a whole album's worth of tried and tested ass kickers, they only needed 11 days to record the best damn album of their careers. No Action is an all-timer opener. It blows the doors open, a relentless blast of nervy energy. It's an even better introduction to Elvis's brand of self-defeating anti-heroes stuck in their own romantic hell than the first album was. His narrator lies to his ex and to himself. He wants to appear unbothered by their breakup, but he can't get over it. He calls her all the time, ready to insult her just as much as hang up before he says a word. He's stuck forever in the denial stage of his grief and being a piece of shit while he's at it. And all the while, Elvis and Steve just load the song with melody, while Bruce hammers away on his bass, and Pete turns the song into a secret drum solo, smashing up his kit like his career depends on it. I love Beyond Belief and Brilliant Mistake. This is Elvis's best opener.
Every time I phone you, I just wanna put you down.
This album has another killer opening 1, 2, 3, 4 punch. This Year's Girl skewers the entertainment industry's treatment of women and men's obsession with famous women as the shallow possessiveness it is. Her fame is as empty and fleeting as men's desires for her. If you look out the window, you'll see a young celebrity battling to maintain her success or escape from it under constant patriarchal scrutiny. One little screw up and she can be last year's girl. Pete Thomas's drums are iconic in my mind. The circular pattern and their upfront place in the mix. I loved how the drums sounded in My Aim Is True, but I point to these first 2 tracks as great examples of what both Pete and Roger Bashirian brought to their sound.
You want her broken with her mouth wide open 'cause she's this year's girl.
And then we get the tasty as hell groove of The Beat, the band's fiery, nervous energy taking on an ironic, slinky sexiness. It continues the theme of the entertainment industry's control of entertainers and its outward purity obsession versus the raunch underneath. The Beat refers as much to a beat combo, or maintaining rhythm on stage or on record, or in the bedroom, as it does invoke the image of a cop out on the beat, your everyday enforcer of the wealthy's control over everyone else. Success, as Elvis finally found out after years in the pubs, is the constant pressure to perform, whether you're on stage or not. That song is absurdly infectious, but even it can't top one of Elvis's biggest and best songs, Pump It Up, following in the grand tradition of blow-up party songs about how partying sucks. Inspired by Elvis's bewilderment at the chaos of the Bunch of Stiffs tour in 1977, and famously by Dylan's Homesick Blues, it's a relentless, stomping rundown of sex and substances, excitement and debauchery giving way to exhaustion and dissatisfaction, all wrapped up in an unstoppable jam. The rhythm section rule this track. Bruce's bass work is beautifully fluid and melodic, and Pete's drums will knock you on your ass before the alcohol gets the chance. I don't know how Elvis would feel about this being my ringtone for several years, but it was. That specific section, in fact. One of the best opening salvos in music right there. Which is not to say that the next song isn't good. It just diverts away from that initial blast of energy. Like Allison before it, Little Triggers is the track 5 ballad of the album about dissatisfaction and love. At this point, Elvis already separated from his first wife Mary and got to philandering with any girl he could. One of them gave him a tiny keychain revolver, which inspired this song of cruel words fired at will. Elvis, wordsmith that he is obsessed with words, guarded, violent, and consequential alike. He sings some of his tightest vocals on the album, not as slobbery and sneering, and almost tender, while Steve gets to prove his talents on piano for only the first time. It's a track that reveals more and more of its strengths with every listen. It earns its place on this album.
Waiting until I come to my senses. Better put it on present tenses.
You Belong to Me shares that relationship dissatisfaction with heavy influence from the band that popularized it before Elvis, the Rolling Stones. But where Mick Jagger sang about his own lack of satisfaction, Elvis turns to the desperation around him, young women and men looking for relief and never getting what they want. The song is a cavalcade of 60s garage pop hooks, from the guitar intro to Steve's organ stabs, the snotty title drop, and Bruce's melodic bass kicking nice and thick underneath. Hand in Hand returns to the shittiness of the entertainment industry, combining Elvis's penchant for troubled relationships with the professional musician's messiest relationship of them all, with their label. When you're a young, struggling artist, at least around this time, there's a romance to signing to your first major label. It ostensibly means your professional career is officially go. And then that romance dies within a week when you realize it's a pile of bullshit designed to control your creativity and keep you in debt to your owners. Elvis originally wrote the song for Nick Lowe to perform, which made so much sense when I read it. These melodies feel right out of his mid-tempo songs from the time, like Marie Provost or Halfway to Paradise. The song isn't a soft ballad like Little Triggers, but it is softer sonically than most of the album. Elvis trades his electric guitar for an acoustic, which lends the song a folkier tone that would have suited Nick. But Nick didn't take to its confrontational tone. At best, anti-heroic, at worst, villainous. Elvis fashioned the song after the record label wankery involved with Nick's band Rockpile, as his bandmate Dave Edmunds was signed to Led Zeppelin's label, and thus under the wealth and greed of their boss, Peter Grant. So while Nick passed on this song, it instead became one of this album's great, incisor-sharp teardowns of the industry. Vicious lyrics wrapped in this band's endless talents for melody. And they don't stop there. I Don't Want to Go to Chelsea is another one of the album's bigger hits, and its lead single. And it's not just Elvis picking on a random London city for no reason. He took trips there with his father as a child, where he saw it as this place of uptown glamour. But now, as an adult thrust into the spotlight, that glamour chips off the city's streets under his nails. Chelsea personifies that fleeting, frivolous success of This Year's Girl and the industry executives of Hand in Hand, wringing their clients for all they're worth. Elvis considers new lace sleeves believes to be one of the attraction's most unique compositions, but Chelsea is up there, combining a chord sequence and bass pattern inspired by The Who, with jagged guitar stabs inspired by rocksteady band The Pioneers, and a deliberately out-of-tune organ over a reggae rhythm with a drum intro inspired by Jimi Hendrix's Fire. The song sounds like reggae at first, but it's a gloriously nasty mess underneath in the best way. Still a classic.
Now the teacher is away, all the kids begin to play.
Lip Service is another rollicking punk track, the first of 3 songs in a row that start with L, and another of Elvis's guarded early songs, where its meaning isn't clear per se, but you can suss it out when you learn some background. Elvis spent several years trying to get signed to a label, and he has stories of the flagrant indifference he faced, like label heads planning their dinner over the phone while he's trying to sell his music to them. One of the songs on his 1976 Honky Tonk demo tape, which you can hear as bonus tracks on My Aim Is True reissues, is an early version of Lip Service called Cheap Reward. His frustration with being a working, mistreated musician is a little more obvious there, folded in with relationships and strained romance like is his wont.
Just remember you'll only be the boss so long as you pay my wage.
Now that he's signed and charting in the UK and US, he happily holds up his guitar to those same executives and tells them, quote, "This song is called Lip Service, and that's all you'll get from me." From there, the song slots perfectly into this album's meld of messy relationships with industry fuckery. It's also a great example of how sticky Elvis's hooks can really be, even when he's singing at his absolute gnarliest.
Lip service is all you will ever get from me.
Living in Paradise returns to the well of romantic dissatisfaction, but more explicitly from one of My Aim Is True's douchebag narrators. The song's like a sequel to I'm Not Angry. The music is jaunty, especially Steve's bouncy organ, but Elvis's vocals and lyrics are low and villainous. He's possessive yet dismissive of a girl who's long past his ass, sneaking around her door and judging her and the men interested in her, despite clearly being no better than those, quote, physical jerks. Elvis reflects back men's warped relationships with women through this bitter character, removing the distance of this year's girl and laying bare the hypocritical grimness of incel behavior. Lipstick Vogue opens with another stunner of a drum intro from Pete Thomas, who I assume just had everything to prove in his first album with the band. Steve and Bruce only match him from there, while Elvis vibrates like he's seconds from collapse. The song's furious tempo conveys the intensity and insanity of a joyless romance. Compared to My Aim Is True, Elvis is better at conveying that he doesn't place all the blame in this cis-hetero hell on the women. An unhappy relationship is mutually dehumanizing. It's not perfectly balanced topically, but it is the band at probably their most explosive on the album.
Sometimes I think the blood's just a human. You got to cut it out.
And the initial release of this year's model closes on Night Rally. It's a slower, quieter, tenser track, driven by Elvis and Pete's martial, almost funereal rhythm, and Steve and Bruce's mournful keyboards and bass. Like Less Than Zero, it's a warning of fascism sneaking into society in secret, thanks to people's passivity and indifference to it. But instead of warning through someone ostensibly no longer relevant, it warns through the present, through the media we consume, through the expectations of the ruling class for obedience, with some quietly charged imagery if you think about it.
It's just the thought to catch you little melody, to get you singing in the showers.
Fascism and capitalism are bedmates, and this is the extreme of the industry control and sexual repression that drives the intensity of the rest of the album. It predicts much of armed forces the year after. Arguably, it's ahead of its time. Our current politics are dominated by entertainment industry culture war grifters who latched onto fascism to save their careers. And as passivity and indifference claim more and more lives, this song will continue to resonate in spite of itself. So originally, the album ended there, with a haunting, musically understated portent of doom. And well, It's not like Elvis was wrong, but an album with this much riotous energy can stand one last blast to bring it all home. And that's what we got when the non-album single Radio Radio became its de facto closing track. One last kick in the pants from the Attractions at their restless prime. What started in the Flip City days as Radio Soul, a Springsteen-inspired dedication to the radio in one's heart as opposed to a watered-down industry, the song evolved into a bitter, sarcastic bite at that industry and its influence on artistry and people at large. Unlike some of Elvis's other socio-political jabs that have barely aged decades later, the radio doesn't have the same influence now as, say, the internet, but the general idea of media's powers that be anesthetizing the way that you feel, from the deadening of artistry and self-flagellation promoted by YouTube and social media algorithms, to our slew of internet-born alt-right grifters causing real harm on a global scale, the spirit of this song still holds up. I look forward to someone playing a modern equivalent on live TV without permission.
So you had better do as you were told. You better listen to the radio.
Like My Aim Is True, fans should definitely seek out an expanded reissue. Rhino and Hippo include several live and in-studio takes, including a version of Stranger in the House with the Attractions. But pretty much every available reissue has everything you need. The full original album, Radio Radio, Big Tears, Crawling to the USA, all included in them. They also have really good solo acoustic demos for the Armed Forces tracks Green Shirt and Big Boys, plus a demo for a song that I don't think ever went past its demo, Running Out of Angels. It's another jab at the industry that feels like an unfinished sequel to The Angels Want to Wear My Red Shoes.
It is easier than trying now to bring him down a hammer on anything that sells.
Side note, Spanish Model is pretty damn good too, acknowledging that I don't speak Spanish, and I don't like the much more processed, compressed, boomy mix than the original, but just in passion, energy, and vocal talent, almost to a 1, the ladies smoke the dudes. The guys largely sing the songs straightforward, melodic and professional, but the girls bring the guts and gusto that these songs ask for. Nina Diaz and Cami make No Action and This Year's Girl, respectively, totally theirs. La Marisol returns from guesting on Cinco Minutos con Vos, and her version of Little Trigger's Detonantes is stunning.
Detonantes, yo no quiero colgarme, ahogarme cuando no llames.
I also like that they covered the bonus tracks for it, including the false start and Running Out of Angels. That's fun. This Year's Model is some of the most satisfying music of the 70s punk and new wave explosion, my favorite period of music. It still feels fresh and contemporary, where many of Elvis's records, the best and not, are deliberately retro or backwards looking, or at worst, horribly dated. I love so many of Elvis's albums. Imperial Bedroom and King of America are still as good as the first time I heard them. This Year's Model keeps getting better. It is so alive, so vital a record. It's like it never ran out of juice, even after they stopped the tape. I have a tight handful of records vying for my #1 all-time favorite album. For a long time, it was The Damned's Machine Gun Etiquette. Sparks' #1 in Heaven is a monster contender. But I think it might be This Year's Model. It clicks with me in a way few, if any, other albums do. It turns 50 in 2028, and it still hasn't gotten old. Finally, the list complete. But before we wrap up, let's briefly look over a few extras in Elvis's catalog, and I'm going to more obviously read off of the script for this because I'm tired of filming. He did some score work in the late 80s, early 90s, like I mentioned, but most of those soundtracks aren't readily available, with the exception of Il Sogno, his score for a ballet adaptation of Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. There'll probably always be something missing without the visuals of the ballet, but I like the score. It's dramatic and playful. There's a random jazz breakdown that made me laugh, so check that out if you like classical orchestral music. For live albums, I already mentioned El Macambo, Hollywood High, and The Kings of America. I think El Macambo is still the best live portrait of the Attractions in their early years, as this explosive punk force lifting up and evolving Elvis's music from where it was. And Kings of America, minus the King of America tracks, is basically the good version of Kojak Variety. I'd say they're pretty essential for fans. Elvis also recorded a live EP with Bill Frisell, Deep Dead Blue. It's just his voice and Bill's guitar, and both were in good form for this show. They play a spare, longing set that works great for both of them. They do a better version of Love Field than on Goodbye Cruel World, for one. This EP actually made Bill click for me because he has a similar airy, melodic, unadorned approach to guitar as Mikael Roter. If you're also a music turbo nerd, you might know his work, especially as a member of Noi. Roter's music was a big influence on my last album during that extended period where I forced myself to be a musician, so Bill having a similar sound and technique helped me get him as a guitarist. Deep Dead Blue is definitely worth seeking out if you want something to chill out to or to cry to. It's good for both.
Beyond the deep dead blue.
I should also mention Costello and Naive, a box set that's not readily available either, but I brought it up when discussing All This Useless Beauty. It's a handful of selections from their two-man tour in May 1996, just Elvis on vocals and guitar with Steve on keyboards. Pete Thomas does play some minimalist percussion on a couple tracks on disc 1. Elvis glibly called this tour him and Steve saving the All This Useless Beauty material, which is not fair. That's a plenty good album. And removing the rhythm section does not inherently improve them. None of these are bad takes. Elvis sings great throughout, and Steve is unbeatable on piano.
Losing you is just a memory, memories don't mean that much to me.
And I especially like the takes of a couple songs I didn't love on the albums, Just About Glad and Why Can't a Man Stand Alone. But it's hard to listen to these kinds of we toured without the band live shows and see it as compelling or even as good as the studio versions instead of just self-indulgent, or in Elvis's case, petty. Elvis has several collaborations I left off the list because he wasn't a core performer. He was a songwriter, guest, or just tangentially related to the goings-on. I already mentioned the album he and Cott wrote for Wendy James. It's okay. Inessential. The recording for Jenny Lewis's Acid Tongue was the impetus for Momofuku, and I honestly didn't like Acid Tongue anywhere as much. I didn't fall over it like critics did, and I don't think Elvis's guest vocals on Carpetbaggers were very good. Elvis was part of a collective to finish some old Bob Dylan lyrics in 2014, the New Basement Tapes, that put out the album Lost on the River. Dylan never quite clicked for me, and that album is no different. I honestly like Marcus Mumford's and Rhiannon Giddens' songs over Elvis's or anyone else's. They actually feel like finished songs, and Giddens is a fantastic vocalist.
Tell me no lie. Is it a mystery to live?
I do want to quickly talk about his wife, Diana Krall, and the album they partially wrote together in 2004, The Girl in the Other Room. I know it's an outlier in her discography because she's not usually a songwriter herself, she's an interpreter. Still, it was my introduction to her work. My voice therapist was a fan of hers and recommended studying her singing. I really like her voice. It's husky, sultry, and relatively deep. I'm still self-conscious about having a naturally deep voice, and obviously I've leaned way more into a higher pitch since my training, but Diana's contralto is kind of aspirational. I'm still clueless about jazz on the whole. I just know I like this album. She's a very good singer and piano player, and I intend to listen to more of her work. Since I praised the Attractions to Hell and Back, I also want to mention their own album they recorded without Elvis in 1980, Mad About the Wrong Boy. It was produced by their engineer Roger Bashirian in the break between Get Happy and Trust, with the idea that the band found great success outside of their work with Bob Dylan, so give the Attractions that chance. Every member contributed to songwriting, with Steve writing most of the songs with his then partner, Faye Hart. He and Bruce sang and everyone played guitar. It's a bit bland. None of the fellas have Elvis's lyrical talents, knack for hooks, or as ear-catching a voice. Steve does have a decent, snotty punk pop singer vibe that works though. He sounds kind of like Howard Devoto or T.V. Smith, but Bruce isn't as into it when he sings. And it was only by comparing the vocals to Steve's solo album Moo Moo that I could even confirm who was who, cause nobody took credit for their own singing. Even their instrumental talents feel muted. Aside from the opener Arms Race, which has some nice dynamics, this doesn't feel like the same band who recorded Pump It Up or Oliver's Army. Yeah, Bruce later said that at the time and ever since, he'd rather they hadn't made the album at all. I, on the other hand, would say half of the songs stick, and primarily the ones written and sung by Steve, since he gives them gusto. After a few listens, I got into Arms Race, Straight Jacket, the title track, and Taste of Poison, and one of Bruce and Pete's songs together, La 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 Loved You. Real song. The guys are surprisingly good guitarists, like the solo on that track. One review suspected it was actually Elvis, but I won't take that credit from them. The bonus Steve solo EP, Outline of a Hairdo, is pretty good for what it is. It's his music for the film of the same name, and it's just 5.5 minutes of him showing off on piano. That's worth a listen if you can find it. But honestly, the best thing to come out of this was when Elvis covered Sad About Girls with the band during the Trust sessions. The recording's included on his reissues, and it's pretty damn good. A bit bland lyrically, but it's up there with some of Steve's best piano work on Trust. Fantastic melody, at least give that one a listen.
You wanna leave without even a warning, a trace or calling card.
Bruce thought Sad About Girls was the only good thing to come out of this album. Honestly, I grew a soft spot for it as I worked on this video. Roger Bashirian is a great engineer and producer, but it's not essential. It's better than Goodbye Cruel World, though. And someone could do a great queer subtext cover of Straight Jacket. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see a full song-by-song review of the album, like the rest of this list, as a supplemental video. That could be worth a deeper dive. In 2022, Elvis recorded a surprise reunion EP for one of his pre-Flip City bands, Rusty, The Resurrection of Rust. The band centered around him and Alan Mays on vocals and guitars. They got back in contact while Elvis wrote his memoir, and they eventually recorded this EP of some of their old songs and covers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Elvis joining the band. The Imposters back them up, and Sebastian Chris produces, so sonically it's about as good as The Delivery Man. Alan's voice has aged a lot more than Elvis's, but it also sounds like Nick Lowe's voice does now, and they cover up 2 of Nick's songs from his Brinsley Schwartz days, so it almost works. I think the material just doesn't quite suit his limited range, whereas Elvis sounds about as good as he did on The Boy Named If, though they interplay really well on the psychedelic Maureen and Sam, one of their originals and a very early version of Ghost Train. The highlight for me is the other original, Warm House and An Hour of Joy, one of Elvis's oldest songs given a proper recording for the first time. Reportedly their biggest crowd pleaser back in the day. And of course, let's quickly mention his most recent release at the time of filming, The Coward Brothers with T-Bone Burnett. Considering they made this and the King of America Deluxe reissue around the same time, I imagine this was also a stoke of nostalgia, since the Coward Brothers' sole original single anticipated King of America. It's less a continuation of that period's specific sound and more another document of their love for Americana, spanning country and folk, old school rock and roll, psychedelia even, with minimal instrumentation, sometimes just guitar and Dennis Crouch on bass. Elvis's voice is definitely the most weathered it's been yet, but he hasn't lost his enthusiasm, and T-Bone sounds half his age. He sounds great.
We're on the street, 2 lovers meet, so discreet.
I like the album the most when they lean into the melody and their harmonies, like Always and World Serious. Or the couple of times they lean sinister, like the Nick Cave-esque The Devil's Wife or My Baby Just Whistles.
And as he sits there moribund, she shoots him with his own gun, while sleeping with his only son. My baby just whistles, here come the missiles. My baby just whistles, here come the missiles.
But most of the album is plain rock send-ups like My Baby Just Squeals and novelty songs like Lyndon Johnson, and they're nothing special. But then the album is a companion to the series, which I didn't listen to. I still need to let the album sink in, but right now, it wouldn't have ranked high if I had included it on the list. As its own record independent of the series, it's the least interesting album Elvis and T-Bone have done together. I don't want to do a full review of it. With all of that out of the way, a big thank you to all of the authors, journalists, interviewers, critics, websites, publications, and video uploaders whose work I drew on for this video. I have a post with my sources archived and linked below. If it was an online source, I either found an archived version from the Wayback Machine, or I saved it there myself, so you should still be able to access it whenever you watch this. But some extra special shoutouts. Thank you to the Elvis Costello Fan Wiki, which is up there with They Might Be Giants' Fan Wiki in archival depth. The site was my source for most of Elvis's album reissue liner notes, It helped a lot with tracking the personnel for whole albums and the individual recordings, and the dates for when a song was played live or whole show set lists. A lot of minutia came from the fan wiki, so thank you to the site's contributors. I want to mention some of the books I read for this video. Even if you're not a fan of Costello's work, but you're an avid reader, his memoir, Unfaithful Music and Disappearing Ink, is one of my favorite books. He's a great storyteller, witty and engrossing. He wrote it non-linearly, which makes every memory feel equally important and worth reading. And it's an emotionally affecting look at significant moments of his life alongside the lives of his father and grandfather. There's a little bit of unfortunate language you'd expect from a man of his generation, but he at least doesn't spend his book justifying his own bad actions and mistakes or settling scores with people. It's a mostly humble and sober read and very compelling. Mine's well worn, if you couldn't tell. God's Comic by David Goldstone, Krista Reese's 1981 biography, and Mick St. Michael's illustrated biography were handy time capsules of Elvis's first decade from people who were there at the time, including the controversial aspects of it. Obviously, they're long out of date and vary wildly in opinions on these albums, especially compared to my own. St. Michael dismissed Armed Forces, and Goldstone this year's Model in Blood and Chocolate, for example. But Goldstone in particular has a Costello-ish wit you might enjoy. One choice quote: "The trouble with symbolics is that it's sometimes not much sim and a lot of bollocks." Di Griffith's book might be worthwhile to anyone interested in the nitty-gritty of the structure and composition of Elvis's music through an academic lens. There is so much analytical detail here, it confirmed for me that I was out of my depth trying to be a music major, and I was right to switch to English instead. James E. Perrone's and Larry David Smith's books are also worth a read for similar, if less overwhelming reasons, though only read Smith's book if you have a bottomless tolerance for auteur theory wank and para-academic pretentiousness. And the books about specific albums and songs were handy secondary sources if you want a single place to find contemporary quotes and reviews, alongside the author's own thoughts and relationships with the album. I'm a proponent of creative nonfiction, where the author's not afraid to be part of their own work. This whole video is an example, and the majority of the books I read fit that bill. And that's everything I wanted to talk about. There was so much more I could have mentioned. Elvis's producer credits from the 80s. I still love the Specials debut. His talk show in the 2000s, Spectacle, the actual Coward Brothers series. But I'm ready to finish this incredibly long video. And I'll never waste a penny on Audible. Elvis has so many good records under his belt that I think this length is fair either way. I know other fans' lists will not match mine, so feel free to share your own rankings if you have them. A reminder that I've closed my Patreon and moved to Ko-fi, so if you want to support my work, the link to that is in the description. If I ever do another video like this, it will not be for a discography as big as Costello's. For my own sanity and efficiency, it would need to be way fewer albums from another band or artist I love, who isn't likely to release anymore.
Most of the children are in bed, full of salt water, cream soda, candy floss and chips. But tonight I'm not just carrying my father's trumpet case. I'm sitting in with the band. I may not be able to read music, but I can follow chord symbols, so my dad hands me a pile of sheet music that I dutifully place on the music stand as I've seen musicians do since childhood. I'm huddled with a skeptical band behind a lowered curtain, struggling to get my guitar in tune. Even muffled by the drape, the patrons sound thirsty and irritable. Having a hard day, pulling their sunburnt, fractious kids off the sands and out of the arcades. I take a note from the organist, who has a face the color of wallpaper paste. He surely knows that his organ will take a minute or two to reach full power and pitch. The compere finishes reading out a list of bingo numbers and coming attractions and begins our introduction. My dad gives me a final look of encouragement and checks that I have the right opening number. I know he's happy to have me there with him, but his urgency also says, this isn't a game, this is my work. Just as the spotlight hits us, I hear the seasick sound of the keyboard sliding up a semitone in pitch, leaving me stranded like a stranger on the shore. I'm staring at a page of chord changes, trying to adjust them in my head, while moving my fingers just a fraction of an inch above the fretboard. I roll off my volume and mime the entire show with a smile fixed on my face. It is a perfect introduction to my life in show business. Almost everything since has been a similar trick of the light.